Summer in Gangwon Province. Cough cough, Jaehyun. Whew! Pant this place. Pant is nice and breezy. Whew! Isn't... Take it easy, Dad. This is your first vacation in a while. You just got out of the hospital but are handling it nicely, Jaehyun. Nobody would believe you if you told them how long you'd been sick. It's because you're always working, Dad, do. All lawyers work as hard as you do? Most people in the legal profession do. You still need to be careful, okay? Yeah. You should also get some exercise. Crumble. Well, what? Look out, Jaehyun. Rumble. Clasp. What is happening? 7. I sense a subtle presence that isn't mine. But I am unable to process anything. Open. Who? I can finally see something. But what is this place? Am I at a hospital? Hospital? Are you seeing a physician? Who are you? Who's speaking to me? Be quiet. You're making me dizzy. Wait. Is this a voice inside my head? Who are you? How are you speaking in my head? To tell you the truth, I am not sure what is going on either. But it looks like my soul is trapped within your physical body. Flinch, what? Rise, is that even possible? Calm down, perplexed as you. Get out of my body. Slide. What's with the noise? Jaehyun. You're awake. Do you recognize me? Mom? Kid. You were unconscious. For 3 days, Jaehyun. I can't believe you were involved in that incident right after leaving the hospital. What? What about father? Is he okay? He woke up yesterday. What a relief. There has to be a reason why fate brought us together. Let's do our best to find out. 3 years later. Ahan. Great. Let's do it again, one last time. Pio. Pow pow pow. Pant dang Ampion, you've improved a lot. I became physically fit after the incident. Thanks to this woman whose soul now co-occupies my body. Your blood flow is unbelievably terrible. I should save you before antimetatint. The woman introduced herself as an ascetic from Jangbike Mountain. She was a profound practitioner of internal energy flow, martial arts, and acupuncture. A bit to the left. Everything I saw and heard was also seen and heard by her. Oh my goodness. Did you really do all this by yourself? I saw it in a book. My health improved drastically. Can you please do something about your sight? Of course. There were a number of inconveniences I had to deal with. Still, she is the one that found a permanent solution to my health problems. I owe my life to this new member of my family. Have you decided on what to study in college? Not yet. I think I'm going to discuss it with my father one last time. Sung Ya Jaehyun. Is Dad home? Coin? Not yet. He said he has to work late today. I wanted to discuss what to study with him. I'll go to his office to talk to him, then we'll go home together. Okay, make sure you don't come home too late. Your father's practice seems to be going well. What a huge building. Tell me about it. He did say things have gotten better since the incident. It's as if he has founded a clan of defense attorneys. Plod. I just hope he starts giving me extra allowance. I refuse. Please calm down and hear me out, Sujin. But, why do I have to go to prison? You won't go to prison. You'll end up with a few hours of community service as a first-time offender. Why do I even have to do community service? You know that I didn't do it. You said you trust me. I do, but... Shout, I am not a drug dealer. Drug dealer? You must prove my innocence as my defense attorney. How can you make me out to be a drug user? Should I? Because you are accused of distributing drugs. Article 58 of laws related to management of drugs. An individual that imports, exports, manufactures, sells, distributes, or is in possession of illegal drugs shall be sentenced to life or at least 5 years in prison. After the trial, the most lenient punishment the prosecution can request is 5 years in prison. However, they are offering to treat you as a substance user instead of a distributor. To make it a mistake made out of curiosity. But I really didn't do any drugs. Both the prosecution and I know you are innocent. Then why? Why are you trying to make me a drug user? You transported 200 grams of tablets classified as an illegal drug at a night. Cub, pie wine Shiraz, and you left your fingerprints on the container. That is an indisputable fact. That's because that bastard, Tap I know. But the evidence only contains your fingerprints. And your boyfriend, a student at an American university, has already left the country. Which means we don't know when the man that could prove your innocence will be caught. Even if he is, I doubt he will tell the truth for your sake. What a disgraceful person. What kind of a man pins his crime on his girlfriend and runs away? They want to try you as a drug user instead of a distributor, taking your lack of criminal records into account. You can't waste 5 years in prison by fighting a battle you are unlikely to win. But I am innocent. Plop, think of it this way. Let's say you were working at a fine restaurant and got slapped a few times by a customer with wealth and power. You'll obviously feel humiliated and upset. What would you do if the perpetrator offered 100 million won for settlement? Approximately 69,100 USD. Well, ghoul. You would give it a serious thought. As a defense attorney, I would advise you to take the money. Perhaps that bastard would continue to get away from situations like that by paying his victims. Do I have to convince you to take it to court? Because he is likely to commit the same crime? No, my priority isn't justice. But what benefits my client the most? But in 5 years you'll be 34. 5 years of your life is much more precious than 100 million won. Think about it. The prosecutor will draft a bill of indictment by tomorrow night. What you will be accused of through the document is entirely up to you. Think about it. Close D. Dad. Jae-hun. Are you here to ask us what to study in college? Yeah. Let's grab dinner together while we're at it. Are you in the mood? For anything, just say the word. Really, sweet. Nom. Dad. I heard the conversation at your office about drug distribution. Your client seemed upset. Is everything all right? It's fine. It's nothing you need to worry about. I just found it a bit unfair. If both the prosecutor and you know that she is innocent, why does she have to be punished? It's true Soo-jin is innocent. However, we cannot prove that she is innocent. Can you prove that she is guilty? Yeah. Between the discovered facts and hidden truth, sometimes the discovered facts are more powerful than the hidden truth. Soo-jin has never even smoked a cigarette in her life, and she doesn't even drink alcohol because her body can't process it. After graduating from college, she got a job and worked hard without doing anything sketchy. To jump to the conclusion, she was used by that man. Then she should be let go. The problem is, the prosecutor in charge of this case is also a hard-working federal employee. Letting her go shouldn't be a problem at the moment. However, it becomes a huge issue when there is an internal audit, because Sujin's fingerprints are clearly there. What's the prosecutor supposed to say when asked why Sujin wasn't tried? That there's no way Sujin is guilty because she's been a good girl? That is not an adequate explanation someone in the legal profession should give. They want to pin the least serious crime on her. In order to avoid having to take responsibility for this later on. Your father must be an incompetent defense attorney. Why can't he prove her innocence in a court of law? Can't you prove her innocence in court? I will only be making claims. Told nothing will beat the fingerprint evidence. This is called principle of evidence, as stated in Article 307 of Criminal Procedure Law. It is the foundational principle on which modern criminal procedure law is based. You've been boxing lately, right? Yeah. It's like fighting for the plaintiff or the defendant, while wearing law as your gloves. The court is similar to the boxing ring in that regard. Except there is no weight class in the court. If you can only see yourself, losing the fight, surrendering before the match is a viable option. Someone in the legal profession must know how to throw the towel. In order to protect the player that is the client as their coach. Law is neither just nor fair, Jaehyun. It's only an effort by people to promote justice and fairness. A perfect legal system is realistically impossible. But enough about that. You wanted to discuss which path to take. A player in the ring and the coach, eh? Code of law. Me, spirit. A Vu He law. Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok. A player in the ring and the coach, eh? Code of law. Scribble, scribble. Interesting. Science flill of esoteric terms, it's too difficult for me. But it's probably no different from any other book for you. Creek. When did you? A bit ago. I thought you were sleeping, but you're studying. Wasn't really studying. Tap. Is that a law book? Do you want to? Not really, I was just curious. Beam. Chuckle, I only read it because of her. I have a question, Dad. What is it? You said you. After becoming a lawyer. Sense of duty as a defense attorney, I guess. There is this murder case I worked on. In the past, I met up with a friend of the suspect, who was his drinking buddy, to ask him a few questions. He said Jin-soo is not the killer. In most cases, a friend of short would say something like, there's no way he's the killer. But he was absolutely sure he wasn't the killer. That's when I noticed that this friend either is the real killer or knows who the real killer is. That is a sound deduction from an exchange of just few words. Brilliant. Get the real killer? No, I only wasted my time. The suspect was found guilty in court and later took his own life in prison. And the friend was killed in a car accident. What? I made a decision at that moment. The truth or the real culprit comes later. Trial District Court, if I am not absolutely sure I can prove my client innocent, I must reduce the sentence as much as possible, even if I have to make them appear mentally unstable. That is my foremost duty. What do you think? It's complicated. Going to law school greatly limits your choices. There are only 3 occupations to choose from. But there is a place where you can see all 3 in action. A court of law. I can get the court to issue you discretionary access. What kind of case is? It's a murder case. Inu Spiri a Fight Law Episode 2. Your Honor, I respectfully request permission to call Mr. Seongwang Park to the witness stand. Your father looks so professional in the court of law. I agree. Please state your name and affiliation. I am Seongwang Park, an examiner of the Division of Scientific Investigation at the Police Department. Did you perform an autopsy on the corpse of Miss Hee-seon Choi on October 17? Yes, I did. Cause of death was respiratory failure, caused by overdose of painkillers. What have you concluded from the autopsy? That the chance of homicide is highly unlikely. That is strange. If the autopsy result indicates that it was not a homicide, is it common for a criminal trial to be held? Flinch. That question asks the witness to make a conjecture. Withdrawn, Your Honor. Turn prosecutor. Proceed with cross-examination. No questions, Your Honor. What? Why is he putting himself at a disadvantage by not asking questions? Yet he doesn't seem nervous at all. Next witness, come to the stand. How could it be a homicide when she killed herself? That's what I'm saying. He has a distinctive style. Man. Sang-shun Choi, photographer and webmaster, is evil. Have you ever photographed Miss Hee-seon Choi tic-tac-toe? I have. Have you posted such photos before? I have on my website, Your Honor. I offer the website on which the witness posted pictures of Miss Hee-seon Choi as evidence, aimkorea.net. Claymore, next one. Click. I think you're right. How did you know Dick away? It's difficult to explain. But I can sense evil energy from him. This website was shut down, and you've been charged with distribution of pornography. Correct? Nightness, this is art. Have you paid the Mode Con? The website? Of course I have. Did you pay Ms. Hee-seon Choi in person? Grin, no. I gave the money to her manager. That man over there is Hee-seon Choi's father and manager. Jin-ju Choi, father of Hee-seon Choi. The witness has clearly designated the defendant as the father and manager. I submit the family registration certificate as evidence, Your Honor. I can't. Clamor. Not only has her father made money from his own daughter's misfortune, he also drove her to death. How would you describe the relationship between the defendant and her daughter? Itness, I get that they're family, but no children would ever be fond of a father that's making money by selling them off. Objection, rise. Calls for speculation, Your Honor. Sustained. Proceed with cross-examination. You were charged with operation of an illegal pornographic website. Has the final verdict been rendered in that case? No, it is still ongoing. Then, there is a chance for reduced sentencing for testifying on the witness stand in this trial. Is there not? Objection, Your Honor, I withdraw. Do you think there really was a plea bargain? Your father was probably trying to discredit him. Next witness, come to the stand. Doyoung Gwak, representative of the modeling agency, was Hee-seon Choi a model in your modeling agency? That's correct. She was one of the more popular models. Did you deliver the payments to Hee-seon Choi for her work directly? No. Mr. Jin-gyu Choi over there received all of the payments, down to the last. Proceed with cross-examination. Do you know who the manager of Soe Lee, The winner of last year's supermodel contest is, I do not. It's her father. Your Honor, many active supermodels and celebrities keep their parents as their managers and let them take care of income. I submit the list of celebrities and supermodels whose parents are their managers, as well as their financial advisors as evidence. They'd sell their own children for money. That's detestable. I would never take a case like that if I was a defense. He's clearly only doing this for the money. After the court was adjourned. Dad, is everything that was said in the court true? Did her father really make his daughter take those photos and get paid? Yeah, he did. Wow, what a piece of garbage. Do you really think so? Of course. How could you do that to your own family? He deserves to spend the rest of his life behind bars. What if they used that money to pay for the chemotherapy treatment of the victim's mother? Is he still a piece of garbage? Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok. Ensu 3 Sespi. What if they used that money to pay for the chemotherapy treatment of the victim's mother? Is he still a piece of garbage? I wasn't able to answer that. Maybe your father wanted to test you. I simply wanted to ask why he would defend someone like him. Witness, come to the stand. Witness Haiyong Seon. A friend of Heseon Choi. Were you aware that Mrs. Heseon Choi had another job outside of modeling? Witness, yes. When she had no work scheduled, she worked at a massage parlor. By massage parlor, are you referring to a place in which illegal prostitution takes place? That is correct. When did you discover this? 1 year ago. She was visibly distressed, so I asked her why. That's when she told me she was doing things like that to send her tattooed motive. She was on antidepressants and sleep-inducing pills. Clamor. Clamor, clamor. Clamor, both of which require prescriptions. Did Miss Heseon Choi visit doctors on a regular basis? No. Father used to bring her those medications. Your Honor, I submit a National Forensic Service report showing the defendant's fingerprints on the medication bag. Your Honor, the fingerprints on the medication bag must not be accepted as evidence in this trial. They only prove that she took such medication. Objection. The bag is included in the list of evidences to be submitted. It cannot be excluded due to the presence of fingerprints. Attorney for the defendant, it does not matter what is on the medication bag. The request is denied. I want her father to be punished for what he did. But that also means your father would lose the trial. Attorney for the defendant, proceed to cross-examination. Were you on good terms with Heseon Choi? Yes, we were roommates for 5 years. Then you two must have been close enough to share secrets that you wouldn't with others, such as sexual fetishes, glance, or when you last had sexual intercourse with a lover. Objection. The defense is putting pressure on the witness by asking questions unrelated to this case. It is a question that offers different perspectives to the case of death. There is a limit to the prosecution's investigation as things stand. This question can actually shed some light to that as well. Sustained. Continue with the cross-examination. The witness is still maintaining the sexual partnership with Mr. Kim, with whom Heseon Choi was lovers before her death, correct? Keep in mind that you have sworn an oath. Giving false testimony is a serious crime. Yes, I am. I can't fathom how devastating it would feel to be betrayed by a close friend. Was Hyeseon Choi aware of this partnership? Witness: she had no idea. Are you absolutely positive that she didn't? Oh, of course. She didn't treat me any differently until past. I see. Turn. Step. Dadoon. I submit evidence number 17, the cell phone of the deceased person. It contains a detailed text message conversation in which Mr. Kim ends the relationship, telling her that he has fallen in love with another woman. Objection. The content of that cell phone is private information. Overruled. This is no different from the medication bag from before. You can't include one and exclude the other. No further questions, Your Honor. Clamor. Claimer. Clamor: he's attacking that woman just to defend a scoundrel. Clamor by invading privacy too. Clamor: that defense attorney cares about nothing but money. Claimer. Being a defense attorney seems to require a lot of courage. One must endure unfair criticism by angry spectators. In the spirit. Episode 3. A few days later. Here, Guo Si Singer. Argument: these are the closing arguments from both sides. Read these and reach a conclusion on whether or not the defendant was found guilty. I won't tell it to you. Closing argument: thanks, Dad. But why didn't you mention her mother's chemotherapy treatment? Because. Gulp. That is not true. What? I was only giving you an example to broaden your perspective. I can't believe I fell for it, honey. Taco acid. With moving the plants. Take a good look at it. I gotta help Mom. Glance. Closing argument. Flip. Your Honor. Kor Tais Krilik Hyeseon Choi, the deceased, was driven to the absolute edge. Having to pose nude and even engage in prostitution due to egregious financial demands by her father. The defendant never considered the agony her daughter had to endure. Defendant, as he benefited from her humiliation. Furthermore, he left her alone when she was emotionally suffering from all this. He is a heartless father that drove his own daughter to death. That is clear proof that Thig was an involuntary manslaughter in the second degree due to recklessness. Attorney for the defense, proceed with your closing argument. Your Honor, the prosecution's argument is nothing more than conjecture based on the circumstances. Her father exploiting her, nude photography, prostitution, betrayal by a close friend and a lover. She overdosed on prescription medicine for those reasons and died. That is all there is to this case. I also believe that somebody has to be held responsible for this poor woman. However, our society unfortunately lacks many things in those regards. The highest level of punishment this court can impose on the defendant is nothing more than moral criticism. Sang-Shan Choi, accused of illegally distributing pornographic images. On his website, Sang-Chan Choi found guilty. Was also found to have arranged prostitution for women while posing as a famous photographer. He allegedly distributed psychoactive drugs to those women and unlawfully gained profit as well. You were right, he really is evil. That man was the only one that exuded that vibe. He's showing no remorse whatsoever. How could you do something like that? And give testimony on the witness stand to pin the crime on someone else? Clench. Because he treats another human being as just a tool. Even though the times are different, the nature of evil has not changed. Wait. So you're able to tell who's evil or not just by looking at them, correct? I can sense strange energy. I think I know now. Know what? Remember, you were wondering. What Kalold have brought us together? I've decided. If you can point out who is evil, cod me. I will crush them with the law. I'll become a prosecutor. Hello? Why aren't you saying anything? Hello? Original story, Songyong Story Studio, Art Mayong Siok. Ugh, I don't get it. Tap. Kenvo led me. Miss, I'm having trouble solving this problem. Sigh. Sigh. She could have at least told me why. The woman disappeared all of a sudden. Sure, she would constantly scold me for doing things wrong. That's not how you do it. I sometimes wanted her to go away for this reason. However, once she really left, I felt so lonely and empty that I couldn't get anything done. I tried to forget all about it by focusing on physical activities. Po pow pow. And studying rigorously to keep the promise I had made to her. 2 years have passed since she disappeared. Best of luck to all students. I started dating someone for the first time. Jiarip. Jaehyun. Why are you going to Mongsong when your scores are good enough to get into Hanguk University? Because of a promise I made with someone. What kind of promise? To become a prosecutor so that I can put evil people behind bars. Chuckle, that is awesome. Although it's not really a promise anymore. Jaehyun. Hulp. We will be adults soon, yeah. We should. Blush. Blush. Bahahaha, open. What the hell? Let's break up. Just say nole you don't want to. In the Spirit Alright Law Episode 4. What were you doing in the middle of the night? Have you given up on your studies? I got into Myeongsang University, as we promised. Woman. And that's the first thing you say after showing up? For the first time in 2 years? Gosh. Where have you been? Why did you disappear all of a sudden? I was trying to find this evil I had detected. I didn't know 2 years had passed since then. So are you going to disappear again? No, I won't leave all of a sudden like that again, and congrats on getting accepted into college. You won't get away with that next time. 3 months later. Myeongseong University, whoa. Can't believe I'm really a college student. Stare, Graham. Don't even think about. Just focus on your studies. I can't date anyone because of you. Do you still have trouble remembering everything? About your journey to find this evil? Yeah. I'm only getting small fragments of the memory. I can't put the pieces of the puzzle together. What do you think needs to be done for your memory to return? Army. I'm sure I'll find out as I spend time with you. Click you're here. Focus on the lecture. Hi, I'm Jaeun Gwan. Are you also a freshman? Yeah, hi. Tap. Nice to meet you, everyone. I'm Xiaomin Huang, in charge of giving lectures on criminal law this semester. Xiaomin Huang, attorney visiting professor. I look forward to working with all of you. We're going to look at a real case. You'll either represent the plaintiff or the defendant and write up a paper presenting your argument. Some of you will be selected to face me in a mock trial. Get a good grade in the argument, and you'll get an A for the semester. Any questions? Professor. You get to see our arguments in advance. But we have no idea about your strategy. I don't think it's fair. A court of law is unfair. In a criminal case, the prosecution discreetly hides evidence from the defense attorney, while the law firm and the defense attorney prepare all forms of legal responses against the prosecution. Besides, you can worry about that later, after having submitted a paper that is better than those of your peers. Ha 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 ha. I'm not expecting flawless papers from freshmen. Going to look at how in-depth your analysis of the case is. The mock trial is just a bonus. Glance beep. Soo-il Station murder case. You are to present your arguments regarding the Soo-il Station murder. Click. Defendant of the case is Dong-jin Lee, who was arrested on the spot. On the day of the incident, Dong-jin Lee was lingering around the public restroom in a commercial building near the station. He then followed the victim inside the restroom and brutally murdered her. There were 5 witnesses at the scene. But he did not care. He stabbed her more than 10 times. Dong-jin Lee had received treatments for schizophrenia for the past 2 years and stated that he frequently heard voices of women cursing at him. Lastly, be mindful of this when conducting an investigation of your own. Don't be swayed by suggestions from media reports. Pay attention to facts alone. Avoid the fallacy of confirmation bias and try your best to remain neutral. Claymore prosecution sounds so much easier. Claymore agree. He was arrested on the spot, and 5 people saw how brutally he murdered the victim. Claymore. What can a defense attorney emphasize aside from the mental condition? Claymore, it's obvious. Eileen A. perpetrator suffered from mental issues for 2 years, Miss Arenik suspect says. He doesn't remember anything. Dong-jin Lee had low self-esteem after rejection by his ex-girlfriend. Unlucky woman falls victim. 0 Nobody told her to walk around late at night while drunk. Don't you find the article strange? 3880 Bottle Ob. There is not a single piece of information about the victim. All I see are confessions by the defendant. You're right. An innocent person was murdered in cold blood. How could they suggest that she was just unlucky? Somebody has to take responsibility for this death. But they're treating it as if someone got killed by a bear or something. Click. That is not right. How about this then? I think I like that. I'll try to build on that and see where I can go with this. Hello, Swish Jaihun Guan. Yeah, it's me. Have you checked? Knew he was too good for a freshman. He clearly cheated. Original story Sangyeong Story Studio Art Myong Seok. Alright, let's start. We're supposed to have mock trials on the Soo-il Station murder case. Myeongsong University. Is Jaehun Guan here today? Yes, Professor, I'm here. So you're the son of Mr. Guan. Let's see if you really wrote this up without your lawyer father's help. Can you come to the front, Jaehun? Okay. Show me what you are made of, Inuhei spirit. Episode 5. Since Jaehun Guan submitted a paper defending the defendant, I will take the role of the prosecutor. Shall we begin with the prosecutor's sentencing recommendation? The defendant does have a history of mental health conditions, but it's impossible to tell if he was suffering at the time of the crime. It seems to have been a premeditated murder, based on the fact that he lingered around the victim with a weapon in possession for some time. It is fair to conclude that he had planned to kill his ex-girlfriend that humiliated him, or any woman that bore a resemblance to her. As such, I recommend a sentencing of 25 years for first-degree murder to the judge. What do you say as the defense attorney? I believe he is not guilty. Claimer. Null not guilty, clamor. Why? Are you trying to say the suspect was under the influence, based on his mental health issues? No, I believe the suspect was fully aware of what he was doing that day. He targeted the victim and acted on it. Yet you're claiming he isn't guilty. Do you realize that our arguments about the defendant are actually the same? I do, Professor, but I have a question. How much about the suspect's activity on the day of the crime was discovered during the investigation? What do you mean by activity? He was only clearly spotted by the surveillance camera in front of the public restroom. It is unclear exactly when and where he began following the victim. No further investigation was made on the suspect's activity. Why not? Because motive is the only missing factor for indicting a suspect arrested on the spot. Police did not see the need to investigate further. The defendant allegedly waited for the victim, who bore a striking resemblance to his ex-girlfriend near a public restroom for more than an hour. How did he know that the victim was going to show up there way in advance? Maybe he saw her at a bar nearby earlier. Is that important? Why didn't he act immediately upon seeing her then, when the crime took place? Defendant Dongjin Lee did not hesitate despite the presence of witnesses around him. If he had no intention of hiding the crime, there is no reason for him to wait for the victim to go to the restroom. Maybe he had second thoughts. He could have gotten scared to put the plan into action the first time. Are you saying that the defendant in possession of a weapon to Kilig Phi City Krend coincidentally found the victim that bore a striking resemblance to the target, hesitated for a bit, and took action? Did the Doik done that the victim and his ex-girlfriend indeed looked alike during their investigation? No, nothing of that sort was confirmed. Everything he said is from the paper he submitted, and the delivery is flawless. Could he really have written it himself? Then he was indicted based on his statements as a suspect alone. I see something wrong with that. Grin step. Step. As Jae-hoon Gwan pointed out, the police failed to investigate the motive properly, and the prosecution made the mistake of indicting the suspect based on police statements alone. This leads us to doubt even the smallest detail once considered a fact, meaning the motive becomes unclear. Whoa. This case put the general public in a state of shock due to the brutal nature of the crime and the presence of witnesses. It put tremendous pressure on the prosecution and the police to close this case quickly, which they did. All right, the motive is challenged. Now, may I ask why you're claiming he's not guilty? If the motive the defendant has stated is not true, we must put emphasis on the victim and start the investigation all over. Perhaps the police have reached a different conclusion had they done that from the beginning. Dongjin Lee could well have been a tool. Murika, are you claiming solicitation to murder? Yes, it is vital to find someone with the motive to kill her. Because the investigation was too poor to conclude it as a random killing. The defendant's activity on the day, unclear too. Even if it was a solicitation, that doesn't make him any less guilty of the crime. In this case, you can't even argue that he was under the influence of something. That's why I said he was a tool for murder, someone suffering from a mental health issue. He's in a vulnerable state to be controlled by someone else. Controlled, as in manipulated? In solicitation to murder, both the solicitor and the solicited are indicted on murder. However, manipulation, as suggested by Jae-hyun Kwon, is quite different. Although it isn't easy, if it can be proven that the mental manipulation indeed took place, the solicited person only becomes a tool for the crime committed. Because you can't charge a tool for the crime, they would be declared not guilty. Of course, the said person will be forced to undergo psychiatric treatment. You're left with the motive of the solicitor. Without that, your claim of murder, solicitation, and manipulation cannot stand. Because the police completely ruled Olet's solicitation to murder, I had to come up with an original story. The victim had a boyfriend, and things were getting serious between them. But the man was the son of a director of a huge hospital, while the victim was an ordinary person with an ordinary job. The man's parents did not approve of this relationship. Because they couldn't separate them, regardless of whatever they tried, they took a different approach. Giggle. What drama is he watching? So unrealistic. There's nothing funny about this. Those in the legal profession deal with cases that are way worse than this. Most murders occur because of money or love. If the suspect wasn't arrested on the spot, the police will have investigated all of the victim's past money problems and relationships. Please continue. While searching for someone to use as their tool from their hospital database, the boyfriend's parents found Dongjin Lee. He hadn't been on medication Nod Motto Timon Asian. His discharge from the hospital, so it was highly likely he was mentally unstable. There were records of hostility against women on display during his stay at the hospital, so he had the perfect motive. The defendant having been hospitalized at that particular hospital is too big of a coincidence, isn't it? As is the claim that the man in possession of a weapon in order to kill his ex-girlfriend ran into a victim that bore a striking resemblance to the target, Beam. Look at this kid, he's not bad at all. I hope you learned a valuable lesson about the indictment process today. If this took place in the United States, the prosecution would have been greatly humiliated, because if any of the jurors raised the possibility of manipulation or solicitation to murder, the judge would have declared a mistrial, meaning the trial is invalidated. While most associate not guilty with innocent, not guilty in a court of law simply means that the defendant was not proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt for the charges pressed by the prosecution alone. What would happen if the prosecution indicted someone on homicide, but the defense attorney proved that it was involuntary manslaughter? Because the prosecution failed to prove premeditated murder, the court must rule this as cannot be seen as guilty. Court. In other words, not guilty, because the judge only delivers the verdict based on the charges pressed by the prosecution. If the same defendant was indicted on involuntary manslaughter, they would have been found guilty. Court, but because the prosecution failed to back up their claim, they would lose the trial. Olet of 96 papers you have submitted, more than 70 of them were simply published articles put together. I'm not saying you all plagiarized. But you must develop a habit of taking the content of news articles with a grain of salt. The media mixes facts with their unproven arguments to make it appear entirely true. It's difficult to find out the truth from it. However, you'll be tasked with way more challenging jobs than that in the future. You'll have to uncover the hidden truth between claims by the plaintiff and the defendant and in witness statements and various evidences. The purpose of the criminal trial isn't to punish a criminal. Rather, it is to prove one's guilt. Never stop doubting. in order to prevent letting an evil person roam freely in society again. Claimer, claimer, claimer. Good job, you were fantastic. Of course. You and I spent 4 hours debating each other. Jae-hun. Step, step. I was impressed. You chose to defend the suspect and pointed out the flaw in the investigation. I never even thought about that. Oh, thanks. In light of that, I was going to ask you a favor. A favor? Original story, Sungyeong. Story Studio Art Myong Seok. I was going to ask you a favor. A favor? Would you be able to show me your paper? Mine? Yeah, I noticed that some of the points you made doubting the debate were similar to my argument. All right, but I'm pretty sure there is nothing I haven't brought up during the mock trial. I also thought the initial police investigation was too poor. You and I agree that they conducted little to no investigation on the victim or the suspect's background. The difference is, my argument was that Dong-jin Lee used his history of mental conditions in order to get a reduced sentencing. I assumed that the victim was his actual ex-girlfriend, instead of someone that just looked like her. The ex-girlfriend that belittled and humiliated him. Yeah. He could have killed her in front of a lot of witnesses as if it was a public execution. To make people believe that he was a complete lunatic. That guy seems pretty clever too, Lin. Premeditated random killing by a madman, eh? I'm curious about your paper now. Really? I can send it to you if you want to read the whole thing. Wanna exchange numbers then? Pors exquisite sure. 0FL, will you be at the freshman welcome party in the evening? No, they call it a welcome party, but pretty much haze freshmen that come. I don't want to become friends with people like that. I'm going to the library. Right, later. What do you think? He might come across as unsociable, but doesn't seem like a bad kid. I agree. He's not a friendly guy at all, so people may find him a bit snobby, but he's definitely smart. I sense evil in your tongue. That was a compliment. In the Spirit, Episode 6. Welcome to law school, freshmen. Club meetings. Joken Joen di Doen Jou Glug Pen E Okun say, you don't have to drink the whole thing in one go. No pressure, really. We won't force you to, just because we are older. You'll just have to deal with dirty looks and slightly unfair treatment. From upperclassmen at the campus. That's all. That's what you call forcing, moron. Take your time. Kids these days spit. Come on, that's a waste of alcohol. You should have told us if you can't drink. I'm so sorry. It's my first time drinking alcohol, so... Oh, really? You've never drank before? Fair enough. Everyone has their first time. Just do me one favor, and I'll let it slide. Say, Seongcheol, you're such a hottie. I love you. There he goes again. Haha, cock. And you'll be in good hands for the entire semester. Cut it, Olet. You're clearly trying to take advantage of freshmen. What the? Clutcho, so you want to be a tough guy in front of a girl, huh? You're the one acting like underclassman. Aren't you ashamed? What the hell did I do? I was only trying to lighten the mood. I can easily ruin the welcome party for the freshmen. You've already done enough to ruin it. If you're offended, throw the first punch, so I can legally beat you up in self-defense. You little. That's enough, Seongcheol. Sir? Good to see you, sir. Have a seat, everyone. We're not in a gang. Sinyu Lee, 28, fourth-year law student. Don't be a bully, you're not in high school anymore. Mong, I can explain. This kid was giving me an attitlied. At least one person has some decency, it looks like. This isn't, you can easily get the whole school in trouble if someone records this. Apologize to the freshman unless you plan to take responsibility. Anniversary space aversity. Stite oh okay. And here, buy them some food with this, hom swish. That's the best way to welcome freshmen. Understood? Whoa. And. May I have a word with you? He hasn't even introduced himself yet. He's clearly up to something. I'm Sin Lee Lee. I got into law school 8 years ago. 8 years? What was he doing in school for that long? I have something to talk to you about, if that's all right. With you. Trance. A Lambo, he drove that to school? Get in the car. Professor Huang said, you put up quite a performance during the mock trial. Did your father coach you? He knows my father and Professor Huang. Do you know my father? Of Kalirsi I do. Defense attorney Dio Ko Guan, right? CBE, how do you know about him? That's a strange question. Your father is the most famous defense attorney these days. Please don't tell me you knew nothing about your father. Especially when you're studying law. Are you okay with alcohol? Alugam, yeah. Oh, know anything about me? You're an upperclassman. So nothing, tap. You've heard of Yulgin Corp, right? Isn't that an insurance company? I remember seeing a commercial about it. Their main business is in the chemical industry, although they don't produce consumer products. And I happen to be their youngest son. Gulp, youngest son of a wealthy conglomerate family? Like in a drama? What business does someone like him have with me? Has father taken on a case involving Yulgin Corp or something? With that said, I have a favor to ask you. You had a few drinks, chuckle, there was a freshman welcome party. Fair. You gotta have some fun too since you're old enough now. Just make sure not to let it go out of control. Connor. By the way, father, have you heard of Yulgin Corp? Their youngest son bought me a drink. At a really expensive Japanese restaurant. Why would he buy you a drink? He happens to be an upperclassman in my school. He asked if I could set up a meeting with you sometime. I heard you're working. The moment. It sounds like you accepted it, right away. Without asking me about it first. In exchange for a fancy meal and a drink. Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok. He asked if I could set up a meeting with you sometime. I heard you're working with them at the moment. It sounds like you accepted it, right away. Without asking me about it first. In exchange for a fancy meal and a drink. Being in the law profession means that there are many secrets to keep. If you accidentally tell others about a case I'm working on, unwelcome things may happen, and a Myeongsong University law student, Professor Wang said, might be well connected with people in my line of work. It's best for you not to worry about what I work on. Much less discuss it with somebody else. T'understand? Anyway, since my son owes him, I'll have to pay him back as your father. What? I don't owe him anything. Jae-hun. He's the son of the owner of a large corporation. He's no ordinary student. If someone like him treated you to dinner, it's something you must pay back. Nothing is free in the professional world. Inu Spirit of the Law Episode 7. To do nice to meet you, Mr. Guan. W.I. Sin Lee Lee. Pleasure is all mine. I'm Jae-hun's father. Allow me to cut to the chase. I'd like to make you an offer, since you're already working with Yuljian Corp. I was hoping you'd make things favorable for me. Favorable? I don't know. I may be in law school, but I am not a good student. All I know about the law is Article 1 of the Korean Constitution. All citizens shall be equal, was it? That's Article 11, Clause 1 of the Constitution. And it's equal before the law. That equality is the first article in my book. Besides, I don't believe all are equal before the law anyways. Is being equal all you're asking for? You've seen it all. Consider this. They went to prestigious schools, yet can't solve a single math problem. On the contrary, I turned down the admission through donation and made it to Myeongsong University Law on my own. Espresso cold drinnies. 2CR09, 201 NMA, yet they're only offering me one department store. What am I, a beggar on the street? Those idiots are set to inherit way more than I am. It's aggravating, to say the least. As you already know, the CEO has already decided the size of the slice each person is going to inherit. The law firms are simply cutting the pie according to the predetermined shares. My job is to spot errors during the process. That's precisely where I was going with this. The law firms will make a lot of errors while cutting the pie. I'd appreciate it if you could overlook those. I heard you were just a young troublemaker, but you're more crafty than I thought. I'll take that as a compliment. Today's meeting was to properly thank my son's college friend for buying him a fancy meal. I believe I've heard enough. I will give you my answer by next week. Law Office of Guan Li. Urology Group Real Estate Auctions Raimise, sent your back, Mr. Guan. Step. Cancel all appointments for the rest of the day, and bring all documents for Yuljian Corp to my office immediately. Flip, I knew it. He's planned out an ultrageous benefit for himself. 2 months later. Jaehyun, Myeong Universe. Sinyu? Good to see you. I had a meaningful conversation with your father the other day, thanks to you. You've done me a real service. I want to express my gratitude properly. Do you want a sports car or something? Don't forget what your father has told you. It's really all right, Sinyu. I don't need a can. You're just like your father, haha. But I owe you a big one. Give me a chance to make up for it in the near future, will ya? What do you think the conversation with my father was about? I don't know, but he looks really elated. Jae-hun. Hey. Hyung Lee. Done for the day? Yeah. Let's grab something to eat and head to the library. Next year? Really? Dawn plus 24-hour ATM. But the bar will be in February. Are you sure? I'm just giving it a try. I'll probably have to retake it later. Wanna do it too? Your logic is already strong enough to persuade people in court. Beam. See, cut it out. Are you aiming to pass the bar before graduating? Yeah, since money is a bit tight, I want to get into JRT as soon as possible. Judicial Research and Training Institute is an institution primarily responsible for training and re-educating lower ordinary court judges in South Korea. I have 3 chances if I take the first one next February. I must pass the bar in 3 tries. Najeong, oh, it's Najeong. When are you going to get a girlfriend, Jae-hun? Yeah, Najeong. Okay, I'm fine with that. Why do you think I'm unable to? Najeong cool with that? Yeah, I told her this even before we started dating. I'll pass the bar quickly and travel with her or something. What a cute couple. Second semester started, and it became harder to hang out with friends or acquaintances because of my studies. But I heard about Sin Yu from an unexpected source. Aungus to inherit the corporation. Why? Yuljin Corporation's share structure under scrutiny. Sun, a Myeongseong University law stuck. Beacon Yuljin Corp's youngest to inherit majority. Articles about Yuljin Corp's inheritance situation spread. Sin Yu seized about 80% of the corporation's shares and became the youngest CEO among wealthy conglomerate families in South Korea. Wasn't expecting to inherit the whole thing. It really okay for me to have all this? Settling for mediocrity is worse than making no efforts in my opinion. If you're going to be enemies with your siblings anyways, it's better to take more. But are you sure you're satisfied with just this? As long as you supply me with the staff I need and meet my share structure demands, that will be easy. You are a permanent partner of me and Yuljin Corp, Mr. Guan. Just say the word if there's anything else you need. You will get it right away. Law firm PC Lee, professional corporation. Law firms have shareholders, directors, and law officers. Not new Connecticut unit. Voektidi. Can't reach Hyongyu? Nope, this guy. He's been absent for 2 whole weeks and hasn't picked up a call. Calling Hyongyu. He should be reported missing at this point. Yang Lee, where have you been, and why aren't you answering calls or texts? I thought you died or something. Done. I'll tell you everything after class. What happened to you? Please excuse me, sir. I'm Detective Yoon-seok Kang of Mapo Police Homicide Squad. Hyong Uis Lee. You are hereby under arrest for the murder of Na-jeong Kim.
What?
Original story Sangyeong Story Studio Art Myeong-seok. Hyong Lee Lee. You are hereby under arrest for the murder of Na-jeong Kim. What? You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before. Click what the murder? Wasn't Na-jeong Hyong-yu's beloved? Why would he murder her? You have the right to apply for a habeas corpus. Bore. It doesn't cost you anything to hire a state-appointed attorney. But you should know that already, since you're a law student. Hyong-yu was arrested. Clamor. Claimer. For murder. Inuha Spirit of the Law Episode 8. Professor Taiho Park. Do you really not know anything? I don't. I heard you were Hyong-u's closest classmate. I am. But we really haven't talked much about anything other than academics. He didn't seem to have many secrets. But he hated to be on the receiving end of pity, so Wild never tell me. He was going through a tough time. Your father runs a successful law firm, so he could have felt relatively deprived of opportunities. It probably wasn't easy for him to tell you about his financial situation. He could have gone to a better school, but came here for the full scholarship. He was the top student in your class. Jae-hun. Do you really think Hyong Lee is not the killer? Have nothing to say. I want a lawyer. Okay, you don't want to make things easy for us. I get it though. You're a law. Sylveni, I already told you, I was in my room at that time. Click. Sorry, I'm late. Detectives. I would like to speak with my client, so if you can excuse us. It's pointless to maintain that stance. We have solid evidence already. You will be found guilty. You're a student at Myeongseong University Law. Yeah. Sun Yan Jo defense attorney Swish. I'll be straight to the point, since you're also studying law. I read through the case file before getting here. Is there someone that can corroborate your alibi? There isn't, but you live in a multifamily building. You didn't run into any of your neighbors? No, I was pretty much always in my room since November. You wolled get home around 6 p.m. after class. You stayed inside the whole time and didn't even step outside for some fresh air? I can sit and study for hours at once. The baseball bat that was used to kill the victim is also yours. Yeah, but I lost it. It was stolen, to be precise. On the day or the day before, I can't recall. What a shame, it's all over. You sound convinced that I really am the killer. Tap. I'm not an investigator, prosecutor, or judge. Whether I believe you or not doesn't really matter. You know this too, since you're a law student. The physical evidence found is enough to prosecute you for the crime, and you'll most likely be found guilty. I don't have anything in my hands that could turn things around. If you do, please share it with me. Don't ask me to believe you, because that's pointless. So you were in a romantic relationship with Najeong Kim since high school. Yeah. Records indicate that you spoke with her over the phone on the day of her death. We couldn't meet. Often because I was studying for the bar in February. She obviously wasn't too happy about it, but we never argued or fought. Najeong would jokingly ask to break up from time to time. She said, it was so that I don't take our relationship for granted. Is there a way to prove it? No. Were you able to see the autopsy report by any chance? Of course. I did. Do you want to see it too? No. Do you think, Najeong? Let's get married after you pass the bar. You'd better ask for my hand in marriage and passed away without feeling too much pain? The callus of death is blunt force trauma to the head. She likely died instantly. The victim most likely did not feel any pain. Drop dude. I see, that's a relief. I guess. Miss. I really don't think Hyong Yu would commit murder. Verita. 82. Professor, I pulled some strings, and would you like to visit him? iMessage. What are you going to do? Jae-hun. Love can make you lose composure and turn you into a completely different person. Do you really think Hyong Lee is not the killer? Bite. Ugh. Scratch. Rise. I'm going to see for myself. Original story, Songyang Story Studio Art Myong Seok. Step. You look good, dude. They must feed you well here. My case hasn't been escalated to the prosecution yet, so I eat what the officers eat. That's special. Treatment. Got friends in high places? Plop, I guess prosecutors that graduated from our school are secretly watching over me. All jokes aside, let me ask you this. Gulp. What did your lawyer say about your innocence? Come on, dude. Is it that hard to ask whether or not I killed someone? You're the type of person to take your parents' killer to the court instead of getting revenge yourself. You wouldn't kill someone. Sniffle. My lawyer said it's best to just confess. The sad thing is, I don't see a way out of this either. Involuntary manslaughter would get me 5 years in prison. If I behave, I should be able to get it. In 3. Snap out of it. You're making yourself look like the killer. Slam. The real killer is someone that knows me well. Why do you think so? The murder weapon was my baseball bat. It was stolen. I don't even remember where I had placed that thing. Any guesses? Well, I really can't think of anyone that would do that. I don't think I've ever made enemies, to the point where someone would pin a crime on me. But maybe I'm wrong. Bro, is there something I can do for you? Then. What is it? Just say the word. Bite. Nothing. I was gonna say thanks. In the spirit. Episode 9 Your Friend, from Myeongsong University, Law Office of Sunghikan Jo. Yeah, so you want to help Olit, a friend in need, yeah. Then persuade him. He can be released on parole 3 years later if he confesses and behaves well in prison. But sir, Hyong-yu is not the... Do you have evidence to prove that? You know what Criminal Procedure Article 307 states, right? Principle of evidence. There has to be a perfect piece of evidence to turn this around and prove him innocent. But there are so many things that don't make sense. First of all, Hyong Lee isn't the type of person to commit involuntary manslaughter. I don't sense any evil intent from him, but he clearly feels sorry to somebody. I wonder if that's to the victim or you. Any friend wild say that. But you're Hyong-yu's defense attorney. It is your duty to defend him. Slam, I have 3 cases of public trial and 2 additional meetings with suspects today. I'm not a private attorney exclusively working for your friend. My other clients are just as desperate as your buddy. Unfortunately, there's only so much I can do for him. I can't. I really want to, but there's nobody that can take the case. Look around you. They all look so busy, don't they? I'm sorry for asking something like this, Father. Fern E. Hyong Lee, was it? I'll look into it. Worse. But don't expect too much. Back to square one. Do you remember the class I took during the first semester? You want to talk about the Suil Station murder? Yeah. Strikingly similar to Hyong-yu's case. Nobody is thinking about the victim, just like back then. They think the case is as good as closed because they got the suspect with evidence found at the scene. The suspect was arrested on site in Suil Station case, and perfect evidence was secured in this case. I see your point. Yeah, the real killer would want the case to be closed as soon as possible. Then you should get moving right away. Time is of the essence. Where? Search around the victim first. Hello, I'm a student at Myeongsong University Law. May I ask a few questions? Questions? Are you by any chance close with Najeong Kim or know anyone that is? No, you should ask someone else. Wait, if you've read the article. Excuse me. Myeongsong? Yeah. Then, are you friends with Hyungyu by any chance? I am. I saw him a few times while hanging out with Najeong. Can you please tell me more? Thank you for your time, Yeonhui. I'm friends with Hyung Lee. We're also colleagues at Myeongsong University Law. Memory in Max Coffee. That's a surprise. I thought Hyung-yu wouldn't have friends. You're not far off. He doesn't have friends besides me. Do you know how Najeong and Hyung-yu met each other? You said you're friends with Hyung-yu. How do you not know that? Fee, you know him. He's not exactly the type of person to share details like those. Right, he's reticent and boring. Max Coffee, we 3 have been friends since high school. Yaeong Lee and Najeong started dating then, but weren't really made for each other, I would say. Why not? Did they disagree on a lot of things? No, Najeong compromised a lot, so there weren't really disagreements. 2020, it's not that. Then what? Sweet and delight memory in Max Coffib. I don't want to sound anything but their backgrounds were different. Najong was pretty wealthy then, ith coffee yeah, but she would never brag about it. She didn't really stand out, so only her close friends knew that. Did that cause the two of them to rethink their relationship? Mac. No, Najong wasn't the type of person to care about that. Ask her what happened on the day of her death. Hivi. Do you remember anything from the day of the incident? I remember. Everything. I mean, how could I forget? It was another friend's birthday, so a bunch of us met up. But Najong had to leave around 9 p.m. Because her father was hospitalized due to poor health. She felt guilty about drinking until late at night. Did Najong say anything about Hyung Lee that day? The police said she broke up with Hyung Lee over text. Max Coffee. What? Did they really say that? Na Jiang left her phone at home that day. What? That's definitely strange. How could she text him without the phone? Max Coffee. I knew it. That has to be the real killer's doing. I'm afraid I must run somewhere right now. Thank you so much for your time. I will return the favor someday. Here's my number. Can you please let me know if you remember anything else? Okay, I will. Ring. Attorney Sungyeon, Joe. Hello, Jae-hun. Can you come to Mapo police station right now? Mr. Joe, did you find anything new? No. I was just told that they're escalating Hyun-Yu's case to the prosecution. Original story. Sangyeong story. Studio art. Myong Seok. Upholding justice. I see. The victim's cell phone was found at the scene of the crime. But if she had misplaced her cell phone that day, it doesn't add up. Do you think you can turn things around with this? I will have to meet up with the prosecutor. I'm going to request a reinvestigation. That will buy us some time. Do you think Hyung-Yu can be released from custody then? This isn't a movie, you know. They never release a murder suspect before the trial in South Korea. I won't tell Hyung-Yu about the fake text message you discovered. An uncertain hope is even worse, I get it. Let's head. I seen. What the hell have you been doing, by the way? Inu His Spirit of the Law, Episode 10. Creek. You're here again? Study, bro. If you're happy to see me, just say it. Let me ask you this. Hyung-Yu. I heard Najeong's family was quite wealthy. Yeah. Are you upset I didn't tell you? No. Did her family dislike you by any chance? I want to make sure Najeong didn't ask to break up with you due to her family's opposition. Her family was pretty fond of me. They liked the idea of having someone in the legal profession in the family. They told me to go to university law and even offered to pay for my tuition. Although I declined it, you came to our school as the top student in our class. On a full ride. Chuckle. Step. I'm back. Heard you didn't go to class today. Didn't you have an exam? How's your investigation going? I can explain, Dad. Don't be so nervous. Haha. I heard from your friend's lawyer that you found new information. Can you share that with me? Whew. All right. Would you proceed with this case, if you were the prosecutor? I think I would have second thoughts about it. Because of the fake text. There's a chance that the crime scene was staged. And why is that text fake? Can you prove that somebody else sent that text? Najeong's friend said so. If bombarded with questions at the witness stand, any young woman would break. She'd eventually say something like, I'm not sure. Because the prosecutor would want to get a guilty verdict. What would you do if you were the defense attorney? I would probably accept the deal by the prosecution to go with 5 years for involuntary manslaughter. I would also probably submit petitions from professors of the university to ask for leniency. That is what most prosecutors and defense attorneys do. Sigh tap. You haven't given up yet. No, there's still plenty of time before the trial. Then meet up with the victim's family. Your friend was transported to the prosecution. If he loses the will to go on, he'll accept the deal from them. You want to prevent that. Get petitions from the victim's family or something. The victim or their family, asking for leniency, gives the prosecution a reason to seek a less severe punishment. Get that first before continuing your investigation. Then I'll let it slide. Even if your grades are terrible this semester. Thank you. Hanguk University HC. Speedle. Elt 82 Sungyeon-jo Attorney, Sungyeon-jo 00 Hospital, Room 00 The detective. Asks, you didn't hear this one got this on from me Sage. Do you think you can do it? I'll give it a go. I'm willing to get slapped a few times. Knock knock. Apologize for visiting without notice. I am Hyung Lee Choi's friend from college. Whose friend, Hyung Yu Choi? How dare you show up here? Get the hell. Take this man outside. Hyung Lee Choi's friend is here? Are you serious? That murderer. I can't believe he had the audacity to send his friend here on his behalf after killing my sister in cold blood. Hold on, please hear me out. You're no different from that criminal. Get thee outta here. Hyung Lee is not the killer. Shut up. No one else could have done this. Don't even think about showing up here again. You won't get any petitions from us. Did you feel anything from them? I don't know why, but they were kind of happy. What? Happy? They were flustered by your unexpected visit, but that's it. I didn't sense any grief for losing their sister or anger towards the killer. Gosh, I was hoping I was wrong, but don't jump to conclusions yet. Think about it. Most murders take place because of money or love. Money. Inheritance. Rise. It was quite a scene up there, yet Najong's father was nowhere to be seen. Would the father of a victim really do nothing if the murderer's friend unexpectedly showed up? That makes no sense. Right, he's probably in no condition to speak, much less get out of bed. After the father passes away, his children will inherit his wealth. Maybe the two of them are waiting for their father to die. That doesn't necessarily mean they're the killer. They could just be happy about the inheritance. But the looks on their faces are bothering me. There clearly is something, but how am I going to pursue that? Neither Sungyeon-jo nor my father has time to work on this case, but they're the only ones I can count on. Then, I'm going to go to my father's office, but your father is too busy to help. Chi-him case. It'll be all right. Blood is thicker than water after all. Original story, Songyong story, studio art, Myong Seok. That is not too shabby at all. Are you really studying law? Yeah. You should be studying to become a cop instead. Not everyone is born with such keen intuition. Jongyu Kim, investigator at Guan Lee, former detective. Stop joking around and tell us what you think. Murder and money always go well together. Will it be possible for you to look deeper into it? Give me 2 days. I will get to the bottom of this fishy smell. In the Spirit of the Law, Episode 11, 2 days later. Tap. So I dug up about the victim's father, and it's pretty crazy. Have you discovered a lot? I indeed have. He has more than 10 buildings to his name in Daejeon and Cheongcheong. Not to mention several acres of land along with them. The thing is, he is gravely ill, end-stage lung cancer apparently. He will pass away once life support is removed. His daughter wanted to let him pass away, in peace, while his sons argued against it. That can't be all there is to it. You've nailed it. He wrote up a will with his lawyer as soon as he was diagnosed with end-stage cancer. And the delighter is at an advantage. That's right. He lost 4 buildings bec a lease of his 2 sons. They told their father they'd invest that money, but wasted it all at the casinos. He decided to give everything to his young daughter? She was kind and wasn't wasteful. And he trusted his Flitcher son-in-law, who was studying to become a judge more than his own sons. He already passed down a building to each of his sons, and his daughter was to inherit everything else. That is motive enough for murder, I'd say. But we're still only. It's a matter of who did it between the two. Cold have conspired together. You think they did it together. Why do you say that? They had the same look. That isn't decisive enough. For it is inexplicable, I guess. They were not grieving their sister's death, nor were they angry at the killer. However, Will Kala. Angkong, how do you think? Receiving a text about the real killer's identity? If they're innocent, they'll call and ask who the killer is. If they are hiding something, they will text back, because they wouldn't feel comfortable talking. Right. And if they conspired together, only one of them will answer, because they'll discuss this issue. Gosh, you are definitely a detective material. Thank you. Onas. Use this. It's a burner phone, so it's perfect for a situation like this. A burner phone? Isn't that illegal in Korea? Is it weird for me to have stuff like that? But being a lawyer means you must tread a fine line between legal and illegal activities. Tap 15:17 p.m. Sansanga B. All tap 86 byte I know who really Najong Kim. Recipient, tap send. Def Tuv Kiar and Pors Tiap. There. Let's see what they say. Tick tock tick. Talk tick. Talk tick fock. There. Who is it? The oldest or second oldest? Grin, the oldest brother. Sansung 79 Allah, I know who really killed your sister Najong Kim. Who the hell are you? Tap to enter. I knew they conspired together. What next? Do you want my firm to take your friend as our client? I can submit a bunch of precedents to the judge and request a reinvestigation. I'll let Hyong Yu know. He'll be delighted. Can I ask you something? Yeah. You said you were too busy to help me out with this. Are you a bit less occupied these days? No, I'm still busy. But this case is profitable. You heard Jongyu too. Each? A building. We'll file a lawsuit seeking compensation for damages. Okay, I will tell the state-appointed attorney about it. Tap, have you looked up what I asked you to? I am still working on it. I think it's going to take time. Hold nothing back. Now that their sister is dead, the brothers are going to get life support removed soon. You must find an illegitimate child before it's too late. Of course, I'll make someone if I have to. The father's girlfriend probably doesn't expect to inherit his wealth. That's why we must act as her representative and make the impossible possible. collecting 30 to 40% as fees in the process. That is what happened, and Guan and Li decided to take Hyong-yu's case. My father will reach out to you shortly. Ring sale. Wow, you're more incredible than I thought, kiddo. Great work. What's with the long face? I thought things went well. I feel like my father has changed a little. He keeps mentioning money. He has been refusing to take this case until he noticed that there was money to be made. And how many defense attorneys in Korea do you think Lee Zayer burner phones like he does? Glance, this is illegal. Is that why? You drew uni it with you? I actually forgot to give it back to him. But tell me, miss, have you noticed anything strange about my father? One thing is for sure. Your father's ambition definitely grew. Ambition? Yeah. But having a huge ambition doesn't necessarily make that person evil. That's why I didn't say anything. Besides, we have a more pressing matter at hand. You're right. I'll stop here about my father for now. But not because I'm okay with it. Glance. What are you going to do next? Father was right when he said, there's nothing decisive. So we'll make one. All a Yeonhui Kim 0100X sucks. Face talk call message voicemail resents favorites. Original story Sangyeong Story Studio Art Myong Seok. Max Goffel. You wanted to see me. Sorry for bothering you with this again, Yeonhui. If it's all right with you, can you make just one phone call for me? A phone call? Yeah, to tell you the truth, we found the likely. We laid a trap to get him, but he already knows my voice. I will make sure you're not exposed to danger. All you have to do is say, what's on this piece of paper when they pick up the phone and hang up right away. Swish. Why are you asking me though? As you already know, Hyong-yu doesn't have many friends. I thought you might help. Close with Najeong. Deef, but I can't be the only one. I will make the real killer of Najeong pay for their crime. And I would love to take you out to dinner after all this is over. Come to the parking lot of Honggang Park to the north of Dongjak Bridge. At 9 p.m. this evening, if you want to know who the real killer is. I'm going to go straight to the police station if you don't show up in time. In the Spirit of the Law, Episode 12. Do you really think they'll come? You still don't understand the people of the 20th century. Sko. Told you. They rode a cab here. They didn't want to expose their license plate. Tap because they don't want people to know that they were even here. They're clearly underestimating detectives. Let's go and confront them. Good to see you again. Wait, you were at the hospital before. Who do you think you are? We have no time to play your game. This is no game, I'm being serious. Oh, right, you were friends with that bastard Hyong-yu. Are you doing this to get him out of trouble? They seem intimidated for some reason. I didn't expect that to be the first question. Aren't you supposed to ask me who the real killer? Don't worry, I won't record this. LT68, data power off, sauce emergency call, slide to call emergency services cancel, I'll cut to the chase. On the day of Najeong Kim's murder, Hyong Lee received a text message from her, ending their relationship. But according to Najeong's friend who was with her, at the moment, Najeong had left her phone at home that day. Enter passcode to enable Face ID. ADC Maho Tuv Pores cancel emergency. Strangely, the police collected her cell phone from the scene of the crime as a piece of evidence. Hyong Lee also said he had misplaced his baseball bat, which was discovered at the scene of the. Don't you find it suspicious? Shut up, the baseball bat is damning evidence. But another suspect enters the stage here. Despite having numerous commercial buildings and apartments, and several acres of land, the old man's life was coming to an end. So he left a will, letting his daughter inherit all of his wealth, aside from one building for each of his two sons. Hyung-yu's defense attorney will inform the Dolis of this fact and request a reinvestigation. He has a new defense attorney, by the way, from one of the largest law side in Jeollai. No less. What I'm trying to say is that you two had better come up with an alibi quickly. Let's go, bro. Don't pay attention to a lunatic. I agree. This bastard is fabricating a story. As you're already aware, I'm friends with Hyung-yu. I hadn't said this because it would tarnish his reputation. Ag. But Hyung Lee was cheating on Na Jeong with a colleague from school. They were actually together on the day of Na Jeong's murder. He can easily prove his innocence by deciding to reveal that small flaw. Who do you think the police would suspect next? That's bullshit because I watched him from 4 p.m. Shut up, idiot. There, that's the final piece of the puzzle. The second oldest brother watched Hyung-yu from afar, while the oldest killed Na Jeong Kim. Don't worry, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Chuckle, just promise me one thing, and Hyung Lee will confess to the murder before the end of the day. What the hell? Why would we promise you anything? The prosecution is planning to seek an involuntary manslaughter charge against him. That's between 5 and 7 years in prison. With good behavior, he'll be released on parole in 3. That's not much more than serving in the military. Hyung Lee is willing to keep his mouth shut for 5 billion won, approximately 3.4 million USD. Giving him that money means we're admitting to the crime. What if he doesn't honor his part of the bargain? Pay him after he goes to prison. I trust you too. Bro, let's just pay him. Shut up, you moron. The law. Firm will request a reinvestigation to the prosecution tomorrow. You need to decide quickly. Fine. I will play along for now. I will do as you say if Hyung Lee confesses to the murder and pleads guilty first. Good. I heard everything I wanted to hear. Very well, I'll be on my way then. But before I go, does the younger brother also agree? Pause. Vi. On the day of the crime, the younger brother watched Hyung-yu. He didn't know why, but his brother made him. If I were him, I would run to the police and tell them the truth. That it's actually my brother that committed the murder. Because the actually didn't kill anyone, unless you knew that he was going to kill your little sister all along, which I doubt. One move, and you'll become the only legitimate heir to inherit everything. I don't see why you're still here, honestly. Those sly little punks. Do you think they'll really pay you and Hyung-yu? I don't want the money. I came here to confirm my suspicions. But the prosecution or police won't just take your word for it. Did Yoli forget that I have 2 phones? Swish Samsung I recorded the entire conversation with the burner phone. Once the prosecution or police hears this, the brothers will be in deep trouble. This will put them behind bars for sure. What do you think? I would like to have a word with the boy first. Tell me. Think. I think that's enough to conduct a reinvestigation. Not that. Do you think this can be accepted as evidence in the trial? Honestly, I doubt it. Original story Sangyeong Story Studio Art Myong Seok. Tell me what you think. I think that's enough to conduct a reinvestigation. Not that. Do you think this can be accepted as evidence in the trial? Honestly, I doubt it. Prosecution Service. If I was their defense attorney, I would argue that the situation was abnormal. What if you were the prosecution? Prosecution service, I'll fight to have it accepted as evidence, using Articles 3 and 14 of Telecommunication Privacy Law and Self-Help. In Article 23 of Criminal Law as basis, self-help refers to individuals exercising their rights without resorting to legal writs or consulting higher authorities. Article 23 of Criminal Law states that only the suspect themselves can seek that. Based on Article 23 alone, yes. But self-defense in Article 21 of Criminal Law also needs to be taken into account, because it falls under the category of an act to defend against the current unfair infringement on legal good of another individual. Wow, I'm impressed, haha. Except the conversation is entirely hypothetical. This cannot be accepted as evidence. Were you planning to use it as evidence? Of course not. A prosecutor, willing to lay traps and baits here and there. Suspects will dread facing you in an investigation in the future. What was that about the younger brother, though? Oh, I was just giving him an idea just in case. An idea? Yeah. Just in case that he realizes he is one of the most likely suspects in the reinvestigation. The only way out of that, when he's under tremendous pressure. It'll be difficult to resist the temptation to turn on his brother, especially when he could seize their father's wealth all by himself. Mr. Yun, it'll be humiliating for the prosecution if we can't get them indicted with all this. It's nearly done. I won't make the mistake of choking at a crucial moment. If you'll excuse me, I have a reinvestigation to conduct. Rise. Get everything verified first, and let the other guy go. Of course, I will get to it right away. Wait for me outside, Jae-hun. I have something to discuss with the chief prosecutor. Okay, see you in a bit. Dao. Your son wants to be a prosecutor, right? He's full of passion, yeah. He also seems willing to try unconventional methods. Take good care of him if he becomes one. Ha! We're not caretakers here. Isn't he going to inherit your firm later anyways? Don't be like that, haha. His performance at instant light of justice is all that matters. Secution on service, an institution primarily responsible for training and re-educating prosecutors, investigators, and some federal employees. Do you know what's happening with the Yulgin chemical case, by the way? Rose. Pros what? I thought you. Your son's case, but this was. A question while I'm here, that case bothers me too. I was going to ask you a question. What kind of family filled is so dirty like this? I'm sure everyone else is just as greedy. They're simply not showing it. Hey, not me. I'm satisfied with my position. Then I'll open a private firm after I retire. I'm willing to offer you a job at my firm, sir. Stop it. I'm going to be a divorce lawyer in a rural area or something. I've been hearing that you're the one with real power at Yulgin, though. Is that true? Real power, my butt. I'm just a contractor working with them. In the Spirit of the Law, Episode 13 Hanguk. Viversity Hospital. Knock knock. Mr. Jongho and Songho, yeah? We're from Seoul Western District Prosecutor's Office about Na Jeong Kim's murder case. We need statements from you too. Please follow us willingly, and there will be no problem. Thank you for your time, Seongho Kim. I am Prosecutor Hyung Jin Yun, in charge of this case. Thought the case was already solved. Didn't Hyung Lee Choi confess to the murder? Who said he confessed to it? Hyung Uis Choi will be released today. Nhat? Released? There is another suspect that is most likely the perpetrator. Your brother Jongho Kim. My brother? Yeah. Jongho Kim was spotted several times by a security camera at the corner of the alley where the crime took place, during the time of the murder. Yet, he had falsely testified that he was at the hospital all day. Warrant for his arrest will be issued within today. The problem is you. I had no part in this. We'll find out if you were an accomplice or not soon enough. I'm telling the truth, I swear. You don't have to swing the murder weapon to be an accomplice. Running a single errand is enough to get you charged for conspiracy to murder. Hiccup. I swear I knew nothing about it. I only did what my brother asked me to. I had no idea he intended to kill Najeong. Grin. Really? Then tell me exactly what your brother told you to do. Prosecution service. Thud. You're wasting an innocent person's time. Yao punk, shut up and sit down, your brother confessed. To all of it in front of the prosecutor in charge. According to him, you acted on it alone. What a lucky bastard he is. He'll get to inherit all of your father's wealth after you go to prison. I didn't know. Having a dumb brother could be a good thing. I'm so jealous of him. That bastard, I'm not going to go down alone. He's lying. We conspired together. He's pinning the murder on me so he could get away. Beer Sansung all 80. Call ended Prosecutor Yoon. What happened? They confessed to it all. That was a clever move by the prosecution. They started with the younger brother. He fell into the trap of believing he could get away with it if he only did what his brother told him to do. Little did he know the older brother was bringing him into this. It's tat-odded. What a relief. Let me ask you a question here. Why do you think the brothers chose not to stage it to look like a robbery and framed your friend instead? Because they realized they would never avoid suspicions until the police found a probable suspect in the robbery case. Right. It's easy for prosecutors and lawyers to overlook the investigator's perspective. Nod, you must always take their view into account. You're well dressed. On your way to meet that friend? Yeah. Be safe. Tell Hyongyu I will reach out to him soon. Transforming ones. It's a cultural tradition in South Korea to eat tofu upon being released from jail or prison, symbolizing a fresh start as the white color of tofu represents purity. Here, eat some tofu. You've been through a lot. Thank you so much, bro. I owe you a big one. Of course, dude. You gotta buy me a fat steak for this. Nom nom. I have something to tell you, Jaehyun. Gun. I realized something through this incident. I'm going to give up on becoming a judge. Da Dun original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Mayong Seok. I'm going to give up on becoming a judge. Da Dun what? You can't give up on your dreams just because of one hardship, moron. What do you mean giving up on my dreams? Tin Coins. To become a defense attorney. After going through all that, I now want to help people in similar situations. Law is the last resort. For people that have nothing else to rely on, after having tried all sorts of methods. I want to help people that are desperately knocking on the door. That's really kind of him. He'll be successful as long as he retains that mindset. Getting all emotional, huh? Just don't forget that attitude no matter what you do, bro. Of course. Thank you so much.
Live.
Two older brothers murdered their younger sister in cold blood over inheritance. Murderous family feud. Mr. Choi, the victim's boyfriend, filed a civil lawsuit seeking compensation for damages against the two brothers. The people are absolutely appalled by the case that they only expected to see in a work of fiction. Murderous family feud. The two brothers filed an appeal to overturn the conviction, while someone is now claiming to be an illegitimate child of their father. Najeong Kim's two older brothers became hideous monsters, while Hyong-yu the protagonist of a tragedy that lost his lover. Guan Lee Law Firm, Sustatum Guan and Lee Law Firm, played a huge role in spreading that opinion to the general public. It did not take long for the verdict to be reached. The oldest was sentenced to 20 years, and second oldest 15 years in prison. The brothers stated they will file an appeal, but it's unlikely that it'll be overturned. Beep. 4 years later. Sigh. Are you happy that you're graduating? Mom, you don't have to be like that on graduation day. I heard you passed the bar in your senior year, Hyong-yu. I wonder when Jae-hun is going to pass the exam. Next year, I promise you. Jae-hun. I mean, Mr. CEO. Geez, stop with that. Congratulations on graduating, but I heard you failed the exam last year. It was a good experience, though. Beam. Here, take this. Consider this a gift for graduating. The car's in front of the main building. You have a license, right? You'd better pass the next one. What? It's a Lambo! I gotta go. Hope to see you again soon. Jae-hun. You don't have to say anything. I already know. Father, can you return? This to sin you next time you see him? I don't want to be labeled as a prosecutor sponsored by a rich man even before passing the bar exam. Chuckle, okay. That November. Sniffle the 59th National Bar Examination pass result. In alphabetical order, Guan, Jae-hun, Milnol, Mariza. Miple, I'm so proud of you. You actually passed the bar exam, sniffle. Stop crying, miss. But passing the bar wasn't all there was to it. My time at Institute of Justice was even more challenging. I was competing against the smartest people in the nation that have passed the exam, and the workload was overwhelming. Stamina was the issue, but having physically trained my body through boxing helped out a lot. I was involved in a small incident while getting some field experience during the third semester. But I finished my training with a good score without a problem. Isms. This is it. Prosecution. My first step as a prosecutor, in the Spirit or the Law, Episode 14. Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. It's not all that bad, sir. Look on the bright side. Gangsik Lee Prosecutor, at Criminal Division 2. He's the only son of Guan and Lee's representative. He stands out too much. Prosecution Jaewon Bae Chief Prosecutor, at Criminal Division 2 Van Bay. They say he might pull a crazy stunt sometimes, but isn't really a bad kid. Crazy stunt? He was assigned to a drug bust operation, this one time to get some field experience. It was a pretty big operation, and about 10 trainees at the institute. Vane Han. Anyhow, all of them including him were watching as the police officers were arresting those guys. The chief prosecutor leading the operation was joking around and said, "What are you, at a movie theater or something? Go inside and arrest everyone you see there." Okay. Is that Mr. Choi's district? Things would have gotten out of control at the Southern District if any of those kids got hurt. Except the kid fought like Jackie Chan there. What? So he's smart and strong. That doesn't necessarily mean he'll fit in here. I think I like this guy though. Prosecution service. He'll probably work at his father's law firm in a few years, don't you think? I believe he's the perfect person to work on cases that are rather difficult to tackle. Blue. Many prosecutors have fallen victim to politics thus far. That's it for the meeting today, Mad. Guan.
Yes, sir. Prosexual.
I will assign you a simple case first. Take care of this and report back to me. It's a pickpocketing case. Here you go. Thank you. The victim doesn't really want to press charges, so wrap it up with a small sentencing. Congratulations on working on your first case. Nobody is working. Overtime today. Prosecution service will celebrate the addition of a new member in our division with a few drinks. Tal Jaehoon Gwan Prosecutor. A simple battery by a repeat theft. Offender, eh? Who? The problem is, are you disappointed that? So boring, prosecution and not at all. Sadly, that's the reality, slurp. Yu Song-o investigator, most cases are rather mundane, you won't get many dramatic ones. Yachun Guan prosecution. Migyong. Yes, sir. Prosecution Drace Migyong Song officer. Let's get it done with before the end of the day. Can you summon this guy here? Yang Tai Li. Do you admit to all of your crimes you have confessed to during the police interrogation? Prosecution. Of course, sir, it's all my fault. Please don't be so harsh on me. Look at this guy. Why is he so confident? Original story Sangyeong Story Studio Art Mayona Siok. He knows he can't escape a prison sentence since he's a repeat offender, la. But why does he seem so confident? Can we just get this over with, sir? What do you mean? Ah, you must be new. This is 8 months in prison with 1 year of probation. I'm regretting my actions. And the victim even petitioned for a lenient sentencing. Rise. What? You little? Hold on a second. Case file. Victim profile Yongsik Guan 1. Name victim. The victim's a city councilor. There's no need to worry about stuff like this when the elections are still far away. Petition Tan Tent. Why would he petition for a lenient sentencing on the perpetrator? Please wait here for a moment, Mr. Gyang Tai Li. Prosecution Service. Suspicious? Both the perpetrator and the victim. I've heard that your hunch turns out to be true most of the time. On Rivice. What do you wish to do? Give me just 1 day. I'll give up if I don't find anything special by tomorrow. Prosecution Tian Sevs. You'll have to work overtime 3 days in a row for a day of focusing on one simple case. I understand. He even called that counselor prosecution service. Called me directly and asked me to let Gyang Tae Lee go. Don't you find him a bit too merciful? Inche Spirit of the Law Episode 15. Send him back to the waiting room for now. We'll continue in the afternoon. Okay. Migyong, can you look some stuff up about this counselor? Look. Yeah, any issues from his counsel activity to scandals and statements. Tap, 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 tap. Take a look at this article, sir. He apparently threw a huge tantrum at the city hall 2 months ago. Lifestyle Society Nomi, my nephew first. Original article. Do you think he really became that merciful in just 2 months? It's strange to say the least. People don't change that quickly. Nod. Society Lifestyle World IT, my nephew first. Demands counselor Yongsik Guan something doesn't add up. I wish I could find out the hidden connection between the two. He would have been tortured to spill the beans in my time. That would be effective, but torture. Something similar might work. Migyong, what time is the roof generally empty? Around 1:30? Why are you asking me? I noticed that you were gargling every now and again. You're a smoker, right? Yeah. Does nothing get past him? Answer me this one question, and you'll walk away with just a probation. Explain your relationship with the victim. My relationship with him? I got caught while stealing from him? That's what happened between you two, not the relationship. I find it suspicious that the counselor isn't behaving like a total douchebag like most politicians do. Case file victim profile. 1. Name Yongseok Gwan City Councilor victim. 2. Occupation. He took the time to ask for a lenient sentencing on a common thief like you. Isn't that odd? The elections are still far away, so this can't be just a show to make himself look good. There clearly is something between you two. Is there not? No way. I don't even remember what the guy looks like. This punk. If you want a prison sentence, you'll get it. If that makes you happy. It's not even my first time, so I'll get back in shape while I serve 1 year. Prosecution. Prosecutin Saris. Prosecution. 1 year? You'll be there for at least 4 years for aggravated assault. Aggravated assault? I only slightly bumped into him while snatching his bag. Rise, please calm down. Mr. O. I swear I don't have any special relationship with that counselor. He's unwilling, do not vodio. Met your match, Yehun. Proest Yachin Guan 2. Time to torture him then. Chuckle, that ought to be fun. Can I borrow a cigarette, Mr. O? Let's go together. I need some fresh air. I was hoping to go alone with the suspect. Who? You'll have your wish. 41111. You'll walk away with probation. Except 2 detectives will be on your tail. Foot outside the court. Litter on the ground once, and you'll be arrested. Again. Your life will be so miserable that you'll be pleading with us to stop. Doesn't that sound fantastic? Fucking hell. I knew I wasn't going to get so lucky. Why are you doing this to me, new prosecutor? Are you bored, Beckalise? You're not working on any fun case? Beckalise, you're my first customer. I must do a proper job, goddammit. I first spoke with him at the police station. The detective was taking statements from me when he visited with some soft drinks and asked him to let me go. Oh, and he wanted a moment to privately lecture me before I was released. As soon as we were left alone, he lowered his voice and said this. Where are the note and the USB? Note, USB? They were inside the bag I snatched from him. I haven't checked the content of the lisb, but there only were numbers on the notepad. I had no idea what that meant, but I figured it would make me some money, so. He must still be in possession of the notepad if the counselor wants him freed. Where are the notepad and the USB then? Release me on probation first. No, the items first. Take it or leave it. Holy, so much money involved. Simplified ledger, to be confirmed, scroll. It looks like a ledger showing the transfer history of political funds. Illegal, you mean? Yeah, there are names, dates, and the amount. I can't think of anything other than that. This can't be a list of legal dealings. One thing is for sure, he's a cheap son of a gun. There's one in the amount of 500,000 won. Bul Uti. 1. Panik official ID Jaehun Guan prosecution is nowhere enough to request anything. Original story Sangyeong Story Studio Art Mayong Seok. Approximately 341 USD. Is nowhere enough to request anything. What are your thoughts, miss? It's strange. There are more than 100 names on the ledger. Ledger, to be confirmed. Weave S408A 12 SE9. Why would so many people give money to a counselor? Low. Mr. O. Have you seen any receiver of shady money keep a ledger? Prosecution service. No. He didn't receive money, he gave them. Hint the spirit alright law, episode 16, the next dav. That's it cod thick. Case. Prosecution. Prosecution service. Prosecution. What do you want to do? Cution. Service. Prosecution serve. You decide. Would you rather let a senior prosecutor take care of the rest? Ook see this to the end yourself? Any case involving a politician is like a beehive. Grind. So that's why they asked me to work on this case. Because they think I have a place to go even if I get let go. Want. However, I'll see this to the end myself. I'm not giving up here. There were 2 politicians on the list. Murmur ini, prosecution. Prosecution service. They'll claim murmur, they're targets of political power struggle. Would that be all right? Guan, keep the trial in mind as you work on this case. Make one mistake, and you might find yourself in deep trouble. I'll exercise caution until the end. I want to keep being a prosecutor. Gutsy statement. I like that. Clap. Clap everyone. Help him identify the people on the list. Guan, get it to the bottom of what the counselor has done. 3 billion won was transferred in the past 3 years. He probably made 3 times as much from such dealings, approximately 2 million USD. Sun Montu wed free sat. I found it, sir. They're federal employees. Why would a city councilor pay federal employees? All of them? Not all. I was focusing on 500,000 won transactions. Swish I employees amount bribery to Fed date me. This is the list of people I've confirmed. Each of them received 500,000 won for 3 months. And they were all hired on contract with flexible hours. Sunil Montue wed thu free sat. What? On contract with flexible hours? Wait, isn't that how the Traffic Control Division hires workers? Yeah. What exactly is their job? To put it simply, they were hired as parking enforcement officers. Are you sure, Migiyong? I've never heard of any parking enforcement officer receiving bribes. I checked the names of more than 20 people. This is no coincidence. The more I look at it, the more suspicious it becomes. Let's begin with them then. Phone. Just tell us what happened back then. Do you remember anything? This isn't good. They're not willing to cooperate. Everyone you visit seems paranoid for some reason. They keep glancing at you. Maybe your Heelys too intimidating. Glance. Mrs. Yub world no. 500,000. One is too little for the prosecution to realistically pursue. Besides, you already quit working as a parking enforcement officer. You will never be arrested for this. Hesitate. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Some man approached me while I was working and said this. The parking situation in the vicinity is an absolute disaster. People without permit are parking in the space reserved for residents. Here, take this, and please, make sure you do a thorough job for this month. Done, what there? Was 500,000, won in cash in the envelope. I tried to give it back, but he had already come so far away. He showed up again the next month and made the same request. He literally shoved the envelope in my pocket and ran away. 2 days later, prosecutor's office. Prosecutor Jaehyun Guan Tiv Stigator Yuseong O Officer Migyeong Song. The parking lot. Residents have priority. This has to be a parking lot business, Pat. People won't park illegally on the streets. With stricter enforcement, Instead, they'll park in the municipal parking lot or in their own spaces. Oh, could the counselor have made money from the parking lot business? Maybe he set it up on his own property. Prosecution service. That's right. But would he reative earn 3 billion won just to make money from the parking lot business? If you are unsure, look for clues at the scene. The scene. Mr. O, will you come with me to the streets where the officers on contract worked? Hold on. This isn't the only case you are working on. When are you going to take a look at the rest? Beams. I'm working overtime today. Sonata. Vroom. What the? Why are there so many cars on the street? I don't think I can find parking easily. Look at those. Do you see the lines on each side of the street? Those are designated parking spots. Drivers wouldn't fight over those. Fight? Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok. If there are no parking lines at a place like this, residents would get furious when others park in front of their homes. So you think it's better this way? Would prevent disputes. But something still feels strange. At Mart Mall, the parking spaces are way too compact. Let's get something to eat, since we need to work overtime today. Vroom. Open. You can I park there, even if we plan to. Oh, you're customers. You can park there then. Haha. Tap enjoy your food. Were a lot of cars on this street. But it must be nice to have designated parking spots. It's not all that great because we have to pay for it. And it wasn't like we fought for the spots in the past. We all knew where our neighbors were parking anyways. But they showed up, drew lines, and started collecting fees 2 years ago. Everyone just used to park in front of their homes freely until they started asking for money. Gimbap veggie, gimbap cheese, gimbap tuna, gimbap kimchi, gimbap egg, gimbap anchovy, gimbap hot pepper gimbap, all items available to go, delivery minimum. 2 servings. I knew something was off. How much do the parking spots cost? Gimbap veggie, gimbap cheese, gimbap tuna, gimbap kimchi, gimbap egg, gimbap ent ramyun cheese, dumplin, tiok ra. We pay 240,000 won per month for 2 spots. Approximately 164 US deal. It's not like I make a lot of money from selling some gimbap. Chime thanks, it was good. You were right. It is a parking lot business. The resident parking spots are the purpose of the bribe. Really? But the district or the town should be in charge of this. Are you saying guide website www.parky.net? Parking 1-800-1 HR fees available weekdays. 9 a.m. 7 p.m. hours own night TPM Seika Alably subject to change of some pair knight. TPM Seika Alably subject to change and not applicable of some pair. Harf type. Remark. Net. Please check City Management Corp website for further details. Kessword. Sear Management Corp Parking Facelil Parking Enforcement. Park Sear Management Corp Parking Facelil Parking Enforcement. Any vehicle that does not have a permit, to Facer 7, and all does not have a permit, can be towed at the owner's expense, and all illegally parked vehicles can be towed at the owner's expense. Parking ticket starts at 7,001 and must be paid. Management requirements. Check the core. Sitcher. Park. Sir. Report. Megal parking. All other inquines. Approximately 1.23 US, approximately 4.91 US. Look at this, Mr. O. Resident parking guide. Wait. That is not normal. a website directly managed by the city or district, should end with Quivi. Can no nay de w.lepcartis2.net website, visitor parking guide unavail 1-800-1HR weekends overnight, parking weekdays, 9 a.m. 7 p.m. fees. Meaning, it's not directly managed by them. It's outsourced. A private company doing public business. A profitable business, which only requires drawing lines on the roads. Those scoundrels are making money off of common people. They've been without the initial investment, making good money. Apply for resident parking permit, valid for 2 years. Make my city tidy application window qualification, must be a resident of Th1 Law 171, 15 days, excluding. In the spirit or the law, episode 17. Swish make my city tidy. Make my city tidy? What's this? Kor Jaehwan Bay. A non-profit organization that cleans the streets, repairs damaged infrastructure, and stuff. And they began a parking lot business? Yeah. So they used the clause that states that even non-profit organizations can operate a business for profit in order to fund the purpose for which the organization was founded. How big is the business? 400 million won per month, based on what we've found OLET so far. Approximately 272,618 USD. What? 400 million per month? Do they cover the entirety of Seoul or something? I haven't fully identified that yet. That's why I need more people to help me with this case. One counselor can't have pocketed all of the profit from this business. He has to be working with others. This case could be leaked outside if we request backup from the investigation division. It will be made public at that point. It's too early to do that when we haven't identified the connection. Except this is not a small case anymore. We need more than just Criminal Division 2 for this. Perhaps we can also outsource it. Dadoon. Who are these people, Chief? Police Academy graduates who haven't been sent anywhere yet. Hired by the Cyber Investigation Team of the National Police Agency. I used my connections. Let's see what they can find for us. Tap CCP. Nod. You are. To check all computer data related to resident parking permits on streets in Seoul. Please thoroughly review everything including outsourced companies, records of how the organization was selected and the amount involved. The same organization could have used different names in different districts. Tap. What's important is the members of that organization. Identify the connection region. Them, we must find who is at the top of it all. Do not hack into anyone's database. Unlawfully acquired evidence is not accepted in a court of law. Understood? Yes, sir. I've looked into bylaws related to establishment and management of parking lots. The parking lot business, just by itself, is completely legal. For resident parking permits on streets, it's easy to win the bid for business if it counts as an organization run by residents. Make My City Tidy probably won the bid for the business because it falls into that category. Murmur. There are open bids as well, but we couldn't find any records of it. Then, is the district in charge of building parking lots? No, the mayor has the final say. The mayor? Guan, did you see the name of the mayor or anyone close to him on the list? No, sir. Maybe the alderman is involved instead, since they would take care of stuff like this. Then report if you see the name of an alderman or higher. Lee. What about the politician lead you were pursuing? Take a look at this. These are the people that ran for the councillor during the last rural elections. Yongsik Guan was not affiliated with any party. Councillor material. counselor candidate, and check out the candidates from the two main parties. Wait, both of these guys are too incompetent to be candidates. Could that have been intended? That's the only explanation. Both parties probably wanted to distance themselves from Yongsik Gwan. They can deny any involvement should things go wrong. What's his relationship with the two politicians that took money from him? They were a part of the nomination committee during the last election, although their roles were limited. So he was an errand boy. Clamor, clamor. We found circumstantial evidence of politicians' involvement. Make My City Tidy has the right to operate their business in 3 districts. Aloy's amount, since the secret ledger contains transactions for 3 years, name they collected at least 40 billion won in parking fees thus far. Approximately 27 million USD. If the councillor did this in other districts too, the total could easily be over 100 billion won, approximately 68 million USD. Slam. Guan, what happened to that thief? Gyangtae Lee, you mean? He's still in jail. Make sure to keep him safe. Original story Sangyeong Story Studio Art Myong Seokh. That man is the only connection between the bribe ledger and the counselor. If he's released, there's a chance he might get in deep trouble. Maybe we can lies him, not yet. We must take a cautious approach. Guan, focus on identifying the cash flow of the non-profit organization. Lee, dig deeper about the two politicians. I'll be humiliated if another division has to step in to solve this case. They stole money from the working class. We can't forgive. Su Nukals like them. Inuha Spirit of the Law, Episode 18. A few days later, EEB Beale. All key positions within Make My City Tidy are held by people close to Yongsik Gwan. They won the right to conduct business in 13 districts, total. That's easily 100 billion won for the past 3 years. Approximately 68 million USD. The problem is the flow of money. They donated most of the profit to overseas charity foundations. And from there, Coco there. Nationalities are vague, and they're located in third world countries where the financial transactions are not computerized yet. We can't accuse them of failure to report currency because they were non-profit donations. Nod. Coco. We punish everyone on the list for bribery though. Make My City Tidy, however, overseas donations are legal, so the money cannot be seized. Hudson Labrador, Selin. Bermuda Vorth Unit, Kingdom Ireland Minican Rep, Atlantic to Rico, San Marino It's and Nevis Andorra Spain, Monaco Canary France, Portugal Mediterranean Sen Morocco, Cape Verde West, Vatican Bago City, Ital Gret Gambia Tunisia, Malta, Mauritania Algeria, Sierra Leone Liberia Libya, Niger, Thad Coast, Niger, Sudan Mot Tome Ethiopia, Uganda Angola Namibia Somal Tanzania Zambia, Botswana Burundi Seychelles Uns, Lesotho Ascension St. Helena. We must trace the route through which the money came back into the country in order to retrieve it. Sir, why don't we ask the and Customs Service for cooperation? Financial Supervisory Service, I think we should. All right. We'll aim to prosecute all of them. Get everyone on the list immediately. Yes, sir, Prosecution Tom Service. Why did you summon? For the items that you were robbed of. Did you get them all back? I did. Why do you? Except you didn't. We found these. Tap. Aren't these yours? We found the fingerprints of 2 people on the notepad and the USB. One belongs to Gyangtae Lee, and the other to you. Let me ask again. Are these yours? He's staying silent. But I'm getting a strange feeling from him. Lust. Lust? He is hiding his immoral and filthy side. Prosecutic ossecution Lucian survey. I'm about to puke just by looking at his face. Click. He won't break easily. Because he probably has connections. A act? Likely. 100 billion won is a lot of money. Consider this. You must stir the grass to startle the snake. Attack him on one side to make him worry about the other. Break him before his lawyer gets here. I might have an idea, sir. What is it? I'm Prosecutor Jae-hun Gwan. Dadoon. I'll take over in place of Prosecutor Gangsik Lee. I won't say a word until my lawyer arrives. Then just listen to me. We know that you're just an errand boy. We figured that out while looking at the list. We don't know who is giving you instructions at the moment, but they will eventually be at the prosecutor's office. Akko. You shouldn't bite off more than you can chew. Chuckle. Chief Dokiritad is meeting with the Prosecutor General right now. Because this case will be escalated to the Supreme Prosecutor's office. Flinch. Are they planning to make it political? So that's the bluff you came up with? You gotta come up with a better lie to fool me. We found circumstantial evidence. That 100 billion won was received by the two major parties to fund their respective campaigns. We will fire our shots at the current president and the representatives of the two parties. A prosecutor general can't do that. He plans to enter politics after retirement. The representatives will do their best to cooperate in order to get on his good side. In other words, it only takes one call to summon someone that holds the leash around your neck. Done. If you still think I'm bluffing, then keep your mac chit. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Good at making things up. A newbie, using the names of the chief and the prosecutor general. He's clearly not an expendable prosecutor. Click. Step. Step Dorode Chardat. Sung Pyo Hong. Good to see you, sir. What brings you all the way here? I'm just stopping by. Keep doing what you're doing. Mr. Bay. Is the interrogation regarding the residential parking permit case? Yes, sir. How much do you think are involved? We're working on it, based on the premise that the National Assembly is involved. Unicameral National Legislature of South Korea. What are your thoughts? I am inclined to think that the representatives of the two major parties were aware. There's a chance that the mayor did not know about it. But he'll be criticized harshly by the general public. Mr. Bay. Why don't you let the Anti-Corruption Division handle this case? Original story Sangyeong Story Studio Art Myong Seok. Mr. Bay. Why don't you let the Anti-Corruption Division handle this case? Forgive me for asking this, but has everything been decided already? Secretary Generals of both parties want the case wrapped up with resignation of those that are involved. He must have spoken with the National Assembly. Clench the unicameral National Legislature of South Korea. Only pursue the bribery charge. And end it. Supreme Prosecutor's Office will take it from there. Tap. Bribery isn't crucial in this case. Aprua Maidui 68.9 million USD. Where the 100 billion won went is the real issue. It'll be nice if the Anti-Corruption Division actually sees this to the end. But if the Prosecutor General is unwilling, Sir, tell Guan to step outside. Prosecution pros, prosecution asedvis. Prosecutor, there's nothing I can do. In the spirit of the law, episode 19 slam. Is this how it always works here? Step. Don't you dare raise your voice in my office, understood? But that's enough, Guan. I don't need that, Atit lied. Just do as I say. Put what you've discovered thus far together for a presentation. Lee, you'll be in charge of it. Can I mention anything about money laundering? You know the answer already. We'll only cover up to the bribery ledger. The Anti-Corruption Division will handle the rest. Murmur, murmur. My head is also hurting from all your scheming. I need to concentrate right now. I'm just worried you might do something outrageous. I might make a mistake, but I won't do anything intentionally. Yongsik Guan will be released today. Before he is summoned to the Supreme Office, he'll rally his supporters for a protest. Remember you said that he was hiding his immoral and filthy side? Ugh, I'm getting chills down my spine just from thinking about it. Is it that bad? Yeah, I was literally about to puke when I was looking at him. Why do you ask, though? You'll find out soon enough. Mr. O. Yeah. Are you down to do something illegal with me? What? Do you, by any chance, know any hackers? Hackers? Yeah, I'm thinking of hacking into Yongsik Guan's cell phone and computer, including burner phones if he has any. I'm afraid this case is already out of our hands. If things go wrong, your career as a prosecutor will. Diavik Dayaruk it can start. I'll only be starting a small fire, that's all. You sound like you'll do it, even if I don't help you. Beam. Just promise me I won't be held responsible even if it goes bad. Of course, you have my word. Took some place since 1975. What would a prosecutor want from a measly hacker like me? I'll have to demand some money. I can't really pay anyone for an illegal activity since I'm a prosecutor. How about not charging you for whatever you're about to do? Asterisk 10. A lunatic, just my luck. Haha, oh okay, I guess that works. So, you want to know everything about this dude? Yeah, dig deep into that man's digital life, inside and out. You have 2 days. Doing it in 2 days is possible, but you get much details about him. Give me a week. You'll have pretty much everything you want to know about him in that time. Grin. 2 days later. Flash peer prosecution. Plash. That is it for the Midway Report. Thank you all for coming. Flash, there is a rumor saying that money is illegally being used to fund political campaigns. A rumor is a rumor, no more than that. What about the controversy involving the selection of the parking lot business? The prosecution has nothing to say about that. Open nothing about the alderman, police, chief, or the mayor of Seoul was covered in the presentation. Are they not involved in this case at all? Flash, flash. Please give us a statement about the speculation that profit from the business is funding political campaigns. Flash, it is known that there is a list of names. Do you plan on releasing those names to the public? Flash, flash, are politicians getting away with this one as well? TAP. Please give us a statement. Are you still taking a firm stance that this case has nothing to do with politics? Ho. That is a complete misunderstanding. The video circulating on the web is absolutely not related to this case at all. Please don't write up any articles based on conjectures. Video? What video? There was a video? Glance Guan. What are you talking? I smell. Breaking news. Find this video first. I'm sorry. I'm still inexperienced with reporters. I should have handled it better. Enough of your crap. What is this about the video? You can't have just said a random thing. Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok. I'm sorry. I'm still inexperienced with reporters. I should have handled it better. Enali of your crap. What is this about the video? You can't have just said something random. Well, I was simply answering the reporter's question. That the prosecution knows nothing about the video. Are you upset about covering it up, or just unable to let it go? I'm not upset or anything, but I don't know how I feel about letting it go. We can definitely find damning evidence against Yongsik Guan as well as all other big names that are involved. So you did get upset. Write up an explanatory report about what you did. Tap. Sir, he still has no idea what he has done. I'm not sure a report would cut it. Per T. Incoming call District Chief. Yes, sir. Jaehwan Bei speaking. Turn YTM News OLET. Press flash. My deepest apologies for concerning the good citizens of Seoul, and moreover of our country. Live Seoul Governorate Seoul Metro. The city of Seoul will conduct a thorough investigation of our own and cooperate with the prosecution to the best of our ability. Live Metropole. He's taking the initiative. Let's see what he says next. The right to conduct the parking lot business, currently all outsourced, at the moment will be transferred to the city again. We will make Side did Tidavadi. Money isn't used to benefit a private organization. We'll also review all of outsourced businesses the city of Seoul is doing in order to reduce budget misuse and seek the greater good of the community. After all this is taken care of, I will take responsibility. Overman Cool met and resign from my position for failing to lead the city in the right direction. Oh my. That was quick. With that, his political career is pretty much over. But with this press conference, the mayor will be excluded from the Anti-Corruption Division's investigation. He looked way ahead, clever. Except he made a small mistake, haha. If he takes care of all outsourced businesses of the city within the next year, it'll be the election period again. He could have kicked off his new campaign in good spirits by having a few articles covering the financial improvement of the city released. Etrapor. But I guess our newbie prosecutor ruined everything for him. Because the general public will be more interested in the mysterious video in circulation than the mayor's press conference. The troublemaker causing trouble for all. Lee, do you know how a prosecutor becomes obsessed with political power? I'm sorry, most prosecutors don't come across a colossal case until their retirement. But those that do become the center of media attention and have meals with high-ranking officials, which leads them to falsely believe that they also have that much influence. Money and power appear to be within their grasp. That's when they're dormant. Ambitions arise. That's how a prosecutor becomes obsessed with political power. Do me a huge favor, Lee. I'm asking this because you'll probably work with Guan for longer than I will. That kid is persistent, clever, gutsy, and lucky. It hasn't even been a month since he started working as a prosecutor, but he's already crushed the mayor of Seoul. Not because of pure luck. He's certainly competent. If his ambition awakens, Jae-hyun Gwan will be heavily involved with politics. But sir, I don't understand why you're telling me this. I want you to be there for him when that happens. Make him remember the oath he took when he first became a prosecutor. Inuhe Spirit. Of the Law, Episode 20. We'll get to work again. But discreetly, away from media attention. District Chief's Order. This will be included when the glees on the bribery ledger are charged. I take it that you have a plan, since you started it? Our target is Yongsik Gwan. There's no doubt that he's a pervert. His sex life is most likely dirty beyond our imagination. What? Pervert? How do you know that? Are you psychic or something? Not that I'm bragging about it, but my hunch is usually correct. Voer hunch? Remember, I noticed that Young Tae Lee was hiding something right off the creek. Alright, where are you going with this? Now that the video is mentioned, those that partied with or were set up by him are probably shorting their pants, dit sigh. They'll be especially confused since they don't know what kind of video it is or how much it shows. Yongsik Gwan could deny it all he wants, but nobody will believe him. People are already absolutely certain that there is a video circulating online. Please don't tell me you're expecting him to turn himself in. We'll have to use power to fight power. If chased by people with extreme wealth, he'll desperately want to rely on the prosecution, which has an equal amount of dowd. All that becomes completely pointless if your hunch about Yongsik Gwan being a pervert is wrong. This baseless hunch of yours can put the entire criminal division, too, in deep trouble. Do you have anything more substantial? Ring, ring, ring. Tap Chief Prescott. Yeah, what's up? It's City Councilor Yongsik Gwan. Do you want to speak with Yongsik Gwan called? Okay, connect me. Jaehwan Bae of Criminal Division 2 speaking. Yeah. I don't think that's possible. Outside? Okay, I'll see you later. Tap Gwan. Working as a defense attorney if you quit being a prosecutor. Become a fortune teller instead. You'll become a multimillionaire. Whoa. What are you? A prophet or something? The times are different, dude. What happened to scientific method? What did Yongsik Gwan say? He wants to meet us in secret tonight. I think he's already feeling threatened. Holy. So the deliberate slipping of the video was the newbie's idea. You came up with it. It definitely wasn't my idea. Maybe it's just beginner's luck, odd something. I see. What do you plan to do now? Secution say. Seoul District Chief Prosecutor. I want to decide after hearing Yongsik Gwan's offer. Since he has already laundered the money, he'll request that prohibition of departure be lifted. Give him most of what he wants. Just make sure to retrieve all that money. Idik at it. Time you got promoted to deputy chief. Don't you think so? Does this mean my promotion is guaranteed? I'll do as you say, sir. Pros. But I plan to open a firm of my own instead of being promoted. 000. My wife deserves to live in luxury. That evening 6C. Tar, please. The video. Please delete the video, that's all I ask. Original story, Sungyoung story, studio art, Myung Seok coloring Hyran Lim. Tap. Please. The video. Please delete the video, that's all I ask. What are you talking about? Please don't do this to me. You already know everything. Slam. I'll be done for if that gets released. Your fate is already sealed regardless of the video. The ledger alone shows 3 billion won. Approximately 2.1 million USD. What kind of video is it that he's so desperate? Anything over 1 billion won is in prison. How much you tell us will determine how many years to be deducted. Approximately 700,000 USD. I was only in charge of running makes my city tidy. I never even had a chance to see the bank account. Then, who's in charge of this bank account? Please give me your word before I give you the name. Listen up, you little. If you think I'm here Beckley's I got nothing better to do, you're sorely mistaken. Tell me what you know and stop trying to be clever. That's the only way you're getting a plea bargain. Assemblyman Ilguk Du is in charge of the bank account. Ilguk Du, a 6-time assemblyman and a core member of the ruling party. Anyone else? I'm afraid. That's all I know. What a disappointment. I'll be on my way then. We had a drink together. I'll give you names of everyone that was there. 5 years deducted, and prohibition of departure lifted for that list. Anything else? I did hear that they were investing that money on something, but I don't know the details. Bring me the investment history, as detailed as your ledger. Coco, that's too risky, sir. I already promised you enough. You must undertake those risks if you want the prosecution to protect you, instead of just thinking about fleeing overseas. Vol be in danger until you actually leave the country. Bite. Guan. Edit the video and release it to the press first thing tomorrow. Yes, sir. Hold on. Sigh. I'll do as you say. In the Spirit of the Law, Episode 21. 6 assemblymen, from both parties, and 2 high-ranking officials are the biggest names. The rest on the list didn't profit from the business itself. They only accepted a bribe once. Yongsik Guan said he'll get to the bottom of how the money was used. Tian Ervice. Mr. Bay, yes, sir. The Anti-Corruption Division of the Supreme Office came up with their own version of the story. The bribery case will also be escalated to the Supreme Office. Criminal Division 2 is to stop working on it immediately. They took the initiative before we could do something. I understand. Hold on to whatever Yongsik Guan hands in, though. You will need to have a weapon to swing around. Step. Step. Sir, you think the Supreme Office will cover this case up? I don't think that'll be possible. Some things have already been released to the press. When are they going to announce the final result of? I get that it's success, but it's already out of our hands. Let's move on. Okay? I hope you understand. It was against the policy for 2 division to Wodi. On a single case to begin with, everyone did a great job. Especially you, Guan. You were like an experienced prosecutor. You're dismissed. Go work on other cases that you haven't been able to work on. What a disappointment. After you made a mistake to create an opportunity. It's not over yet, though. You didn't forget, did you? Glance. Iru. Any update? I found Tik Kark. Henshan. Grin. What a detestable bastard. He cheated on his wife. It's probably prostitution, since every woman in the video is different. The black box footage shows the names of motels too. The videos won't be accepted as evidence, since they were illegally retrieved. I think I'm going to hold off on releasing them for now. I'll decide after hearing what the Anti-Corruption Division says. A few weeks later, Here is what you have requested. Is this accurate? It's only a part of the whole, but everything written there is true. I put that together to the best of my ability. More than half was spent on purchasing a golf range and mansion in the United States, and the rest is stashed in a bank account at a British overseas territory. Typical. The real estate and cash are under the ownership of a paper company. Can you identify who owns this paper company? Isn't this enough? I kept my part of the bargain, so please. The video will not be released outside. But this is nowhere near enough to get all the dirt off your body. Remember, the Anti-Corruption Division is working on this case. Don't forget that I'm the only one you can rely on now. Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok Coloring Hiren Lim. The video will not be released outside. But this is nowhere near enough to get all the dirt off your body. Remember, the Anti-Corruption Division is working on this case. Don't forget. Kook. That I'm the only one you can rely on now. 2 months later. Slam. The result of the investigation by the Supreme Office's Anti-Corruption Division is being presented on live coverage. Bring everyone here. Press. I'm Dongho Gu, Chief of Anti-Corruption Division. Prosecutor's Office. I'll begin. The briefing. The prosecution has arrested 21 federal employees working for the City of Seoul and affiliated organizations, and 6 assemblymen are being investigated. The Supreme Prosecutor's Office is currently working to identify corruption associated with the parking lot business. The profit made from this business is also under investigation. Flash, flash, flash. Flash, but no circumstantial or physical evidence that it was illegally used to fund political campaigns has been found. We will continue to chase how this money was used until we discover everything. Sion, do you think the Supreme Office will? Presentation? They said, no numbers at all. Pretty sure they have no interest in getting there. They're pretending it is a midway presentation, but there will be no more. No media is after this, and knowing Mr. Gu. The Supreme Office tomorrow to find out more. Get back to work. Your career as a prosecutor is off to a wild start. Your first case escalated to the Supreme Office. What kind of a person is the Chief of Anti-Corruption Division? Dongho. He's known as the problem solver for his ability to handle complicated cases, while also doing nothing to tarnish the reputation of the prosecution. Clench Sowitz. All over. Don't be too disheartened. You're a proud member of Criminal Division 2. You've done well. Next day, Supreme Prosecutor's Office. You should stop here. Even Chief Bay gave up. You might put the whole Criminal Division 2 in trouble. It was your idea to discreetly hand over the stuff to Chief Gu. But still. And you also said, the case will not end here if we can find another trump card. You sound like you're willing to do anything I say. Why else would I have come to the Supreme Prosecutor's Office? Be careful. Make sure no one finds out that you visited this place today. Nobody will recognize a newbie prosecutor like me, App. Jae-hun. What are you doing here? Sir. Gosh, I came here after the normal work hours, geez. What's with that envelope? What are you up to this time? EHM. Bead follow me, 1JBBB, Bararar. Shake. Explain to me what this. That's the video everyone is talking about. What? What about this? That's the document showing the relationship between those around Yongsik Guan and the people. In the video, I even checked their bank accounts, and there were transactions. Don't tell me you're here to meet Mr. Gu, so you can blackmail him or something. No way, I would never even dream of that. I'll take care of this. Things will only get messier if you handle this. Refrain from drawing too much attention until you settle in nicely. Understood. How have you been, sir? Prosecution Service, Mr. Bay. I actually was hoping to pay you a visit to ask a question. But things got way too chaotic here for me to take a step outside. We're the ones that started this chaos. You don't plan on stopping here, do you? What do you mean? That was a midway presentation, not the final one. Have plenty of experience with this too, sir, I know. UK planning to throw the towel soon. Since you have plenty of experience, you must also know that pursuing this won't do me any good. I can't give you any new information, you know this. That's fair. What is it that you wanted to ask me? There's no video, is there? What if there is? Delete it immediately. Consider this a warning. There's no need to detonate a bomb. When the war is over, let's not do that. You'll only set yourself on fire by holding it in your hand. Or I can run into the Allies' base camp with it. Oh yeah? Are you doing this, Beckelese? You're near retirement and you plan to open a firm of your own? People will get hurt, and they'll never leave you in peace. Your dream of opening a firm will go down the drain. I don't care who's at the top of the pyramid in this case, and I know I won't get far. But I'm still a prosecutor. You can't expect me to give in to pressure. I'm not putting pressure on you. I'm just saying this out of concern. Buai, let me ask this. Why are you doing it to this extent? Because I'm ashamed. This case began with a stinking pickpocket. But a special newbie that took on this case dug up this much about it. He only cares about one thing. I will see this to the end. Retrieving 100 billion won of taxpayers. Approximately 69.4 million USD. I can't tell him to just give up here as an experienced prosecutor. You won't be able to say that if you know what kind of scandal this is. Then give me a reason I can accept. Campaign. Funds. The current mayor of Seoul will likely be nominated by the ruling party to run in the upcoming presidential election. He'll be in good hands after getting the primaries and caucuses out of the way. Are you saying the mayor is Ilms? Leading candidates don't get their hands dirty to fund their campaign. People working for him do. Public corporation under Seoul Metropolitan Government, the CEO of Seoul Facilities Corp. Is behind this. Presidential residence of South Korea from 1948 to 2022. The same guy that will become the chief of staff once he enters the Blue House. The mayor did not know the details. Why did they also work with people from the opposing party? They're not enemies when it comes to filling their pockets. I told you enough, so get rid of the bomb. I will get rid of mine, but that won't be the end of it. That newbie is the one that found this. It's your job to stop him then. Threaten him with his career if needs be. That won't work. He's the only son of defense attorney Dioklo. He has nothing to be afraid of. What? Dioko Guan of Guan and Lee? And the district chief is also preparing to swing his weapon. He knows about the flow of money that went overseas. Retrieve the money. That'll mark the end of the war. If the district chief draws his sword, you might end up on the wrong side of all this. You two are not exactly best friends. There will be a new victor if this goes well. Who knows? You might even become the superstar of the prosecution. Let the law decide. Wouldn't that be the cleanest way to resolve this? in the Spurley O'Fine Law Episode 22. National Tax Assembly and Financial Supervisory Service, respectively. Accounts under different names are being traced in collaboration with and the connection between the owner of the golf range in the United States and the assemblyman under investigation has also been identified. The total amount is estimated to be around 120 billion won, approximately 83.4 million USD. The prosecution will do its best to retrieve the entirety of that amount. Toss. All darking. Lots managed by Seoul Facilities Corp were inspected. 10 or so organizations, with allegations of corruption, will be investigated by the prosecution. He took the initiative. If the Prosecutor General or GU found out what I was intending to do, my career will be over. Parking lots and spaces will be directly managed by the Facilities Corp from now on. A few days later. Are you watching the second investigation presentation? Ah, Mr. O. I get it, it's hard to let go of a case like that. I agree. I'll probably want to see how it unfolds until the final presentation is made. Knock knock. Creak. Hi, I'm looking for Prosecutor Jae-hoon Gwan. That will be me. What brings you here today? Wow, she's beautiful. Original story Sangyeong Story Studio Art Myong Seok, coloring Hyeren Lim Jaech. A small case should have been sent to your office. I was hoping to get it out of your way quickly. I accusation. I don't want you to waste too much time on something that started with two kids pulling pranks on each other. Look at this woman. She's trying to make me work on her case first. What's the defendant's name? Prosecution. Prosecutant Cernus, Jaegwon Park. Prosecution, can you bring me the case file, Migyeong? Flip. Defendant Jaegwon Park, Plaintiff Wonmin Yoon. Both are seniors in high school, with no past brush with the law. During lunch break, the defendant pushed the plaintiff, who was sitting on the ledge of the window. The victim fortunately did not sustain life-ending injuries, but sustained fractures to his rib, arm, and leg, with a broken rib puncturing an internal organ. He was rushed to the hospital for surgery. You really shouldn't lie to me, Mrs. Lee. What do you mean? You said it was a prank. Pushed someone down the window from 4th floor, inflicting fractures all over the victim's body as well as a punctured organ. That doesn't sound like a prank to me. They're good friends. It was nothing more than a prank that went a bit extreme. If they are really good friends, why did the victim's parents sue the defendant? I'm trying to reach a settlement agreement with them, but the student's parents have been too stubborn. You concluded that reaching a settlement was virtually impossible. That is why you are here. You want to close this case before it draws more media attention. I take it that the perpetrator's parents are quite well known? To tell you the truth, the defendant's father is a federal employee. He can't be a low-ranking one if my father's firm took on this case. Let me look more into it and get back to you. Okay, I'll be back later then. FETP. A huge incident between two students at a crucial academic period, and the victim's parents filed a lawsuit. A few days later. Hello again, Mr. Guan. Good to see you. Have you reached a settlement agreement? Titty. That face says it all, she failed. That's not good, because I really need to get started on it. According to the doctor's note, the victim must remain at the hospital for at least 4 months. I'll have to proceed with an involuntary manslaughter charge. Nod. She's accepting it without protest. Involuntary manslaughter is a special type of crime under South Korean law. Because the charge can be pursued without a lawsuit by the victim, any defense attorney will typically request that the prosecution hold off on the case. So why I didn't push him? That bastard jumped off the ledge on his own when I approach him. Why do I have to go to court over self-inflicted injuries? Hey, stop being ridiculous. Who's speaking the truth here? You said it was a prank gone wrong, but the young man here is claiming that he didn't even touch him. Me, obviously. Jaegwon is saying whatever Beckalese he is so upset. A defense attorney shall not close the case without the client's specific request. Chapter 3 of Professional Responsibilities of Lawyers. That does not apply to this case. I'm pretty sure it does. The client is pleading not. Lawyer, grind. Do you need more time? I'll be back tomorrow if that's okay. Can you give me an extra? Triskal 106C Prosecutor, debut for sure. I was planning to submit the bill tomorrow anyways. Slam. It's so typical that it's strange. What do you mean? Criminals normally go through a denial phase, saying things like, I didn't stab him or hit him. Then, about intentionally pushing the victim off the ledge, or he could really be speaking the truth. What do you think, miss? I didn't feel any negative energy from him. That young man might not be lying. Grab. Going to meet with the victim. Piddle, let me ask you this again. Did he really push you off the ledge? Yes, he did. Noi Lu, too, doi I logo Lu, he's unstable. That's a lie, I also think. That is a lie. What are you saying? Excuse me, sir. How can you say that to the victim? Sir, what's your opinion on a settlement agreement? Not a chance. There will be no settlement. Timeout FD, 2 ILD EUL to it. Don't care if they're paying millions. Honestly, I would love to take the settlement offer and be done with it. But my son is totally against the idea, as you can see. Even I was deceived this time. That vile woman lied to you. Sir, I would like to talk to your son in private. Wonmin, just like you are, he's still a minor. He will claim that he was only trying to scare you, and that he didn't know that you were going to fall. T70 It's virtually impossible to prove that it was not a prank. Because boys pull dangerous pranks on each other all the time. It's at best an involuntary manslaughter, for a fine of up to 500,000 won, approximately 344 UD. He wouldn't go to prison or juvenile detention center for this. Agreeing to a settlement would help, well as your family's financial situation. Heard Jaegwon. Park's parents are wealthy. I should be able to get you enolg to cover your college tuition. Settlement is a much better option than the lawsuit. Ton plus yud tun noi itui, 10 I noi 1 I 4, ono tono HH00T. Sir. Have you ever eaten a living cockroach? Nol Tyan, I'll eld, D do, .1, he ionha, IO0Q 72, 00001, Id hui eld, noi eld, oi dui eld, moi eld, mot duat yud. Inu a spirit or the law, episode 23. What? 0 I at ild, du tulo loud ul. Or, been a human dartboard. I've even had to put a dead rat in my mouth. I couldn't eat anything for a week after that. Because I would throw up each time I tried. I was pushed off the ledger by a bastard like that. Oh, can't. Would you settle down for it if you were me? School bully. This is not a prank gone wrong. Rather, it's an act of revenge. Drag. Step. Step. Why aren't you replying, you dipsh? By a victim of severe bullying. Carried out at the risk of his own life. Original story Sangjeong Story Studio Art, Myong Seok Coloring, Hyerin Lim. There was really no need for you to come all the way here yourself, sir. Upholding justice for the people. People. It's just a prank gone wrong between friends. I just wanted to verify some things. I heard there were only 2 of them within the classroom. Were there any witnesses present at the scene? Quite a bit, apparently. A lot of students were outside when the victim fell down. They clearly saw Jaegwon Park by the window after the fall, so no student clearly saw the act. Is there anything else I should be aware of in operation? A few students and got their statements. There's something Jaegwon Park has been saying regularly. That he would kill Won Yun before graduating. I'll kill that motherfucker before I graduate. What? Kill him? Is there a reason for him to hate Wonmin so much? I'm not sure. I'm only making a conjecture on this one, but Jaegwon Park's father is an important figure or something. So even the principal of the school sucks up to the kid. But Wonmin. Unfair request one day. That was like going against the king. He probably got on Jaegwon Park's bad side that way. The next day. Shall we begin? You'd even record? It's only a statement admitting to a mistake. Please don't get me wrong. I just want to make sure the client and the lawyer are on the same page this time. Don't worry, there will be no problem. 4. Aaron Ting. Jaegwon Park. On the *Vits day of at around 12:40 p.m., did you push Wonmin Yun, who was sitting alone by he window? The ledge? Yan. Did you see with your own eyes that Wonmin Yun had fallen to the ground afterwards? Yeah. Okay, that's it. Aaron Blez. Can we just proceed with a summary order without the trial? So as not to waste time. There are protocols I must follow. I will do my best to wrap it up quickly. Ecution Tyon service. I'd appreciate that. Truth be told, I knew Wonmin was being bullied, but was too afraid of Jaegwon. Mr. O, do we have students that are willing to testify? Yes, 4 in fact. But aren't you going to pursue an involuntary manslaughter charge? I don't understand the visit to the police. Or why you would need witnesses. Beam. It's going to be a nasty fight. I endured it for 2 years, I can wait a few more. Might just admit to the involuntary manslaughter charge and end up paying a 500,000 won fine. Approximately 344 USD. Would that be all right? I have no intention of stopping here. 1 Iowa, no and Dild Doli Ano H0U. My goal is to harass him with this until the trial is over. Keep this in mind, Jaegwon. Nunam Nuko Vira. Behind without your knowledge and pushed you, correct? Bobo LD. Jewel Inoi Old. Einol I1 D Doiled. Yeah. Don't ever change that statement. Because I'll be taking this case to court based on that. Jaegwon Park will be legally bullied beyond what you've suffered. His life is going to be so miserable. Will you be okay with that? 1 Iont F. Grind NATO Tom. Low IC. I haven't given a single false statement to you thus far. Th7I Th tot. I'll turn this into a successful Diknik Kadv. In the Spirit of the Law, Episode 24. Are you OLED of your mind? Chief Prosecutor's Office. Attempt on life? You're abusing your right as a prosecutor. Sir, this is no accident. It's the result of 2 years of harassment on the victim by the perpetrator. A school bullying case? But it's still realistically impossible. You will lose the trial, and the punk will walk away with not guilty. What will happen after the trial? The victim's family will be in great despair. They are not ready for this. I will see this to the end myself. Sigh. Fine. But only if you thoroughly explain the process and the possibility of acquittal to the victim's family. I will, sir. Thank you. Dodo. Can't believe I knew nothing about it. I plan to pursue an attempted murder charge in this case. Attempted murder? The truth is, we will most likely lose the trial, even if we can take it there. Meaning, he will walk away with not guilty. Then why? My purpose is to expose all those terrible acts Jaegwon Park has committed against Wonmin. Because he's the son of a high-ranking federal official, reporters will line up to ask all kinds of questions, tarnishing the father's reputation. Although that wild also put Wonmin in the spot. Eud loud Paul oil, not tool. Sir. Seek the attempted murder charge, please. What that bastard did to my son is no different from murder. Clam. Sir. Lee, what's up? The Prosecutor is pursuing an attempted murder charge on Jaegwon Park. What? That's egregious. Who's in charge of this case? Jaehun Gwan. Ha 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 ha. This is unbelievable. Why are all sons such troublemakers? This might be a legal battle between the father and the son. An equitable remedy, by which a report can be made to a court alleging the unlawful detention of an individual. All right, so what's our action plan? I don't plan on requesting a habeas corpus review, since my client will be acquitted of the attempted murder charge easily. The client requested that the trial be held as soon as possible so he could get it over with. Then I suppose my job is to get the process expedited. Please, sir. Okay, I'll do what I can. Day of the first trial court. Everyone, please be seated. Sarazard prosecution. Descendant. Case number 201 Excohab 1354. The trial to determine the guilt of defendant Jaegwon Park shall commence. Glamour, Clamor. Claymore Jaegwon Park's father. A lot of reporters showed up, as expected. I guess you did a good job getting on the good side of reporter Mr. Kim during the parking lot case. Don't make your statements unnecessarily flamboyant and focus on facts. Keep in mind that judges don't like prosecutors that talk way too much. Don't worry, miss. Step accidents happen all the time around US. That is why we must exercise caution in everything we do. When lack of caution leads to a terrible result, however, teenagers often claim that it was a prank gone wrong. The defendant apparently pushed the victim off the ledge when he was sitting by the window and claims that it was only a prank. However, the victim fell from the 4th floor, sustained severe injuries, and was hospitalized for 19 weeks. It is a blatant, pale attempt on someone else's life, mischaracterized as lapse in judgment by an immature individual. As such, I indict the defendant Jaegwon Park for attempted murder in accordance with Article 250, Clause 1, and Article 254 of the Criminal Law. Defendant, do you admit to the charge? My client admits to the act of pushing. Defense, however, The attempted murder charge is absolutely unreasonable. Your Honor. Even grown-up adults sometimes sustain injuries from pranks gone wrong. This case involves no more than an unfortunate accident caused by a playful act. As such, my client is not guilty. The clash of two opposing arguments marked the beginning Gamata Mintat. The battle has officially begun. Original story, Sangyeong story, studio art Myung Seok, coloring Hyeren Lim. Proceed with questioning the witness. Witness Sanghun Kim Sr. at Nagyong High School. Explain your relationship with the defendant Jaegwon Park. We are good friends from school. Defendant Jaegwon Park is known to have severely bullied the victim Wonmin Yoon. Can you tell us what you've witnessed? Defense objection. The prosecutor's question is unrelated to this case. Prosecution. Is this question relevant to this trial? It is, Your Honor. It's a part of the process to reveal the motive for the attempted murder. Objection. Continue. Jaegwon began bullying Wonmin about 2 years ago. Claimer. Clamor. Did you witness all those horrific acts with your own eyes? Yeah. Saw I all. That will be all. Defense for the defendant. Proceed with cross-examination. Witness. Did you hate the victim to the point where you wanted to kill him? Huh? Me? Not at all. Really? Then why? Did you bully the victim with the defendant? Well, you harassed the victim along with the defendant. Are you saying you did not hate the victim when the defendant did? Objection. The defense is asking a leading question. That will be all. The prosecution calls its next witness, prosecution. The remaining 3 witnesses are all students from the same school, with similar testimonies to give. Correct? Yes, Your Honor. Then, there's no need. We've heard enough witness statements about school bullying. Defense defendant. Shoot. Grind. I thought the judge would be upset to hear about all this, apparently. Proceed with questioning the defense witness. Vice Principal of Nagyong High School. Witness. Have you seen fights break out between students during your career as a school teacher? Yes, ma'am. They are all young students full of vigor. Has any fight gotten out of hand, to the point where a murder was committed? No way. Some students have been sent to the hospital from pranks gone wrong, but nobody has ever died. It is not out of the ordinary for some students to sustain severe injuries in school. If the defendant's action was an attempted murder, then all pranks committed by the nation must be treated the same way. What is your evaluation of Jaegwon Park as a student? Objection. That question is irrelevant to this case. It was the prosecution that revealed the defendant's past first. This question is to show that the prosecution's claim is only a misunderstanding. Overruled. Continue with the questioning process. Because the fundamental role of a student is to study, we as teachers can only accurately assess a student based on their academic performance. With that said, Jaegwon is a very good student. But aside from academics, he does not smoke or drink, or was never even late to class. I am deep. Find out that this has even taken place. That will be all. A good student. Hurting a friend. Boys always take their pranks to the next level. We need a trump card to turn this around. Prosecution, proceed with cross-examination. Can you tell us about the role of the vice principal? Yes, sir. A vice principal of a school would serve as a teacher as well as a supervisor of students. Several hours. in the trial for you to find out about the defendant's actions. Can you honestly say you did a good job as their supervisor? I have nothing to say in my defense. I am truly sorry. He's admitting to it. Putting more pressure on him would only make me look bad. Grind, what should I do? What about this, Ye-hun? That's right. Witness. Have you ever watched the film called The Shin? Yes, sir. Which scene first comes to your mind when you think of that movie? I would say the scene where the actor smashes the door with an axe. Your Honor. Anyone that has watched the movie The Shin would recall the axe scene first instead of the ending, because that is a very impactful scene. You said you can only evaluate a student based on their academics. Yet the events that were brought to our attention are way more impactful than the defendant's academic performance. Is he still a flawless student despite all that? The witness knows nothing about the student. That will be all. The next session of the trial will begin on the 16th at 10 a.m. Tap, tap. The court is now adjourned. Inu a spirit or the law Enikoni 25. Please give us a statement, clamor. What is your opinion about today's trial? Have you really known nothing about your son's actions? Clamor Guan, clamor. Sir. Great work. Except you were almost at your wit's end. Yeah, but I'll be fine. I'm still confident. Confident? Are you sure you're not deceiving yourself? What's your trump card, that you don't even look nervous? You'll see. It'll be a huge comeback. The purpose of today's trial was accomplished. Showing a violent nature during adolescence isn't really out of the ordinary. There have been cases in which the victim that had fallen from the 4th floor died. The next session of the trial will begin. The court is now adjourned. The next session. The next. Next. Anyhow, Yeguan said he was going to kill Wanmin no matter what. Are you sure he didn't say that in the heat of the moment? I'm absolutely positive. He said he was going to kill Wanmin before graduating several times. That will be all. Tremble. Tremble, you traitor. Now's your chance, Jaehan. Your Honor. The prosecution requests that the defendant Jaegwon Park be called to the witness stand. The defendant is on the list of witnesses, but Poland 1012. The prosecution will no longer summon any more witnesses after this. Even though there's more on the list? Your Honor, the defendant is not ready. Very well, the request is granted. Defendant Jaegwon Park may be called to the witness seat. Witness. The defendant is still young and thus mentally vulnerable. My strategy was to summon Jaegwon Park's close friends to put pressure on him. Mitmerk. Things went according to plan. Jaegwon Park is cornered. Don't be nervous, Jaehan. Step. I will only think about breaking Jaegwon Park. Lel. This is it. I must deliver the decisive blow today. Original story. Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok. Coloring Hyron Lim. I would like to begin with this statement by the defendant. Can you verify that this statement you gave is true? Yeah, it's true. Very well. So you clearly pushed the victim. Why do you despise the victim so much? That's not the case. I don't hate him, witness. Why did you bully him so much? If you don't hate him, please turn off or silence your cellular device. Notice, all witnesses must check in with a courtroom valid in I was just playing around with him. Then, were you also playing around when you pushed the victim from the fourth floor? And no, that was an accident. Mitmek. It wasn't intentional, an accident? You pushed someone from the fourth floor by accident? The defendant frequently told his friends that he was going to kill Wonmin Yun. He acted on this plan with a clear motive. Are you sure that's not just a convenient excuse to avoid taking responsibility for your actions? Wait. The lawyer said, it's better to say I pushed him, even though I didn't. But what if she's wrong? What? If I become a murderer because of this? We're almost there, Jae-hun. You can't argue that it was a prank or an accident. You are here on an attempted murder charge. Your Honor, the prosecution. Fucking hell, I didn't push. Slam. I didn't even lay a finger on that motherfucker. He just jumped off on his own as soon as he saw me. How many damn times do I have to repeat myself? Jae-gwan. Defendant, lower your voice. Your request that the court be adjourned, clamor. Clam, due to the change in the defendant's statement. Chamor. Claimer prosecution. Any objections? No, Your Honor. Very well. The date for the next session of the trial will be announced in the future. Court. The court is now adjourned. In the spirit, he law. Episode 26, Step. Step. Click. Have you looked into Ito? Jae-gwan Park's father only has about 1.4 billion won he can immediately use. Approximately 964,000 USD. 1.4 billion. Call Lee and tell her to come to the office right away. Oh, and Mr. Park as well. Yes, sir. Glance, I really did not expect the comeback. Perhaps Lee took the wrong approach. Lee's strategy itself wasn't bad. The student messed up. What about your son? Has he not done a good job? My son? What do you think? Do you think the defendant pushed the victim or not? It's only a hunch, but I think he didn't. I agree. But the victim will never testify that he jumped off on his own. What's going to happen then? Avent, a single statement do thus the trial went, from being about whether it was a mistake or not, to whether he pushed the victim or not. It's going to be extremely difficult for Jae-gwan Park to escape the witness statements. It's impossible. Prove that Jae-gwan Park did not push the victim. A guilty verdict is only a matter of time. So your son led the defendant to deny the act in order to win in the trial. Yeah, he uses all kinds of unorthodox methods, unlike other prosecutors. But the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. I hope you don't get burned by flying too close to the sun. Sale Rubes. Prosecutor's Office, Prosecutor Jae-hun Gwan, Investigator Yuseong. Can you repeat what you just said, Migyeong? The victim's family, BB, is willing to agree to a settlement. What? Why would they want to reach a settlement now? Settlement Conference Room, Seoul Central District Court. Mr. Gwan, I believe that's enough for the document review. Trial District Court. I agree, although I really did not expect the victim's family to agree to the idea. Well, let's get this over with. We'll seek a sentencing of 2 years in prison and 3 years of probation. Thank you, Your Honor. That takes care of that. I will be on my way then. A settlement in the amount of 1 billion. Settlement amount, 1 million musen. Approximately 687,000 USD. What do you think? Records. That guy named Park. He may be a high-ranking official, but he's still a federal employee. How does he have enough money to pay that much at once? He most definitely has had shady dealings in the past. There's only one way for a federal employee to amass that much wealth. Bribery. Can you see if Park emits a strange energy as well? I can do that when you meet with him. I need to see the individual in person to tell. What a convenient power. Hold on. Didn't you say you remember nothing from before entering my body? I did. I can't recall my name or what I used to do for a living. Why do you ask? Could it be that you did something like this for a living? Mr. Guan, Ms. Lee. Congratulations on your victory. What do you say to a drink for getting this case out of the Inavo? You might lose your appetite for alcohol. After hearing what I say at the bar, what are you planning to do this time? Robbing the robber. Flash. Flash. I failed to raise my son the right way as his father. I have no excuses. I would like to offer my sincere apologies to the victim and his family once again. How have you been? Is this some kind of a joke? The trial is already over, and I am... Our premonition was correct, Jae-hun. This guy is avarice itself. He is blinded by material gain. There is only one way for you to get out of here. Swish. Tell me the source of 1 billion won. Do you even know why my family is going through right now? I was evicted from my home, and my wife and son went to the in-laws' place. That's your problem. Tell me where that 1 billion won came from. What do you have against me, you little sh... Hold on a second. You're conspiring with your father to rob me blind. Shooty. Shut the hell up and sit back down. I'm going to get a warrant issued if you don't. Do you want all of your shady dealings exposed? Or just reveal the source of the settlement payout and walk you? I can hold you here for 48 hours. Why don't we place a bet? Do you think I can get the warrant issued or not in the meantime? Original story. Sangyeong story. Studio art. Myong. CO coloring. Hyerin Lim. Warning: this episode contains content involving sexual assault and violence that may be upsetting for some readers. Viewer discretion is advised. Why don't we place a bet? Do you think I can get the warrant issued or not in the meantime? Grab. Scribble, scribble. Isms. Huh? XX Foundation, isn't that a really big educational foundation? This foundation is like a fountain that never runs dry. The director of this place has rich connections with some big-name politicians. And Park is apparently involved. Congratulations on your first win. I can't believe you actually won with attempted murder. Thank you. I'm in disbelief too. I heard you're digging up about Park at the moment. That's actually what I need your advice with. He gave me the source of that 1 billion won, approximately 705,000 USD. The problem is Foundatio. You already know what will happen if you touch this. Messing with a foundation will make a few of them work together. Innocent blood might be shed if things go wrong. Can we please have some peace for once? A huge bite is good and all, but this is definitely more than you can swallow. I'll stop at a proper timing. You already heard the name of the Foundation. That won't be easy. Fei Wan Bei. Sai, how about this? This isn't an organization we can mess with, so we'll only mess with Park. Don't summon anyone that he mentioned. We'll put together a nice report from this list and hand it over to anti-corruption. Okay, sir. Beam. Consider it a gift for winning the trial. I'm going to take it back if you do anything stupid. Understood? You know I'll never go against your wishes. You're getting good at lying. And Wanmin. I'm so sorry, sir. Sniffle. You told me to hang in there until the end. Coco, don't worry. That was a tempting settlement offer. I would have called you a fool if you didn't take it. Not only did you prove him guilty, in a court of law, you also won us a lot of money. Rub. Don't know how I can thank you properly, sir. Was finally able to genuinely smile again. In the Spirit of the Law, Episode 27. Cheonggi Mountain. Cookie. Where are you, Cookie? Russell. Rough Cookie. Roof. Ruffed bad dog, I thought I lost you, Depur. Rough. Rough. Cut rough. Rough. We're following breaking news at this hour. The dead body of a brutal murder victim was found in Cheonggi Mountain. The body was discovered by a gentleman walking his dog in the woods. According to the police, the state of the corpse indicates that the perpetrator is an experienced killer. The prime suspect of this murder is grabbing the attention of the general public. A golf range in Seogwipo, Jeju. Pow. I heard my foolish son gave your guys at the criminal division a lot of trouble, Mr. Yu. You're being too modest, haha. First Deputy Chief Prosecutor at Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. Mr. Guan is on the lips of everyone at the prosecution right now. He's the man that made the mayor of Seoul dishonorably retire. You must be quite proud of him. I guess I am, but it's pointless since I never get to see him. He only rarely visits Beckley's. He's so busy. Really? But Mr. Guan certainly made the whole prosecution look good. And the trial not too long ago drew the attention of the general public because it was father against son in a court of law. His presence itself helped greatly. Maybe we can be headlined in the media again. How so? Have you received a report about the murder in Cheonggi Mountain? We might be able to present that case as a battle between two good friends to draw attention. My son's best friend happens to work at my firm. He's actually in charge of defending the suspect of Cheonggi Mountain murder. A battle between two good friends. We're considering a public trial with a jury. Most trials in South Korea are bench trials, decided by judges, not juries, by default. Oh my, sounds like you want this case to get huge. It will be widely covered by the media regardless. Due to the special nature of the crime. Roll. Pow. Fting hell. What is this, a TV show? Mr. Bei, about the Cheonggi Mountain case. Defense attorney Guan asked if we could assign his son to this case. I don't know if he's doing this because he wants to make his son famous, but with all due respect, sir, Jae-hun Guan is not the right person for this particular case. So you'll be in charge of this case. Guan's son leading it. It's a great opportunity to make Guan and Li indebted to us. They assigned a newbie prosecutor and a second-year defense attorney to this case, just to draw media attention. Sir, something wrong? You two, go to Siacho Police Station and meet with the chief. Siacho Police Station. Chief of Siacho Police Station. Do you remember the rape and murder case of a high school girl? No years ag, Poli. Evidence of aggravated sexual assault was found on the body of the dead student. The suspect was a male student from the same high school. He claimed he had consensual sex with the female student and left the scene shortly afterwards. National Bamamain Kanin. According to the autopsy report by the NAs, it was difficult to tell if it was really rape. Witnesses came forward and testified that the suspect and the victim were lovers. In the end, the suspect was declared not guilty. What does that case have to do with this one? The victim of Cheonggi Mountain murder. Police is related to the victim of that case. Rise what? Please don't tell me. Bool, I'm afraid I must. The prime suspect of this murder case is the father of the female student that was killed. Back then, original story Sangyeong Story Studio Art Myong Seok, coloring Hyran Lim. Warning: this episode contains content involving sexual assault and violence that may be upsetting for some readers. Viewer discretion is advised. To sum it up, the suspect had a clear motive: revenge. If the father is found guilty in the trial, there will be severe public backlash. There will be voices claiming that there was corruption. Any father of a daughter would support the suspect. But if the prosecution loses the trial and the suspect is found not guilty, corruption in prosecution, punish the murderer incompetent. People will question the integrity of the past. Jaehun. I'm not sure about this one. Is it fair to punish a father who has lost his child to injustice? The time of the crime was PM on a weekday. Suspect Jun Il-sun and victim Hyojong Jong skipped classes and went to an amusement park, Pacifica Ferris Wheel. That's where it took place. Honestly speaking, I'm glad that bastard died. Inspector Seonghun Nam, Homicide Squad 2 at Siacho PD. You also think Jun's son cape and murdered the victim? I don't think. I'm absolutely confident. Everyone that saw the scene instantly knew that it wasn't consensual. Even the forensic pathologist agreed so. But the same punk all of a sudden started claiming that it's difficult to conclude it was rape 2 weeks later. Caution keep out, tuo tituus, Taian keep out, cautio L keep out. Could there have been an error during the autopsy? Sunman, there was no error. It was falsified. Falsified? He probably was paid handsomely by the law firm that took charge of defending the suspect. The one and only Guan and Li defended Jun Il-sun. What? My father's firm? Where that forensic pathologist? ZCTV in operation. He moved to the United Kingdom as soon as the trial was over. You won't be able to meet him. What about the autopsy result for the Cheonggi Mountain case? The victim was stabbed multiple times by a sharp object before his face was crushed beyond recognition by a rock. What made you conclude that Min Gilin Jong, Hyo Jong's father, was the perpetrator? 2 reasons. All wounds on the victim's body were inflicted away from vital organs and veins. The perpetrator is clearly someone with anatomical knowledge. The victim's genitalia was severely injured, suggesting that the perpetrator was motivated by revenge for sexual assault. The father of the female student murdered 2 years ago is a doctor. Circumstantial evidence and motive are clearly there. Mita Lam was also found in the victim's system, Midast Mido. It's a prescription drug, not commonly used by regular people. Anything else we should be aware of? He has an alibi, but, scratch. His wife stated that her husband returned early from work, the day before, and was at home the whole time between 3 and 4 a.m., when the murder took place. This is just a hunch as a detective. But that woman seemed to be hiding something. Sigh. Let's do this, Guan. Tap. You're in charge of studying the murder case. From 2 years ago in detail. I'll look into this particular case in the meantime, after. We each do a bit of research. We'll try to draw connections between the two. Understood. Sir? Coco. About the case from 2 years ago, Thu Ned Mon Tu. The victim's father was in tears as he asked, after hearing the not guilty verdict. How come the suspect gets to hire any defense attorney, while the victim's family cannot choose the prosecutor? I would have spent my fortune to hire a more competent prosecutor if I could. This would not have happened if Wag Ari Toy. But I digress. I wish you luck on this case. Lard the Spirit of the Law, episode 28. So he just left right after the intercourse? Does that even make sense? He wasn't with a hooker. Read the explanation that follows, Mr. O. It says he got a call from his father and land to I gave. So he just left the girl there and went home alone? If Jun Il-sun really killed Hyo Jong 2 years ago, does that justify Min Yoon Jong's actions? You must not forget what's really important here, Jae-hun. The real perpetrators of these 2 crimes have not been identified just yet. Mr. O, about the witnesses for murder case. They were all friends from the same school, right? Can you please summon them all? Are you planning to reinvestigate the case or something? It was concluded 2 years ago. They'll only give some statements and return home. Oh, and I want all of them here at the same time. Claimer. What do you think, miss? That third guy from the left, he looks suspicious. He just looks scared like everyone else to me. Except he's breaking out in cold sweats. I can feel that he's terrified. Maybe he knows something. But how am I going to make him spill the beans? Yub Creek Tap. All right, have you found anything? Come closer, Mr. O. What's up? Isams. Take off your blazer and head inside. Make sure the eye faces. The front doesn't show. Wait a minute, are you serious? You'll be the bad prosecutor. For real? I don't know if I'm cut out for this. Interrogation, room 5. Oh, I'm sure you'll pull it off just fine. Creak. Step, step. Slam. Everyone. Stand up. What do you think this is? A high school reunion? R. He's good. I absolutely agree. The prosecution recently made some new discoveries about Jun Il-sun. There is evidence that suggests that your friend may actually be the perpetrator of the crime. Listen up. You all testified in favor of him at the trial, so you'll be in deep trouble if he is found guilty. Giving false testimonies at the trial can get you a maximum of 5 years in prison or fine of up to 10 million won, approximately 7,000 US$. I will give you guys a chance to make up for the mistake you've made in the past. It's not too late to tell me everything you know about the case from 2 years ago. If you have nothing to say, then leave right now. Just know that anyone that walks out may be charged for false testimony. You can't get away with this one. Have I made myself clear? Prosecution. Prosecution, prosecution service, prosecution service, prosecution, prosecution service. I hope at least one of them is scared enough to come forward. Are you sure this is going to work? Yeah, they all looked frightened. I was really impressed by your theatrics, Mr. O. You were like a thug on the street. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Knock knock. Ooh, creak. There he is. Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok Coloring Hiren Lim. Warning: this episode contains content involving sexual assault and violence that may be upsetting for some readers. Viewer discretion is advised. Prosecutor's Office Prosecutor Jae-hun Jeon Investigator Fuseong of. I only heard this from Jun Il's closest friend. Pros Prosecution Service. He said he thinks Jun Il killed Hyo Jong. Finally found the first clue. Thank you for telling me the truth. Where is that friend you speak of? EHM. Reporting. Private Dojin Bake. I heard I was summoned by Major. Who are? It's been a while, Dojin. Let's just say I'm your Kalisan. Your aunt's son, since our last names are different. Prosecution service telefax mobile, email. Do you know me, sir? Of course I do. You're friends with Junil's son. You're the one that heard from him that he killed Hyo Jeong. Have a seat, we have plenty of time. Drag. I already told everything back then. Why are we doing this again? The detective heard. Stop right there. You told the detective everything already? Yeah, I gave my statement before my military duty started. He said the case is already closed, so nobody will be charged. Or anything. Which detective? Don't worry. I'm not here to arrest or interrogate you. I just wanted to confirm some things with you. So you may relax. Mesm, can you please tell me exactly what you told the detective the other day? To tell you the truth, I don't remember everything because I was pretty drunk. But Junil told me he had sex with Hyo Jong. And that he beat her up pretty badly. Beckalese, she resisted. Anything else? He said stuff like, I thought, a corpse, and I already got the not guilty verdict, so it's okay. What a detestable scumbag. Okay, now tell me about the detective that came for you. He threatened me, saying I could get charged with false testimony, so I told him everything I knew out of fear. Is it any one of these guys? No, none of them even resembles him. Wait, could it be that person? Migyong, can you send me the picture of the suspect? Yeah, Min Yoon Jong. I think you're wrong, sir. I know what Hyo Jong's father looks like. Then who could Min Gyun have had an accomplice? Inuha Spirit of the Law Episode 29. Slam. What do you mean you found nothing? What about security cameras around the suspect's home? We searched all security cameras installed in the area, but none of them showed the suspect's face. Anything from the suspect's property? We found a pair of hiking shoes, but the print is different from the one found at the scene. We submitted the soil on the shoes for analysis, but nothing special was discovered. Have you discovered the scalpel that was most likely used as the murder weapon? We searched the entire Cheonggi Mountain and the vicinity, but no. Sigh. Min Gyun quit his job at a large medical center after his daughter was murdered, and developed an alcohol addiction the following year. He financially struggled and moved to a smaller home before finally landing a new job at a local hospital. The security camera footage only caught him on his return from work, which was earlier than usual, on the evening before the murder. Junil's son was unemployed and lived alone, so it's even more difficult to track his movement. He would frequently not return home and had not contacted anyone for 2 days prior to his murder. We have nothing about the victim, and the suspect has a perfect alibi. This is driving me nuts. Sir? Why don't you try speaking with the suspect's wife? His wife? Min Gyeonjeong's wife, Bo Gyeong Park. I'm Gangsik Lee, in charge of this case. Would it be alright for you to give us statements without a lawyer? Sure, I have nothing to hide anyways. Okay. Thank you for responding to our request right away. I'll do my best to make this quick. I'll make it even quicker. You want to hear about my husband's alibi? I was too nervous last time to tell the whole thing. Are you willing to tell me everything this time then? Yeah. He clearly returned home earlier than usual that day. I would say a little after 7. He had dinner and went straight to his study. I went to bed around 11 p.m. in the bedroom. I woke up around 6:30 a.m. and went to check up on him. He was sleeping in his study. Why are you changing the statement? It would no longer corroborate your husband's alibi. Because I don't want my statement to cause a problem. What kind of problem? Like false testimony? Quite the contrary. I was afraid that my initial statement might make him look more like the suspect. Doesn't have the mental strength to kill anybody, I assure you. And we're supposed to believe that? Sir. What I can tell you is that investigating him as the prime suspect is a waste of time. Like I said, he doesn't have the guts to kill anyone. If what Bo Gyeong Park said is true, we have 2 suspects. Bo Gyeong Park also has a clear motive, like her husband. And she cannot prove her alibi. It's not impossible for her to have committed the murder in the way the perpetrator did if her husband taught her how to. Rise we must identify. All Pukem's transportation from Min Yoon Jong's home to Cheonggi Mountain. Speak with all taxi companies in the area. Please have a good Oak Agan. Are you sure it was this person? Yeah. Definitely drove this person that day. Finally. Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok Coloring Hyran Lim. Warning: this episode contains content involving sexual assault and violence that may be upsetting for some readers. Viewer discretion is advised. Look who's here. If it isn't the superstar prosecutor, Jae-hun Gwan. You look well. My father must have been treating you really nicely. Anyway, I heard the suspect Min Yoon Jong visited Gwan and Lee, but tain't father. Wanna know what he said when he came to our office? Since we got the heinous criminal that killed his daughter a not guilty verdict, we should also be able to defend him and prove him not guilty as well. And your father/my boss replied, it doesn't matter if you're the real killer, Mr. Min Gailan Jong. Because we can make Yol a national hero, let alone get you acquitted. Ouch, my goodness, did he really say that? Whoa, does he think the prosecution will just sit idly by? All right, so why did you want to meet with me? You can't have come all the way here for a cup of coffee. It's regarding the murder from 2 years ago. I was hoping we could both avoid mentioning that case as much as possible during the trial. Are you? Hyongyu? Yeah, it's been decided. What about? I'm working on it with a senior prosecutor, but he'll most likely take charge. Sounds like you're in no position to make that decision then. Precisely. If the case from the past is mentioned, this one will look like revenge, making people believe that Min Gyun-jeong is clearly the killer. At the same time, it might also lead the jury to decide on a not guilty verdict. The outcome of this trial will be affected by how the past case is presented, if brought up. Chuckle. By the way, you know who Yonggin Lee is, right? Ah, the defense attorney at your law firm. What about her? She kept asking me about you. Like, what you were like in school and how many girlfriends you had. Really? What did you tell her? I told her the truth, that you might not be into women. What? Are you out of your mind? In The Spirit or the La W episode 30. I'm certain that it was him. To be driven to Cheonggi Mountain before sunrise, and his outfit was unusual. I could never forget that. Finally, Rise send this case for prosecution. I will proceed with the indictment. Prosecutor's Office Chief Jae-won Bae. Jun Il-sun is the killer from the past case? Prosecution see yeah, I'm positive. What bothers me is this. Who heard that statement before we did? Lee will lead this case. Gwon provides support. Prosecution, although there is a flaw in the case, will proceed with the indictment. It is possible to win based on precedent. Since the people will be enraged by the suspect's arrest, will not detain him. The jury will be the X factor here. Sweat. Public trial with a jury. The jury can deliberate and make a recommendation, which is not legally binding. However, the judge must still consider the jury's opinion, or else it defeats the purpose of having a public trial with a jury. This case has the potential for significant dispute between the court and the jury. The day of the trial. Defendant Min Gyun-jeong. Murmur, I'm about to seriously question Teal decline in birth rate. Juror 3 or 2, murmur, how could 7 of them be a parent with at least one daughter? Prosecution. Proceed with the opening statement. Nod. Your Honor. And dear jurors. Revenge. Paying others back for making me suffer. It would undoubtedly feel stress-relieving and deeply satisfying to make them suffer, the way I have. However, vigilantism is strictly forbidden by law. Glance one might ask why. Junil's son, the man Min Gyun-jeong murdered, did not kill anyone's daughter. He might have driven over the speed limit, but did not crash his car. However, the defendant did not trust the court decision, because he needed someone to take revenge on. This is the result of misguided vengeance. The defendant murdered Junil's son in cold blood because he needed a victim to take his anger out on. Juror 1. Everyone, please remain calm. Take down the photo. It's impossible not to mention. But going there? Sir, why don't we put emphasis on the horrible consequences of revenge instead? Xian's service, do you think that will work? Will kind of intimidate the jury. Allowing personal revenge will us over in the long run. That will be our message to them. Consumed by revenge for his leader, the defendant brutally murdered an innocent person. Failure to come to the right decision regarding this incident. Juror 5, Juror 3, will only serve to justify any lies of violence in the name of revenge. Anyone can be a victim of such violence. I urge you to make a wise decision. Step. Your Honor and dear jurors. There is no doubt that vigilantism must not be condoned. But why has the proselection brought up the term revenge? That is Beccalis. There is no other basis on which to indict the defendant than the motive of revenge. After his daughter was murdered in cold blood, the defendant couldn't overcome anger and sorrow for a long time. But because he was still alive, he somehow mustered the courage to get back up again. But the prosecution arrested Mr. Min Gyeon-jong only because Jun Il Sun, the murder victim, had been indicted for the murder of Hyojong-jong. The prosecution is blatantly attempting to portray someone who is trying his best to start anew as a murderer. Luca, I agree that vigilantism absolutely cannot be tolerated, but for the reason I just stated. It can put an innocent person on trial. It is the duty of the police and the prosecution to find two real perpetrators. The one that murdered Hyojong-jong and the one that murdered Jun Il Sun. I implore you to apprehend the real killers and bring them to trial without delay. That will be all. 2 murder cases. 2 victims, clench. 2 killers the incompetent prosecution failed to catch. All of it stabbed me in the heart like a knife. It hurt. Original story, Songyang Story Studio Art, Myong Seok, coloring Dalnara Lee. At around 11 p.m. of the Did you drive a customer to Cheonggi Mountain? Witness, I surely did. That gentleman over there, defense. I have with me the taxi company's travel log for that day, corroborating that statement by the witness. That will be all. Juror 1 murmur. Do you actually remember the face of a customer that sat in the back late at night? Witness C. He had hiking clothes on, as he asked to drive him all the way to Cheonggi Mountain in the middle of the night. The serious look on his face and trying to hike at that time were very suspicious to me. Pretty scary too. He was wearing glasses, but I was still frightened. Really? The thing is, Defendant Min Gyeon-jong has great vision and thus does not need to wear glasses. Objection, Your Honor. Defense, do not stray from the topic. I would like to submit Min Gyeon-jong's eye exam results as evidence. Let me ask again. Was the customer you witnessed really wearing glasses that night? That will be all. Someone logically challenging your memory of an encounter can make you start doubting it, even if it felt solid at the time. The statement by a witness, who does not clearly remember whether the person was wearing glasses or not, will not appear credible. You must take back the momentum, Jae-hun. Slam. Do you watch spy movies at all? Sometimes. Then do you think it's possible that the defendant was in disguise, like the protagonist of such movies? Objection. That is a leading question. That will be all. Who? Next witness. Come to the witness seat. Clack, clack. Clack. Jae-hun, that woman must not sit in the witness seat, flinch. She is definitely hiding something. Inuhei Spirit of the Law, Episode 31. I don't think you should let her testify. Why not? It may be a trap. Prosecution, is it that strange hunch of yours again? Yeah, her husband avenged their daughter. Really can't see a reason for her to testify against him. Grinda, all right, I'll trust you. Court, Your Honor. The prosecution elects not to proceed with this witness. Murmur. Murmur. Very well, the witness will not testify. Court is Adjourned for the day. That evening, at a bar. If Jun Il-sun did not murder Hyojong, they should have caught the real murderer. Certainly have found a flaw in the procedure, if he was the real killer. I wish I was the defense attorney in this trial. I would love to make the defendant walk away with not guilty. We're in agreement. But let's forget what we talk about here, Yehun. Of course, what kind of prosecutor would want the defendant to be acquitted? But I have a question. Bogyong Park is a trap set up by the defense, right? How did you know? Did you convince her to give a false testimony or something? Are you out of your mindo? I would never do that. I can't tell you the details, but Bogyong Park would have only told the truth. We were just trying to use that to our advantage. Could he have been planning to break her at the witness seat? How did you know it was a trap? Well, it was just a hunch. A few days later, Guan and Li requested a new witness. Why now? And defense attorney Hyong-yu Choi will support from the side in the next trial. Are you saying someone else is in charge now? Okay, who's this witness? Yoonjong Kim, 43 years old. She runs a barbecue restaurant with her husband, Thu Wed-tu. She has one son and two daughters, the youngest of which died from an illness. Any connections with Min Gyun Jeong and his wife? Prosecution service. Nothing at all. And Guan and Li called and said, the witness is Lin available for pre-questioning. Hyong-yu is not in charge of this case anymore. Something feels amiss. The day of the trial. Witness Witten. Kim Shi is not nervous at all. She must have rehearsed it many times. Secution, where were you on? The execution. At a motel near the entrance of Cheonggi Mountain hiking trails. I was there with Min Gyun Jeong until 5 in the morning. Clamor prosecution. Enough. Order in the court. Clamor witness. Explain your relationship with the defendant. Defendant. We are lovers. Even though each of you are married to a different person, our respective spouses are aware of this fact. Bogyong Park and Min Gylan Jeong are preparing for divorce. Execution, I see. The divorce was Bogyong Park's kryptonite. Hyong-yu was hoping to make Bogyong Park look like an upset wife that's trying to pin the murder on her unfaithful husband. Bottom. What if Min Yun Shong is really just unlucky? Defendant. What if he's sitting there because he was just at the wrong place at the wrong time? What if the real killer is still on the loose? Jae-hun. Something. Prosecution. Feels amiss here. Tap tap. Do you know when Bogyong Park found out about you and Min Gyun Jeong's affair? Your Honor, may we request an adjournment at this time? What's going on? Guan. They found another body. Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok, coloring Dalnara Lee Jae. Warning: this episode contains content involving sexual assault and violence that may be upsetting for some readers. Viewer discretion is advised. The new murder that took place in Dobong Mountain was identical to that of Jun Il-sun. The victim's time of death overlapped, with the current trial virtually clearing Min Gyun Jeong from the suspect list. Criminal Division 2 decided to withdraw from the case and escalate it to the Supreme Prosecutor's Office. In the Spirit Alright Law, Episode 32. You seem disappointed. No, I felt bad about prosecuting the defendant anyway. Can you tell me more about the strange feeling you felt at the court, though? I got a really familiar feeling the moment I saw her. It was as if I've met people like her before. It was a grudge. I could feel the grudge from Yoonjong Kim. Too great for anyone that has led a normal life. Grudge? Wait a minute. What's with the occasion? We gave up on prosecuting. Min Jailan Jong, so let's have an honest talk. Am I supposed to tell you everything? Since it's over, food and drinks are on me. Deal? You knew Junil's son killed Hyojong Jong, right? Yeah. Junil's son got drunk and confessed to one of his friends. One of his friends? Wait. You were the one that visited Dojin Bake. Do you know anything about the forensic pathologist that moved to the UK? There was a rumor that my father bribed up the witness during that trial. Don't be stupid. Why would he do stuff that could endanger the firm? Then why did the pathologist change his statement? We interrogated Jun-il's son's father and Foland Olet. He was the one that paid the forensic pathologist. We hadn't known that before. It was Jun-il's son's father that paid him. Ugh, those bastards. Does that answer all of your questions? I have one more. Hold. The real culprit of the recent serial murder. Do you have an idea who the killer? Tadada. You sound like you kinda have an idea. You want confirmation. Dada. The firm spent money to get this information, but I'll share it with you since we're friends. The prosecutor that was dispatched to the embassy in the UK apparently met up with that forensic pathologist. The prosecution secured new statements from him as well as hospital records of Titmoyen Taitario. Daughter. Compare those two. You will find out the truth soon enough. The trial was cancelled. Why have you asked to meet with us in private? Rise. I am so sorry. The prosecution and incompetent prosecutors made a grave mistake. Sir? The forensic pathologist went back on his statement. Hyojong Jong was raped and murdered by Junil's son. And Yoonjong Kim's daughter was also assaulted in the same way as Hyojong Jong. Yoonjong Kim's daughter did not die from an illness. Rather, she couldn't overcome the trauma from the incident and took her own life. According to those records, Ye-hoon, it wasn't a regular sexual assault, shake. It was a group act of forcible rape. A heinous criminal like him was loose on the streets. The prosecution is at fault. Instead of bringing the victim's family closure, the prosecution caused more despair for them. I apologize for their wrongdoings from the bottom of my heart. You can't have summoned us just to apologize. True. I also wanted to tell you something. What is it? Temporarily pause what the four of you have been doing. What are you talking about? The case was escalated to the Supreme Prosecutor's Office and Violent Crime Division. If you make one wrong move at a time like this, they might find out. Proceed with the divorce officially and live separately. The four of you should avoid each other, as much as you can, until things get quiet again. Only then Slowly take care of the remainder of your targets one at a time. Maybe one person per year? You must exercise caution if you really wish to get rid of all of those bastards. Why are you telling us all this? How should I answer that? Because I wanted to help them? Or because I wanted to apologize on the prosecution's behalf? That is not how I honestly feel about this over and over as the trial went on. For whom am I standing in the court of? Prosecution, am I really fighting on behalf of the victim? I found the answer after the trial was cancelled. A prosecutor represents the public interest. A prosecutor stands in the court on behalf of the people. And the people. Ding there 3497, think of how devastated her family must have been. Ding 8724 hot imao, this country is a joke. Ding punish junai ding in real, criminals, failure, caused pingdoi, we need to bring this case back to light. Ding I want to help them, is there a way? Ding, there will be a protest on 0th, be there if you can. Dinging a not guilty, he's not guilty, he's not guilty. Uti, he's not guilty, he's not guilty, he's not guilty, he's not guilty, not guilty. The judge declared the rapist not guilty. Ling ding 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 ding. Are demanding retrial on Jun Il-sun for brutally murdering your daughter, as well as full acquittal for Min Gailan-jong, who stands wrongly accused. And that is the decision I have made as well. No standing vroom. It feels great to know that hideous monsters have died. But is there a reason you told them to kill one per year? If they lay low for about a year, perhaps they'll become afraid of killing again. I want them to get scared and give up on pursuing this plan any further. Because you don't want them to kill again? Or because I don't want to see them in a court of law again. A few days later. Prosecution Service. Prosecution, the former Prosecutor General retired, and a new Prosecutor General was inaugurated. He concluded that the organization was at risk of collapsing from within. An unclean sword cannot be swung to bring justice. The prosecution will undergo a restructuring process, so as to sift out corrupt prosecutors. Due to this change, Chief Prosecutor Jae-won Bae relocated to Homicide Squad of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, and Gang-sik Lee was promoted to Vice Chief. I can't believe Dong-ho Gu of anti-corruption actually kept his promise. A new individual became the Chief Prosecutor of Criminal Division 2. Why is this place full of prosecutors from no-name universities? Since when was Seoul District Office in shambles? Like this. Anyhow, Gang-sik, you're the vice chief now, correct? Yes, sir. I'll have a lot of business trips in the future. Chief Prosecutor Daeon Park, you'll have to take care of my stuff in my RSNCC. Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok, coloring Dalnara Lee H. What do you mean business trips, sir? No need to play dumb, dude. I don't plan to be at this office for a long time. I have to rise through the ranks as soon as possible. He means to establish connections in the meantime. Only report to me big cases like that of the mayor of Seoul. Who was in charge of that again? Jae-hun Gwan. He was lucky enough to see through that. Name Jae-hun Gwan School Myeongseong Father Dioko. Jae-hun Gwan. In a spirit of the law. Episode 33 a few days later. So you're saying your memory might return after meeting a lot of greedy people? Yeah. And once I regain my memory, I should also find out how I ended up trapped in your body. Okay, then no need to do anything differently. I was getting curious about your past too, Chief Prosecutor. Vart. A call this late? Jae-hun Guan speaking. Come to Cheongdam immediately. I have a job for you. What is it? Shut up and just come. Beep. Were you summoned by Premium Club the chief? Hold 'em light. Park said she needs to use the car right now. Katao, please drive Mr. Park's vehicle to his home. Why is he making me do this? Can I see Mr. Park before I'm sorry, but we don't accept any walk-in customers. I'm afraid you'll have to proceed with running an errand. You're late. What took you so long? I'm sorry. Here's the key, wake up, all right? I will keep that in mind. That was only Judy the winning of many sudden calls. Jae-hun Guan, my wife's car broke down, take it to the auto shop. Right now? I'm working overtime at the moment. Jae-hun Guan, come straight to Hyongdae department store right now. Jae-hun Guan, buy department store gift cards worth around 5 million won and deliver them to my wife. Approximately 3,500 USD. Jae-hun Guan. Jae-hun Guan. Jae-hun Guan. You motherfucker, Foom Room. This punk is crossing the line. He's treating you like his personal servant or something. What a bastard. Why is he doing this to you anyway? Gosh, I really don't want to bother Gangsik with this since he's been so busy. I don't want to cause a dispute between members of the same division. Grind. I just have to put up with his crap until he gets promoted. Ding sent, messages payment. Completed your purchase of O department store gift card in the amount of 5 million thousand won has been processed. I wonder if I'll even get this money back. Gangsik text messages Guan. I heard everything from Mr. O Nu at the rooftop. Peel wait for you. Why didn't you say anything to me about it? He's taking out his frustration on you. So petty of him, Russell. Frustration? What do you mean? He had picked a fight with an affiliate of Yulgin Corp for no clear reason 4 years ago. Flick. For breach of trust or something. Yulgin? That's Sinew's company. He was trying to get them in trouble for trivial stuff. It was as if he desperately wanted to get Yulgin's attention. Did he do that to establish connections with them? Yeah, but he couldn't even officially indict anybody due to the lack of evidence. Connections were obviously not established. What does that have to do with me, though? It was Guan and Lee that defended Yulgin in that case. You were planning to let it slide until he got promoted, right? Park will never go to the Supreme Office. He came here because he got on their bad side to begin with. That's why he's sucking up to politicians to get nominated at least. Then there's a chance he could enter politics. The general election is April of next year, so what if he doesn't get nominated? He can be forced to spend more time here. What then? If Daehyun Park fails to get nominated for the next general election, I will have to work for that idiot for at least 5 years. Prosecution service. Have you changed your mind? You wouldn't sit idly by and just get bullied. What are you going to do? Stand up for myself. But we're in different weight classes. I can't face him head on. I need to know more about Daehyun Park's character before taking him on. Daehyun Park handled cases with finesse when he was a regular prosecutor. He would take the defendant's motive for the crime, as well as their environment, into consideration in the sentencing recommendation. Flip. But he changed after he started working at the Financial Investigation Division of the Southern District Office. Seoul Southern District Prosecutor's Office Dae-hyun Park's sentencing recommendations became rather blatant as he began taking huge cases. One of those cases stood out. The administrator of an illegal gambling website was arrested. In this case, most users of the website were sentenced to pay a fine. Illegal gambling, sentenced to 2 years. Yeah, but this is strange. The prosecution recommended a sentencing of 3 years on one user without a proper explanation. Booble, that's the maximum they could request for that particular crime. It's true that 700 million won the defendant lost is a lot of money. Approximately 488,000 US dollar. But he's the only one. Everyone else was recommended to pay a fine. All videos, images, shopping maps, web books, more no matches found suggestions. Make sure that all words are spelled correctly. Try different keywords. Try more general keywords. South Korea, based on your IP address, update location, send feedback, privacy, terms help. This trial wasn't even covered by the media. It's definitely fishy. There has to be something. Except there's no way to get to the bottom of it myself. What about this then? Grin. Pro, that's why I love you, miss. Vian Sekvix Korea Buil Ofoi 92, the repates MN Chicken Tel 02I0XX Oxex. Day. Financial Investigations Division, Southern District Office. An investigator with 25 years of experience. Tell me now. Glance, what business would someone from the central office have with a rural investigator like me? Dodden, please, don't be so cold. I'm here because I need your help. All right, I came here because Mr. Guan asked me to find out more about the gambling case. Backstory of the gambling case from 4 years ago? Yeah. Can you speak to the investigator that worked on this case? There will be a reaction, since this case was most likely frustrating for him. But how am I supposed to approach this? It's about the gambling case from 4 years ago. The defendant's name was Songo Yeon, Pas Pia Shine. Why are you interested in that case? I can't tell you the details because we're working on a case, but that person actually came up on our radar. Oh yeah? 50. You won't tell me anything because you're working on something. And you expect me to tell you everything? What kind of exchange is this? Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm just. Did Dae-hyun Park tell you to do this? Not at all, sir. You're mistaken. Mistaken? Bulls. Get the hell Olita here. Ring. Swish. Yes, sir. It's been a while. Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok, coloring Dalnara Lee H. Prosecution Service, I think your incredible hunch is no longer effective. It was not fun at all. I'm sorry I made you go through that. Although I feel like there is something, based on his reaction. Ring. Jae-hun Guan speaking. It's Chief Im from Suwon District Office. I would like a word with you in person this evening. Chief Im from Suwon District Office? Wait a minute. Piljai Im was the prosecutor in charge of the gambling case. Prosecutor. Cafe Bunny, the myth I heard you've been digging up about me. Restaurant. You've got guts, newbie. I simply thought there could be a connection with the illegal gambling website. Why? Would a prosecutor from Criminal Division 2 touch that when there's a separate department for it? You're a terrible liar. It's not like that, sir. We haven't escalated it yet, since we only just began working on this case. Are you digging up about me, or Songho Yeon? This won't do. He has no intention of hearing you out. I will have to call your chief and ask him if you won't tell me. San Sung. Throb. What? Daehyun Park? So 39% 6 achieve him tap tar. Tap what should I? I must stop him from calling him. But how? Jaehyun. Maybe he's testing you. Da-dun Inuhe Spirit. Episode 34. 4 years ago, Piljae-im requested that the defendant be given the maximum prison sentence, but did not explain why he believed that sentencing was fair. Sentenced to 2 years and 6 months in prison illegal gambling, the prosecution did not provide any opinio. No opinion from the prosecution for maximum prison sentence request does not make sense. Coincidentally, Daehyun Park was Piljae-im's boss at the time. Did Daehyun Park tell you to do this? You're hesitant to call him. Is that because you're not too fond of Mr. Park? Ahaha. Look at you, you're not scared at all, Tao. Nai Sasand Daehyun Park holds something personal against your father. Maybe he's trying to get back at him by bullying you. So you were aware of that. It's obvious. Why else would you try to set your chief? There's a con man known as Ham in Gangnam. You should strike from the outside. Or else Daehyun Park will notice it before you can do anything. Ham stands for 100 account man. Ode checking. This person committed large-scale foreign exchange frauds from unlawful acquisition of foreign currency to fund transfer and money laundering. He had dealings with more than 100 businesses, some of which were big corporations. Flip. The name that stands out from the list is a company called ONL, which sells a variety of female products. This company was only fined for the act of smuggling certain items, based on the claim that there was no other way to sell their luxury products to a client in China. And the CEO of this company, Tino CEO Sango Yeon, is the man that lost 700 million won in online gambling, approximately 487,000 US$. Online gambling, foreign patients coitin, and smuggling. It can't be good if all 3 acts are in one sentence. Prosecution. I know what I need to do at least. I was only released 2 months ago after serving 4 years in prison. What are you going to hold me responsible for this time? Foreign exchange fraudster Ham. Very definition of greed. Don't worry, I'm here to pick on someone, not you. What? Tell me everything you know about Sang Icon. If I can't get him in trouble, you'll be in trouble in his place. Overseas gambling in large amounts is illegal under South Korean law. Oh, he gambled overseas and committed foreign exchange fraud to fund the activity. You can't exchange such large amounts at a bank or something. You know, anything more substantial? I got something, but it's not free. Tell me. What you want? I'm afraid this is the only skill that I have. I won't be able to put food on the table without it. But a few punks took my place while I was in prison. So you want me to get rid of them so you can continue making money. You're good at this. Greed, eh? If this indeed is the only skill you have, rise. You must have amassed the entirety of your wealth through unlawful means. Grab. I'll start by seizing your necklace. Rip. Next is your watch, hand it over. What is the meaning of this? Keep acting cool, and I'll seize everything you have to the last penny. Hold on, you're choking me. That shirt also looks pretty expensive. Cuff. The The business account. Pause. Sangho Yeon didn't trust me, so he refrained from using my account. Instead, he leased the business account, meaning he used his company funds to gamble. Embezzlement. While repeated illegal gambling is punishable by up to 3 years in prison, embezzlement can carry a life sentence. Yet, Dae-hyun Park overlooked the act of embezzlement and only indicted him for illegal gambling. How was that business account not discovered during the investigation? The account was emptied and cancelled 2 or 3 days before the search. The timing was inch perfect. Don't tell me that bastard also helped with that. Grind. Give me the account information, unless you want to go home naked. Don't be so ladaticat. I still have a few thugs working for me. I won't press charges against you for conspiracy for aggravated assault if you tell me everything. How dare you threaten my protege, Prosecutor's OF5CC? This is not good. Coco. It's an foreign bank, and the account is already closed. I can't get the detailed transaction records without a warrant. Crimin unavailable. We apologize for your inconvenience. Return verify. Criminal case evidence seen. Criminal case evidence. I need a warrant to continue this investigation. But Dae-hyun Park wouldn't approve it. Yup, that's the issue. Why don't we do what Chief Im suggested then? What do you mean? Prosecution service. No need to do this yourself. You should strike from the outside. Find someone that will swing the weapon for you. All right, but who in the right mind would? Wait, I think I know. Grab. Please give us a statement. Just the right person for this job. In other news, allegations have surfaced against the CEO for involvement in high-stakes illegal overseas gambling. According to a report from an anonymous informant, allegedly went beyond online platforms, approximately 7 million US data, reportedly losing over 10 billion won at multiple foreign casinos. Service haha. Some speculate that he may have even embezzled money from his business to fund these activities. Look at this kid, chuckle. He used the media to bombard the Southern District Office. He may be young, but he's more clever than I am. Original story, Sangyong story, studio art Myong Seok, coloring Dalnara Lee. Slam. I thought you got rid of all evidence back then, Park. CEO of ONL Sangho Yeon. It's nothing more than online gossip that will die down soon. I'll take care of it, so don't worry. Take care of it? How are you going to do that? You walked away with probation because I pulled my strings. You embezzled funds from your company, didn't you? Do you know what I had to do to cover that up? Listen, Lip, you corrupt piece of. I used more than 5 billion won to fund your father-in-law's campaign, approximately 3.5 million US data. If you think I didn't keep records of that, you're sorely mistaken. I recorded every single transaction. If I'm ruined, you're going down with me. Do you understand? Some speculate that he may have even embezzled money from his business to fund these activities, given the enormous sum he reportedly lost to gambling service. Mom. Creek. Mr. O. How did the meeting with the other investigator? It went well. I delivered the bank account information you gave me. He still seemed a bit skeptical. But his entire department was shaken by this piece of news. He will be forced to investigate the bank account. With that said, will you please tell me now why you're digging up a case that was closed a while? Is it Beckalise of Dae-hyun Park? It won't end with just being laid off if things go wrong. Prosecution service. Prosecution service. I don't care about that, but I was worried it might affect you somehow. That's why I thought it was better for you not to know. Sir, my job used to be so boring, because I was only handling boring cases. Sadly, that's the reality. Slurp Yusiang O investigator. Most cases are rather mundane. You won't get many dramatic ones. After meeting Mr. Guan, however, it changed drastically. Honestly, I like it much better this way. If I get fired, I'll just start my own business or something. If there's anything I can help with, let me know. In the Spirit, episode 35. The next day. Why do you think he called all regular prosecutors to a meeting? I don't know. Isn't it the first time since the current chief took over? Click. Everyone. You are to hold off on all cases you're currently working on as of right now, and investigate only one case instead. The foreign exchange fraud case the Southern District Office is handling. But sir, another district office already began working on that case. Don't think we can get involved. They'll keep working on the bank account while we dig up about Songho Yeon, the CEO of ONL. The Southern District Office won't be happy about it, sir. I will take care of that, understood? No more questions. What are you waiting for? Get to work. Rush. Jaehun Guan. Come back in. I have something to tell you. Server room 2. Songho Yeon is clearly huge here. That's why we need to arrest him before the Southern District Office does. We'll have to secure him first and expose the bank account. I understand. With that said, I was hoping your father would defend Songho Yeon in this case. My father? The Southern District Office might apply for the arrest warrant before but with your father defending him, it can most definitely be turned down. Oh, so we can get the warrant issued for a different crime? Precisely, we'll be able to secure him that way. No judge will turn down 2 arrest warrant applications for the same person. What do you think? Well, grin. That's exactly what I've been waiting for you to say. Just get the warrant denied? Yeah. I'm not asking you to defend him for the entirety of the case. Okay, I will think about it, since it's you asking me. Thanks, father. Block add to contacts beep. You heard it all. Dadoon. Let's get to work. Grin. A few days later. You have great connections, Mr. Yan. What do you mean? My son asked me for a favor for the first time in his career as a prosecutor. To take good care of you. Son? His son is a prosecutor? Why would he? We first need to prevent you from getting arrested while preparing for the trial. You have some stuff to fix, right? Is that possible? This is the strategy the best lawyers at my firm came up with. Glance. This is. After the stock price of ONL Corp plummets due to the scandal, an affiliate will purchase some of its shares. Once the said affiliated company owns more than 51% of the shares, through these purchases, the brand ONL will be sold over to that affiliated company. ONI stock price hitting rock bottom is inevitable once the trial begins. It's a strategy to give up on the company while salvaging the brand name that still has some value. When there still are some risks, but this is a very solid way out for me. Issuing bonds isn't a problem, but who would buy them? Strike a deal with a hedge fund company in Hong Kong. They guarantee you high interest rate, and the company will be back in business. After you're released. On a presidential of the year, pardon? Is that really possible? That will not be too difficult. Okay, but you're requesting 20% of the affiliate's shares for it. Isn't that too much? You don't have to take my offer if you don't want to. Rise. Well, wait, sir. Not only am I preventing your arrest, I'm also promising you a pardon within this year. This is not a simple defense in a court of law. My apologies, you're literally my only lifeline. I will trust you with it all. Please help me out. Dyoko Guan took on this case and defended Sango Yeon. The court denied the arrest warrant requested by the Southern District Office. Meanwhile, I got it all drafted and ready to go. All I need is your seal. Ugh, I'm really alright though. He's not the only customer that throws a tantrum. Who says a waiter deserves to get slapped in the face? You said. Ty Baster is a repeated offender too. Tap shake shake ugh, but I don't want to get involved in things like this. Defender press plaintiff for aggravated assault. In the court of defendant, plaintiff, this should suffice, right? Of course, prosecution sir. Rise, let's apply for the arrest warrant on Sangho Yeon next. I have with me 2 separate bills of indictment. Approximately 696,000 and 279,000 USD, respectively. One is for spending 1 billion won in overseas gambling, plus 400 million won of embezzlement. Approximately 5.6 million USD, and the other is for 8 billion won in overseas gambling plus 8 billion won of embezzlement. All right, what do you want? The ledger you told me about. Give me the original and you'll be charged for the first crime. If not, the latter. Befode. I answer you, let me make you a new offer. Pay me back 6 billion won for everything I've done for you, including spending 5 billion to fund your father-in-law's campaign. Approximately 4.2 million USD. Or, you can expect me to share the contents of the ledger with everyone at the court during the trial. Make your choice. What? A ledger. Click. I'm Prosecutor Jae-hun Guan. How are you doing? Jae-hun Guan? Wait, could you be Mr. Dyoko Guan's son? That is correct. Ooh, oh my goodness. I was given a lifeline thanks to you. I don't know how I can repay you. Mr. Yan, don't forget that you're being investigated as a suspect. Right? I made a mistake, and am willing to pay the price. Beam. Huh. Look at. Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok, coloring Dalnara Lee Jae. Warning: this episode contains strong language that may not be suitable for some readers. Mr. Yeon, don't forget that you're as a suspect. Right, I made a mistake, and am willing to pay the price. Beam. Huh. Look at this fool. Sangho Yeon, was it? He is just as greedy as Daeyeon Park, except he's more timid. You know what to do with a guy like him. Mr. Yeon, I inadvertently overheard your conversation with the chief. You did? Oh my, how embarrassing. I'm afraid you know nothing about how cheap prosecutors can be. They already applied for the arrest warrant. Wait, are you threatening me to just listen to Park? Did he tell you to break me down? I'm not doing this for anyone else, but for my father Gran. If something happens to you while you're in jail, my father and his law firm's reputation will hit rock. What can happen to me while I'm in jail? First of all, you will not have access to a lawyer there. Flinch. They'll be told that you've turned all visits down. The trial will keep getting postponed, and you'll spend at least 6 months there. They can easily send you a hitman or two to get rid of you in the meantime. 6 months? That means I won't get out until next year. But I need to receive my sentence in order for me to get the pardon. Throb. This is bad. My case won't even go to trial at this rate. Nat, do you want me to do then, damn it? Slam. Grin. The ledger you mentioned. Hand that thing over. I'll pass it on to my father. He'll take care of the rest. I suppose I can trust Guan and Lee, bite? Promise me, you'll bring it to your father. Inuhei Spirit or the Law, Episode 36. Sango Yeon's Mansion. Gosh, he hid it so well. He kept a detailed record of his spending. There it is, the purchase of gift cards. Wait a minute. Jalen Guan, approximately 3,500 USD. Buy department store gift cards, worth around 5 million won, and deliver them to my wife. Text messages, sent from Webel payment completed. Your purchase of 00 department, 5 million thousand won has been processed. What about the gift card I bought for his wife? Jae-hun, there are uninvited guests at this place. Glance. Bring everything that looks suspicious, okay? We don't have the search warrant. Would that really be all right? Why does that matter? The house is empty right now. Just don't leave any fingerprints. We'll begin with the house. I need to get out of here. Prosecutor's office, Prosecutor Jichun Jeom, Store Yuseong of Mijeong-song. Have you looked into what I asked before, Mr. O? Yes, sir. I traced the department store gift card transactions. It was used to purchase a purse and a pair of shoes. By whom? Have you also checked the identification number? Prosecution service. Prosecution say. Well. By the daughter of Southern District Office Chief. What? Please don't tell me Southern District Chief and Daehyun Park are working together. Slam. Prosecution served Jae-hoon Guan. Get Sangho Yeon indicted. For violation of foreign exchange management law, illegal gambling, embezzlement, and breach of trust. Slam. He's clearly upset because he couldn't find anything at the mansion. I'm writing a bill against Sangho Yeon today. But I'll soon write one against Daehyun Park. Mark my words. Tios Diamond. Lel tap tap. Ding oi 1 pestas balele regbi bapler von para mol eurost impertant anishio filter 167 4403 unroad deleto all 9 inbor s9s sent drafts sent to myself 14-9 diet 8 smart imar promotion claim make a payment 109 soasio lady kalia 0a800 my 1a002 assasite 2 spums 3 trash z seltinga suesnel subves. This is Daehan Post published an article with a shocking headline. Chief Prosecutor A, whose father-in-law lost in the previous election, allegedly, has a special connection with an entrepreneur who is a known gambling addict. Legation. Chief Prosecutor allegedly has connection. While no names were specified in the article, those in law enforcement immediately knew who they were, based on descriptions. Dev & Co. knew that this article was just the beginning. Because no media company ever stops with publishing one article about a huge scandal. You motherfucker. How dare you sell off your colleague for one case? Watch what you say, sir. Because you're yelling at the wrong person. We're not the only ones that know about that case. But let's stop here, since I hate talking to you. Beep. What? You punk! Damn it, tap treep tap. Have you seen the article? Oh, that? Vunhav, by the way, I wonder who that Prosecutor A is talking about. Seer. I can't believe such a corrupt prosecutor was among us. What an embarrassment, don't you think? Ah, somebody is calling me. I will have to talk to you later. This bastard, shake. He's giving up on me. Tap. What's this? The media is after this case now. It's only just the beginning. They'll publish one article after another. Then, we must put the ledger to use and wrap this up. Have you delivered it to your father? It's too late. What do you mean it's too late? Once additional articles are published, you will also be indicted for bribery. It makes no sense to hand over evidence to prove that to the prosecution. That's impossible. Shake. Wait. Mr. Guan, you are not deceiving me, are you? What? You're also a prosecutor. You are part of the prosecution. How do I know you're not working together with Daehyun Park? Iktako. You what? I'm never going down by myself. It doesn't matter what you say to me now. Because you'll be transferred to another division due to your connection with my chief. You and I will never see each other again. You fking bastard. Creak. What do you want? Regardless of published articles, I can't be punished based on allegations alone. However, it's a different story if they find out about the ledger. I will do as you say. Let's stop this here. Oh, so you want to reconcile with me now? After pulling a fast one on me to secure the ledger? What are you talking about? I searched your entire house and found nothing. What? Does this mean Jaehyun Guan and Daehyun Park are not working together? Then Jaehyun Guan did this too. You're by disloyal punks. What the hell are you talking about? Explain yourself. Disloyal? Who? Betrayed me? Guan. What would you do? If I told you to get rid of this piece of evidence? Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok Coloring Dalnara Lee. Creek. You wanted me, sir? You're good at your job, I gotta hand it to you. W.I. sorry? I heard everything from Songo Yeon. You convinced him to reveal the location of a certain ledger. Have you checked the contents? I have, but there was nothing special. Really? And where is that ledger? About that. I found no lease for it, so I burned it. Look at you. Yachun. You're so good at lying, in the spirit. Episode 37. A few hours ago, what would you do if I told you to get rid of this piece of evidence? I will report this to the media as well. That'll serve as clear evidence of corruption. Chuckle, I suppose. For you to have forgotten about the prosecutor's mission. But who is this guy in the memo section of this ledger? A cousin of Suwon's mayor. I wanted to bring it to your attention first, since you're affiliated with Suwon District Office. Listen up, Jaehyun. Somebody is following you. He's listening in on this conversation from outside the room. Daehyun Park. Why are you telling me this? Because the time is right. I think I'm going to stop pretending to be a good subordinate. You burned it? Are you sure you didn't hand it over to Piljayam? Actually, a backstabber like you would only have given him a copy. You're pretty quick at grasping the situation, sir. Who do you think you are, punk? I'm your boss. Let's not throw away our dignity, boss. Why don't you just confess to your crimes now? You'll regret this, A traitor has no place in the prosecution. You will find out soon enough. I don't care. Done. I'll be leaving. Slam. Step, step, step. Mr. Kim, it's me, Jalen Guan. Please release the rest of the email I sent you to the press, now. What, Mr. Guan? That isn't something I can publish all at once. Time is of the essence. I need to move quickly. This is of litmost importance. If everything I've sent you does not get published before the end of the day, other media companies will receive the same email from me tomorrow. Look for an excuse to get an arrest warrant. Chief Prosecutor Daehyun Park, whatever it is, check every single case that bastard worked on. Slam. I need to keep that punk tied up. Whoever takes the enemy to its the interrogation room first wins this battle. WATT, it's me. There was a guy that wrote the bill of indictment against Sango Yeon before, for aggravated. That has to have been fabricated. Get his statement as soon as you can. Hurry up. Here we go again, you little I got the arrest warrant, search warrant, and the bill of indictment all drafted. I just need the approval. Is Park trying to get you arrested, or something? He actually is. This is urgent. In order to arrest an active chief prosecutor, I need the approval from the deputy or district chief. Would I be able to get the deputy chief's signature? Or that of the district chief? Scribble. Deputy Chief Prosecutor. I will escalate this to the deputy and district chief. Rise. Hide somewhere in the meantime. Jail. Visitation. The hedge fund company in Hong Kong backed away. They found out about the connection between you and the prosecution. Is there a way out? They added a new condition to the deal. They want convertible bonds instead of regular ones. Convertible bonds. Convertible bonds can be converted into shares, meaning it affects the shareholder structure. Clench. It's risky, but I have no choice. I need to secure money. I accept. And one more thing. I really want to ruin that bastard Daehyun Park. Can you please release his name to the press? Vroom. Sir, wouldn't it cause the plan to go south if Sango Yeon tells everything? Haha, media coverage can't make a change to any legal documents now. If he confesses to everything, he'll be charged for bribery as well. Of course, that will bring down Daehyun Park with him. And after he is done serving a long prison sentence, his company ONL will be in someone else's hands. The rest of his wealth will be confiscated. I got the statement from that waiter. Bring in Jae-hun Guan immediately. Hurry up. We have clear evidence for this case. You can't seriously be expecting me to sign this. Who started this investigation without Adona in the first place? I'm so sorry, sir. But time is of the essence. Lee, prosecutee. Who dug up about Daehyun Park again? I need to reveal names for maximum impact. Send. Should I do it? A call from Guan and Lee. They said Sango Yeon will make a huge confession at 3 p.m. today. Rise. What? Then it's pointless to hold on to this information. Ta-da-da. Ta-da-da that way. Rush, you're amazing, miss. I got away from the detectives thick to voil. Don't let your guard down just yet. Are articles released yet? Gangsik Lee voicemail decline accept. Sir. Where are you? In a back alley in X. What happened? I got the arrest warrant against Park. Daehan Post bricking secrets of active chief prosecutor Daehyun Park. Evidence of shady connections with Sango Yeon. Daehan Post released everything. There you go. Excuse me, sir. Are you Prosecutor Jae-hun Gwan? Akko. We're from Gangnam Police Department. Come with us, without protest, unless you want to be humiliated. Original story Sangyeong Story Studio Art Myong Seok, coloring Dalnara Lee Jae. Come with us, without protest, unless you want to be humiliated. Akko. Gangnam Police Department? From what precinct? That's none of your business. Let's go. They are evil. How? Can thugs like them call themselves cops? Grind they clearly work. For Vakion Park. Get him, cash. To your left. Duck. Mod. Bam. Swoosh, glance. Flinch. As Fipected. Of my favorite student. Shush, woman. I need to concentrate. Stop right there. Who do you think you're messing with? Wee woo. He's a prosecutor working on a special case. Police. How did you find? I figured it'd be best to meet you in person, since time is of the essence. Let's go. Time to arrest Daehyun Park. National Assembly. Drop. Chief Prosecutor Daehyun Park approached me and offered to cover my crime up. As I have already stated, I used more than 1.6 billion won for him. Approximately 1.1 million USD. It's all over. Mr. Daehyun Park. You're hereby under arrest for acceptance of bribery, tampering with evidence, and many other crimes. Shake. Jae-hun Gwan, you motherfucker. District Chief issued the warrant himself, so you'd better come without protest. Maybe. Shouldn't have broken the law. In the spirit of the lore, episode 38. I will not be any easier from here, however. Some walk away from it, like they've done no wrong. It's now up to the Prosecutor General to get to the bottom of this case. You must force Daehyun Park to spill the beans. Make him reveal who benefited from the money he took. Do you think that's possible? He's been exercising his right to remain silent. Try getting on his nerves. See if he can still maintain his stance. But how am I going to do that? What are you waiting? There's something you're really good at. Ha! I sometimes think you're more crafty than I am. Chuckle. The microphones are off. Nobody will hear our conversation. What are you trying to do? It's about your wife. You little... There are things you should never mess with. I'm not here to discuss your prowess as a man. But your wife has been seeing a certain young gentleman every night. And that man has a history of substance abuse. Throb. Are you saying my wife is using drugs? Keep your mouth closed, and I'll just discard all investigation reports involving your wife. But if you tell me something useful, I'll have that bastard thrown in jail immediately. Tell me if she's using drugs or not. The prosecution wants the list of individuals that received money from you. Think about it carefully. You may be done for, but your family doesn't have to go down with you. Sniffle. His greed is losing influence. Fling. What is this memory? District Chief's Office. District Chief Prosecution Service. 3RD Deputy Chief. Tap. Brought what you requested. Tell me briefly whose lives are on the line. Dae-hyun Park's father-in-law. And Office of National Vetinor Policy. Prosecute. Wah! Of the Blue House. Who? Don't tell me it's the secretary. Former presidential residence and diplomatic reception halls of South Korea from 1948 to 2022. Somebody from Ministry of Economy and Finance. I haven't confirmed the details. We must also take a good look at Seongjin Department Store. Department Store of Seongjin Corp? Yes, sir. Why would a wealthy conglomerate family like Seonsin Cod take money from Sango Yeon? I don't know the details yet, but it could be for the duty-free shop based on the timing of the payment. Then the person who got paid. The second daughter of Seongjin Corp is the head of the department store. Of course, we must thoroughly investigate to find out if the CEO herself took the money. There'd better not be. Another copy of this list. Tap. It's going to get wild. We'll send everything related to the rich guys to the Supreme Office and only work on the financial district. General elections are in April of next year. Do you know what I mean by this? The result of this investigation can easily affect who is going to be nominated. The Blue House will also take a Cauty-Oles approach to this case due to the involvement of the Office of National Defense Policy. Regardless of whether or not the Vivexeted Rariers Andom politician investigated for this case will not be nominated. Thanks to a fearless and passionate rookie prosecutor, Chuckle, the Dosiclation now holds all the aces in the upcoming election. Original story, Sangyong story, studio art Myong Seok, coloring Dalnara Lee H. Interrogation room. Just explain your relationship with Dae-hyun Park, and you'll be released. It's not that difficult, is it? Let other guys go first. They were only doing what I told them to. Answer me first. Creak. You're in no position to decide what to tell and what not to tell. Ah, sir, Mr. O. Let me take over. All right, let's find out what special connection a detective of Gangnam Police Department has with Dae-hyun Park. Where should we begin? The first meeting? Look, I have nothing personal against you. Too bad, because I do. Don't you remember? You tried to arrest me. I just happen to know Chief Dae-hyun Park personally. That's it. He asked me a favor and I said yes. 0. I guess Gangnam Police Department is a great place to do some side hustle. I dug up a bit about you and found out a lot. What? Are you trying to get me in trouble? Stop wasting my time and tell me everything you've been doing for Dae-hyun Park. Tap. I first met him when Dae-hyun Park was still working at the Southern District. He finally conceded defeat after mentioning what happened while he was there. Great work. He said he'll confess everything after speaking with you. Get that drug addict arrested immediately. And let me see my wife, before this case gets escalated to the Supreme Office. Let me ask you a question. Are you sure you're not forgetting something? What? What do you want this time? I knew it. Jae-hun Gwan, my wife's car broke down. Take it to the Alto Shad. Jae-hun Gwan, come straight to Hyongdae department store right now. Right now? I'm working overtime at the moment. He doesn't remember a thing. Jalen Gwan, Bly department store gift cards worth around 5 million won and deliver them to my wife, approximately 3,600 US dater. He is only sorry for himself. Forget it. Don't worry about it, and just fill that out. You'll meet your wife before getting transported to the Supreme Office. Are you out of your mind? Tell me the truth. What the hell have you been doing with that punk? You can't be serious. You're suspecting me of cheating? I can't believe I actually felt bad for you, because you were our children's father. I don't care about my reputation. Think of the kids. Stop with your nonsense. Why the hell would I even do drugs and only saw that guy a few times in our neighborhood? I am not seeing him or anything. What? You mean it's not true? Don't tell me Jae-hun Gwan fabricated this story to set me up. Grind. Jae-hun Gwan. Inuhei spirit. A week later. Conference room, Criminal Division 2, Prosecution Service. Jae-hun Gwan. Yes, sir. You will appear before the disciplinary committee. Sir, Gwan may have committed a few wrongs, but his contributions far outweigh. Contributions are contributions, and wrongs are. Rungo, the committee will take everything into account and make a decision. Everyone mentioned in the statement, including Daehyun Park and Seonjin Corp., will be handled by the Supreme Office. Prosecution. Prosecu Ice Ili Prosecution. Don't forget to check the interrogation footage and documents. Anti-Corruption Division will take care of Sango Yeon's case. But sir, the Criminal Division is more than capable of handling a bribery case. Except this one involves names that are too big. We cannot take such risks. But on the bright side, Criminal Division 2 will be led by Vice Chief Gangsik Lee Lintel. Further notice. You will be officially appointed as chief in the next annual promotion. Congratulations, sir. Congrats. Isn't a severe disciplinary measure critically bad for your career? Where have you been? I missed you. I had something to think about, but enough about me. It looks like yours is more urgent. Gwan. Take a break from investigations and work on your defense before the disciplinary committee. It's really okay. What? There to Varen when it's all true? Stop being, go arrogant. A disciplinary record is permanent. That may hold you back from getting settled in nicely at a big district office. Throb. You should do as he says. Okay, I will focus on my defense then. Kyushinai service. A week later. Pros. We will now begin this disciplinary committee meeting regarding Prosecutor Jae-hun Gwan from Criminal Division 2 of Seoul Central District Office. Duke. Prosec. The committee was strict and serious. The director of the committee thoroughly interrogated me about the investigation. I had to be extremely careful with each answer in order to avoid being held accountable. Dae-hyun Park did not remember what he had done to me. I still haven't received that 5 million won from him. Murmur, murmur. It hasn't even been 1 year since I became a prosecutor. And that is nowhere near long enough for me to forget the mission statement I took an oath to uphold. Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok Coloring Dalnara Lee. Dae-hyun Park did not remember what he had done to me. I still haven't received that 5 million won from him. Approximately 3,600 US dollar. Tomor. Murmur. It hasn't even been 1 year. A prosecutor. And that is nowhere near long enough for me to forget the mission statement I took an oath to uphold. Murmur, murmur. Prosecutor Jae-hun Gwan of Seoul Central District, Criminal Division 2. The disciplinary committee has reached a unanimous verdict. Coco. You will be on reduced pay for 2 months. Step. Thanks for allowing me to focus on the committee. You won't get away with it the second time, so lay low for a while, all right? Glare. It's all over now. Finally a moment of peace. No. Not everything is over. Don't you have a story to tell me? Are you serious? Yeah. I had gone into training along with my colleagues in order to keep the greed or hitch danking officiate in check towards the end of the Goryeo dynasty. Their avarice was getting absolutely out of control. However, things went wrong and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, my soul was trapped in your body. So you still don't remember the details? Not yet, I'm afraid. I can't believe it, stuff like this only happens in fiction. The fact that my soul dwells in your body is unreal to begin with. Hold on. Does that mean you have the power to get rid of greed from people like Dae-hyun Park? I presume so if I was in a normal state. But my memory is incomplete, and I don't have a physical body. A physical body. Clench. Besides, I don't think Dae-hyun Park's greed needs to be kept in check anymore. Why not? When you told him about his wife's situation. Sniffle. I could visually see that his greed was losing influence. So proud of you. You've done well, despite the adversities. Inuha Spirit of the Law, Episode 40. I was generally busy for some time afterwards. But I didn't deal with anyone as overly greedy as Dae-hyun Park. And the ascetic woman's memory did not return. Someone from Division 3 of Department of National Security wants to speak with you. A Department of Supreme Prosecutor's Office National Security. Ilai Prosecution Service, what would they want with me? Prosecutan Prosecution, say Conference Room of Supreme Office. I've heard so much about you, the most daring prosecutor in the entire prosecution. Untidy scratch. Department of National Security Chief of Division 3, Won-gi Woo. So unkempt. He might look that way on the outside, but he's clean on the inside. Pick. Not that it means you can let your guard down. He wouldn't have summoned you, for no reason. May I ask why you wanted to speak? With me, Pro. Sang-ho Yeon's bribery ledger. Clinch. Vol, the Central District Office wants that ledger, correct? Yes, sir. I gave that to the district chief. All right, do you remember the names of the politicians on that list? Prosecutio Prosecle. May I ask why you're asking me that, sir? It's simple. Because nobody from the National Assembly was summoned for Songo Yeon and Dae-hyun Park's case. Is the district chief planning to Swing the sword at those politicians himself? Discreetly. Come on, say something. Will you remain loyal to the district chief? I'm not loyal to an individual. Are you loyal to the organization then? I have no loyalty, period. What? Swish, all names you want to know are here. A copy of the ledger. Is the district chief aware? Prosecution service. Like I told you, I'm not loyal to any individual. With this, a secretive investigation tailored to a certain individual's agenda goes down the drain. Lila. A novice common prosecutor basically just forced the prosecution to do a proper, unbiased job. Chuckle, you're not afraid of anything. Baha ha ha, nothing will ever get in your way, it seems. Yen, make a copy of the document I'll be sending you and submit it to Department Chief. Prosecution. Share that list with all relevant divisions upon getting it approved. Glance. I have a place to visit. District Chief's office, what brings you all the way here, Mr. Wu? I've gotten a hold of this document. Swish. What is it? The copy of the ledger. Jaehun Guan. You Baziard. I have this too. I'm afraid it won't mean much as a gift. Toss actually. That's different from the ones you have, sir. Because the politicians' names are not there. Did you completely exclude their names? Yeah, since they'll all be replaced next year anyways. Alright, what is it that wait an I want Jaehun Guan at the Supreme Office. You can't let someone like him hold a sword in his hand, making him quit and work, for his father is the best way. He wouldn't quit even if he's sent to a rural office. I'll use him until after Songo Yeon's case is taken care of. We'll never touch the people you're after, sir. Glare, I believe that's Array K. Urek. Guan will. Prosecutor's office, starting next month. Beam. Murmur, what? The Supreme Office? I knew that was going to happen. Murmur, congratulations, Guan. Oh, haven't been placed in a division yet, but you won't go far by acting like a wild animal. Of course, I'll behave. Behave? You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Stop nagging me. A few days later, I was able to view my placement on the prosecution intranet. Except, what could they be thinking? Gosh, that doesn't bode well. I wasn't just transferred to Department of National Security. A task force called Special Corruption Investigation Unit had been formed. Notice No. 265606. Notice of transfer title. Notice of transfer. You have been transferred to the following department. Date 20XX. Placement type. Transfer details. Affiliation Criminal Division 2. Corruption Investigation Unit. Name remark, Jaehun Guan temporary. And I was to be a member of that newly created team. Original story Sangyong Story Studio Art Myong Seok Coloring Dalnara Lee. Special Corruption Investigation Unit. Meeting Supreme Prosecutor's Office Main Building, Medium Conference, Room 9 a.m. 12 p.m., led by Dong-ho Gu of Anti-Corruption. Dong-ho Gu of Anti-Corruption was to lead the task force investigation. Clamor sued. Meidiu clamor, with several prosecutors from different divisions. Tataka Katedodat v. Pilot. While the purpose was not disclosed, everyone knew that it was to investigate Songho Yeon's case in depth. The task force is normally disbanded after that particular investigation is over. 15th floor. Step, which means I'm still a member of Criminal Division 2, simply working on an external project. Mr. O. Finally setting foot in the Supreme Office, Thanks to you, haha. You were also sent here, of course. You and I are best partners. Beam. Ling. Ding. Russ. Everyone, please have a seat. During the investigation period, everything about you, including your location, phone calls, and texts, will be monitored by the Administration Bureau. Director of the Administration Bureau. All documents are to be written with laptops you'll be given, and all findings will be shared with everyone else. Prosecution. Prosecution Service. Of course, there will be viewing restrictions depending on its classification. You shall not disclose the content of the investigation to anyone outside without the direct approval of your supervisor. If you agree to everything I've just addressed, please sign at the bottom. Scribble agree to the above. The task force will consist of 3 teams, each working on different targets: prosecution service, politicians, federal employees, and entrepreneurs. Chief Jaewon Bae, Won-gi Woo, and I, Dong-ho Gu, will lead a team each. We will decide who will work in which team right now. That's a surprise. I thought Chief Bae would take you. But you're actually working with Chief Gu. Prosecution, sir. Old D. Will investigate entrepreneurs. You are probably aware that the task force was formed to handle Sango Yan's case. However, that is not the only goal of this operation. Our final purpose is to search the company that regularly bribed prosecutors and find where that money came from and ended up. In other words, the prosecution will go through huge changes. Gulp. Meaning, I may have to investigate prosecutors I know. You will see names of people you are on good terms with in the process, but we cannot show them mercy. Unless you are determined to arrest even your parents for it, leave. Silent. Prosecution Service. Good. Ice, let's begin. Beep. Our first target is Seongjin Department Store. Seongjin Department Store. She Spirit. Ofine Law, Episode 41, Seoul Central. I'm pretty positive he'll attack you the moment he sees you. You literally wiped the floor with him. Interrogation. I'll let him punch me a few times in exchange for the confession. Are you ever going to put all that martial arts training to use? Just kidding. It takes a long time to check all accounts under aliases linked with the department store. That is why I need more information. I need to know the courier connected to the CEO of Seongjin Department Store. And the only person who knows that is Sango Yeon, the CEO of all. Chief Gu actually instructed me to see if I could get anything from him. Hold on, something feels strange. He is enraged. But that anger is not directed at you. Leave, I have nothing to say to you. OH, yeah? Because I have no problem sending you to the prosecutor's office in cuffs. Fine, get to the point. What do you want? Seongjin Department Store. I don't remember anything. Who is it? What? Who made you upset? I will investigate that person on your behalf. Is this some kind of a plea bargain? What I can tell you is that you know nothing. Let me give you a hint. My company. See what state my company all is in at the moment. State of on? What? Is that really what he said? Are you sure he wasn't just saying random stuff? No way. He was clearly speaking the truth. I am pretty sure he was being genuine. Fine. We'll have the finance division dig up on them. Let's see what they find. The next day. That company is pretty much in shambles. Fry Finance Division Office. All assets of this company, including the brand name, has been sold to its affiliates. An affiliate procured funds by issuing bonds in order to purchase key assets of the parent company. Oh no. And those bonds were purchased by a hedge fund based in Hong Kong. The problem is that the hedge fund based in Hong Kong handed over all bonds it purchased to Yulgin Corp. What? Yulgin? Through that transaction, Yulgin became the Ma-Todity shareholder of ONL CEO Sin Lee. Enum personally made those purchases, but I guess it's still a bliziness deal. Are you saying it was set up by Yulgin? I would say that is highly likely. Approximately 7.25 million USD do. After Sango Yeon's sentencing is finalized, he'll be required to pay about 10 billion won in fines. His assets will be confiscated and auctioned. If Sin Lee of all can also win the bid for the shares owned by Sango Yeon at the auction, all will end up in his possession. And all this was arranged by Guan and Lee, firm's PCT. The firm acquired 20% of the shares for consultation, fees, and legally too. Sin Yu and father worked together to take over ONL while Sango Yeon was arrested. If they conspired for this in advance, they can be tried for fraud. But could father really have intended it? He was the most upright lawyer I knew when I was a kid. Jae-hun. Flinch. Calm down, nothing is definite yet. You overcame a terminal illness, helped a friend framed for murder, and even got back at a former boss that bullied you around. You're more than capable of handling this case. Damn nem di tan do. Dull cell dulled by anything. Just focus on facts. Focus on facts. What's wrong, Guan? Prosecution Cushion, is it because your father's involved? No, I actually might. Might what? Know who the courier is. Original story, Sangyeong story, studio art Myung Seok, coloring Dalnara Lee. What's wrong, Guan? Prosecution Accusation, is it because your father's involved? No, I actually might what? Know who the courier is. We've been focusing so much on the ledger and Sangho Yeon that we overlooked the actual structure of the company. Coup the company? Yeah, Sangho Yeon had the president of an affiliate take care of the business while he was in prison. The person he could fully trust, with a company he had worked so hard to build. Someone like him would be more than suitable to be a courier. You have a point. Very well, get on with it. Understood. Oh, and one more thing, forget about your father. That's finance division's job, and because you're his son, things will only get complicated if you get involved. I agree, I will focus on the case I'm working on. I heeded the summon because I didn't want to police a scene. But I'm leaving the moment you say something dumb. Dusik Song. President of an affiliate. The investigation revealed that Dusik Song wasn't an honest man. He had been siphoning off funds behind the scenes. But the amount was too little to put any practical pressure on him. Yet that man is nervous. He is clearly hiding something. Gulp. That can't be because he used company funds for personal entertainment. Probably not. We have no idea what is making him nervous. Totit. Your gut instinct from here. Are you aware of Yuljin's acquisition of Sango Yeon's company? The stock price will skyrocket once Yuljin makes this piece of news public. So what? Why are you asking me this? He was clearly shaken by the term stock price, that is, his weakness. Because it's strange. Thonekti donut. See you as a person that would let this opportunity slide. If were you, I'd be aggressively purchasing the company's shares. By throwing in a few things I've discovered during the investigation. The question is this: activity report. This report covers past activities of Dusik Song 20XX. Emberzulment 20XX bribery of Asko Taismun CO 20XX. Emberzulment 2, whose money are you spending to purchase them? The case becomes convincing enough. What is this nonsense? Rise. I'm not done yet. To tell you the truth, I don't. With the company funds. Depending on the answers you give me, not only will you walk out of here, you'll also get away with the fact that you were involved in insider trading. Now let me ask Voil a question. Approximately 1.5 million USD. It's about that 2 billion won for Seongjin department store. Now exactly, whom did you deliver it to? Da Dane. Bite. Listen up, Guan. How can I trust? I know you tricked Sango Yeon into giving you the ledger. Creek. Alright, can you trust me instead then? I swear on my title as the Chief of Anti-Corruption. Chief of Anti-Corruption Dong Ho-gu. Give me the names, and you will walk out of here. A. Anti-Corruption. In the Spirit of the Law, Episode 42. Dusik Song had delivered money to 3 individuals in person. 2 billion won to the president of Seongjin Department Store, Gangnam Branch. 300 million won to the chief of Southern District Office. Approximately 220,000 USD. Korea Customs Service, and 150 million won to the Inspection Bureau, Didatad Ol Ung Ode. 2 occasions. Approximately 110,000 USD. This is going to be huge. Yeah, since an active district chief. We'll summon the bastard. From what should we do with the department store? We are targeting prosecutors who have taken bribes. Why don't we check their case records? I agree. We can start by making a list of judges and prosecutors who have taken unreasonable stances in civil and criminal cases involving Songjin Corp. Everyone is sharing different ideas. They're all eager, I guess. Prosecutor Saris, except nothing is actually. The investigation is going nowhere, at this rate. But your method won't work on every single case out there. I know, that's why I'm not saying anything. Any ideas, Guan? Sun Mon. I don't understand why we are not swinging the sword in our hand. Elaborate. Prosecution Service. We must make Seongjin Department Store tremble in fear in order to obtain the list of prosecutors that took bribes. Prosecution Service. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will not give in to any of our demands. They aren't afraid of the prosecution, as things stand. Alright, so what do you suggest we do? Prosecution Service. Let's attack Seongjin Department Store, based on the statements we got. We'll arrest the president of the Gangnam Branch, and search that place with a warrant. Seongjin Department Store, caution, Tian caution. Caught caution. By leaving no stone unturned, we should be able to find evidence that connects them to their corporate office. And by using that very evidence as bait, we can reel in an even bigger fish. I'm not sure if we can get the warrant issued with one person's statement. We'll also have to put pressure on the judge. Put pressure on the judge? We must show them that we are absolutely determined. Make them think that they'll be seen as corrupt judges in the pockets of big corporations if they decline to issue the warrant. Grin. Tap. It's decided. We'll apply for the warrant tonight and storm Seongjin department store first thing tomorrow. Miniali, 000. All prosecutors and investigators in the task force will tag along. I will take full responsibility for it should things go wrong. We will not give them enough time to prepare themselves. Understood? Yes, sir. 8 am next day. Screech. Screech. Step, step. Slam Xi'an restaurant. Like I said, search every corner. We stormed Seongjin department store with a search warrant. And who are you? Step, step. Cuff. Arrested the branch president. He's the type of person that would go to prison on his master's behalf. President of Gangnam branch. Seems so, which I don't get. How is that going to help him at all? He was trained that way. Seongjin Corp is everything to him. Step. Any progress? Nope, I don't think he will confess. And his lawyer just arrived. I doubt we can keep him here for long. We still haven't found anything substantial from the documents we seized. It will take a while. Tap. Jae-hun, something is clearly bothering you. Yeah, I think it's time to meet him in person. Glance. Tap a def I'm no tuv wx havritz, resents contacts keypad voicemail. Well, if it isn't Jae-hun. 09000 bro. It's been so long. Hey, Sin Yu. Interrogation room 3. There's something I want to ask you about. Original story Sangyong story Yeon Sang art Myong Seok coloring Dalnara Lee. Good to see you. You still look the same. How have you been? I've been good. Sin Yu inherited the corporation over his 3 older brothers. On the surface, it looks like the former CEO of Yulgin acknowledged his business acumen. But there also was a rumor that he used the CEO's terminal illness, which not many people knew about, to his advantage. Alzheimer's. If my father, who had been working on sorting out the inheritance situation, joined forces with Sin Yu, it couldn't have been difficult to make changes to some crucial documents and trick the former CEO on his deathbed, unjust, to inherit the corporation. Why? Yulgin Corporation's share structure under Myeongsong University TV Law, student. School student is on his way to become the CEO Yulgin Corp's youngest, to inherit majority. And if that's what really happened, Sin Yu could also have done something similar to Aunt. It's strange. What is? He is ambitious, but isn't overly greedy. Believe me on this. I'm getting the feeling that he's running Yulgin more ethically than any of his predecessors. But if he did inherit the corporation by using unlawful methods, maybe there was a reason he had to do that. For instance, maybe the person that was supposed to inherit over him wasn't competent enough. Why did you want to see me anyways? You're not trying to put pressure on me, are you? Not at all. We are not investigating Yulgin Corp. Okay. What do you want to know then? How the CEOs of Big Corp are like. What? Why were you at Yulgin, Guan? Wanted to find out more about the enemy. What? Gosh. The Southern District indicted Songho Yeon, 12 years in prison, along with a penalty assessment of 10 billion won, approximately 7.4 million USD. Oh, and our cyber investigation team successfully gained access to the department store's corporate server. We're working overnight, so come back immediately. I'm on my way. The finance team discovered the server connected to the head office during the search and seizure and obtained the list of the department store's VIP customers. The will cross-examine this list and the status of tax payments and trace the culprit down. Seongjin Department Store. National Tax Assembly. The department store's credibility collapsed due to the swinging of the sword by the prosecution. A few days later, clench. You must all be thrilled. Shake. Seongjin, CEO of Seongjin Department Store. What a lovely country we live in, with such excellent prosecutors carrying out justice. Don't you think so? Such useless fools, knock no. Come in, creak. Prosecutor Jae-hoon Gwon of the Supreme Office's Special Investigation Task Force is here. Special Investigation Task Force? To investigate. We should send him back. He's a common prosecutor. No. I'd like to at least hear why he came. In the Spirit of the Law, Episode 43. It's already been 30 minutes. How long are they going to make us wait? Calm down, they're doing this on purpose. We're here to shake Soylent Jin, not to be shaken by them. Okay, I'll keep quiet. Creak. Pleasure to meet you, sir. Coco. I'm Van Jin, about time. I was getting tired of sitting here alone by myself. Watch what you say, you little. Have a seat already, join me. You're making me feel uncomfortable. All right, what do you want? Some frody working. For you embezzled a lot of money, yet you did not react to it at all, as the head of the company. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but you certainly don't look merciful enough to let something like that slide. That accusation is plain wrong. So you have faith in him. If he didn't embezzle that money, did he deliver it to you instead? Nothing of that sort happened. She is unshaken, it'll be difficult to break her. Then I will look for the chink in the armor. When I'm treated like an ordinary person. If someone treats me like I'm just another citizen of the country instead of a member of a wealthy conglomerate family, that gets on my nerves for some reason. I guess that's because I'm so accustomed to getting special treatment. People like them don't experience what most people do. If someone from Yuljin is like this, what about a member of Seongjin, which is 3 times as large? Are you planning to get on the bad side of Seongjin's royal family? I guess the extent of it depends on what kind of evidence I secure. The second daughter of Seongjin's CEO is a lot like me. In personality, no in backgrounds. The CEO of Seongjin Corp is conventional. He firmly believes in passing down the business to the eldest son, or the second if things go wrong, regardless of which of his the greatest potential. It will not be easy this time. We have found a decent amount of evidence. All we have left is to decide whether to end with the department store or take it to the. It'll be something to see if your father gets investigated because of you. Are you out of your mind? What does my father have to do with this? Listen up, Rise. The prosecution ignored all calls from the financial district after the search warrant was issued. Cough, and they all shut up after we told them the next person that calls would be held responsible. That's the extent of the power your family has. I'll be on my way then, Kriya. Tap gosh, and here I was, trying to see if we could talk. How was Seoyun Jin, Prosecution serve. Sorry, she was more solid than expected. Solid? Were you checking out their building or something? Any new evidence we can utilize, sir? We found something totally irrelevant on the client rating list. It seems to have nothing to do with other ratings. Wait, something's off. What is? This whole situation, why am I getting the feeling? Tai LM kapukiing to you? Sorry, sir, go and get the list of prosecutors that took bribes. Okay, sir. Pros DN Osakut Vice. Geez. Seongjin Dept. Store's attorney X-Day, 20XX, please come to Uyonggak in Pyeongchang at 7 p.m. on the 14th, along with Prosecutor Jae-hun Gwon for supper. He's so useful, isn't he? We only want one thing. Please stop the investigation. I get that we have been targeted, but there is no purpose. We are not targeting anyone specific, approximately 1.5 million Ustida. We began this investigation Becalese. We saw 2 billion won to Songjin department store on the ledger. Songho Yeon and gave those statements to get away from the investigation. There is no witness statement you can rely on. If they're summoned to the court, the prosecution will be greatly humiliated. You acted quickly. Did you pay them? We only confirmed facts with them. Coco. That little. How can anyone be that shameless? Coke, I can't lead Rit think. You're making this go out of control. Won't know who met with Sango Yeon and Dusik Song. But we only have to find and secure statements from that person. Loom. It looks like you're under the wrong impression. The prosecution isn't trying to fight Seongjin department store. Who then? Corporation, maybe? Grin. Original story Sangyong story Yeon Sang art Myong Seok coloring Dalnara Lee. It looks like you're under the wrong impression. The prosecution isn't trying to fight Seongjin department store. Who then? The Entide Consen. Corporation, maybe? Grin. What? Bottom, are you saying this Darth ad Insipatan could spread to the entire Seongjin Corp? The motto of this task force is there are no exceptions. If the prosecution targets the corporation, I'll be held responsible. My siblings will take full advantage of the opportunity and slander me until our father completely removes me from management. Mr. Kim, please wait for me all outside. Understood. Creak. All right, tell me what you really want now. Grin. Would you help us if we made it possible for you to counterattack? Counterattack? Get your brothers into bigger trouble, and the CEO will overlook your blunder. Except Seongjin Corp will also be hit. Nothing more than a light slap on the cheek. It wouldn't be significant. Would a small knife to swing around suffice? It would, as long as it's the right type. Clench. Tell me what you need. We would like the list of judges and prosecutors, as well as a few high-ranking government officials managed by Seongjin. Add to that clear evidence of your siblings' acts of embezzlement. How does that sound? Okay, we'll see if I can get it. One more thing, a scandal involving you. Family matter, love affair, I don't care. You want me to ruin my own reputation? The prosecution in possession of the perfect piece of evidence for insider trading. Sounds way too convenient, doesn't it? Flinch if things go wrong, they'll assume that you informed on them. It's more natural to make it look like the prosecution found out about this while investigating your scandal. Father hates drawing unwanted attention, So this will definitely put my brothers on his bad side. But is it really right for me too? If you're not so sure, what about this? Tap tap. We'll leave the scandal out of this. If Seongjin Department Store is willing to take responsibility for Sango Yeon's 2 billion won bribery, approximately 1.45 million US deal, how does that sound? I accept. Inuha Spirit Oval Law Episode 44. Chief Jaehwan Bae put together a list of names he found on the hacked server. Quite a bit of prosecutors were involved. All common prosecutors on the list resigned, while high-ranking ones were indicted. The prosecution did not stop there. Seo Yun-jin also submitted a separate list. It had names of former and current district chiefs and directors of High Prosecutor's Office, as well as influential politicians and former and current ministers. The prosecution even publicized names of those who were beyond the statute of limitations. All of you guys are pretty well off already. You don't need to keep doing this, so as not to worry about life after retirement. All involved chiefs will resign. Prosecutor General. Lay low somewhere else. For 5 years. 5 We won't be able to expect special consideration then. Have I made myself clear? Prosecution Yes sir, we will do as you say. Seo Yun-jin handed over evidence of her siblings' insider trading to the prosecution as promised. There you are, holding the knife sharp enough to hurt a giant. Vroom. We've been visiting hotels a lot lately, haven't we? And you're enjoying it. Should we target a big restaurant franchise next? So, we can go eat every day? Why not the media company? I want to see some celebrities. But it's not a hotel today. We're visiting Seongjin's corporate office. Really, are we meeting with their CEO? The CEO wouldn't meet with us. Maybe the Prosecutor General, but not us. Why am I tagging along, sir? Because you're naturally good at pissing people off. Make them lose their temper and let something slip. It's so lavishly decorated. I've never seen a Dutch, a fancy place like this before. Every single one of those items should be really expensive. You can expect someone who spends a lot of money on decorating. Creek. To hire the most expensive and capable people. Taejun Lee Attorney. Thank you so much for coming all the way here. Please take a good look. Swish. Flip flip. Frown. Mr. Gu, surely you're not planning to publicize all this. It's a generally accepted practice among wealthy conglomerate families. Generally accepted if they don't get caught, illegal if they do. Am I wrong? If you think you can indict them on these charges, you're sorely mistaken. That'll be tough if they fly overseas. We don't have private jets to chase after them. Except their runaway attempt will be covered by the news. We don't care much about the media. They're so confident. Time to work your magic, Jaehun. You Gliz are so slow at this. You'll all be fired at thick date. Well, what? Do you still not get it? 5 chiefs resigned from their positions just yesterday. For personal reasons, they said. Pit do. You honestly buy that? The prosecution. Inner wealthy conglomerate families right now. Watch your mouth, you're far younger than I am. Who cares about manners when engaging an enemy in battle? He's trying to make me lose my cool. I must be patient. I will report to the CEO and let you know. Sigh. You're not doing your job right. They can't be paying you that much money just to be a messenger. You'd better show some respect. Should we get an opinion from the lawyer who's doing his job right? Who would that? Contacts, edit, father video, call message, call email number. My father. Representing Guan and Li. I can introduce you to him if you'd like. Flinch, could Guan and Li be targeting Seong Jin as well? No, this has to be a warning by the prosecution. They're telling us to give up one and protect the other, instead of hiding both of them behind lawyers. Rise. We will give you an answer as soon as we can. I'll give you 2 days since we're alumni, Taejin. Thanks. Let's work. This UT. Why did you mention your father during the meeting? I figured well-paid lawyers working for big corporations would fear getting laid off the most. But you played along with my game. I was just saying whatever to get on their nerves. I thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to find Olet, whom Seongjin is backing up as the heir to the throne. Chuckle. Besides, maybe they'll share something big if we arrest the CEO's son. Let's see how this plays out. Parking, yes, sir. Shake, shake. Slam. Tell Seo-yun to come here immediately. Songjin Corp CEO Mr. Jin. Original story Sangyang story Yeon Sang Art Myung Seo Kach. I heard you haven't been doing too great as of late. I got most of the troubles taken care of. There's nothing to worry about. Taken care of by handing them over to others? It's now their problem to solve, not mine. I got my own issues to focus on. Is that all you have to say about betraying your brothers? You should talk to them about what they did first, before holding me accountable for my actions. Seems like you've made up your mind. I came determined for sure. I want to be treated equally to my siblings' father. That is a wish, not a display of determination. I will return all shares of Seongjin Corp's affiliates that are in my possession. You want all or nothing. The owner of a large business must be rational. One must be willing to do whatever is necessary for the sake of the company. Prove to me that you are a rational person. I heard Mr. Choi has been gambling as of late. Gambling is generally illegal. Father, I can take care of that, in South Korea. It's only a matter of time before he embezzles company funds to support his bad habit. I know you love your husband, but you must be ruthless when you need to be. You're in a difficult situation because of that 2 billion won, approximately 1.48 million USD. Didn't Mr. Choi also sneak about that much out of your pocket? In the spirit. Ofine Law, episode 45, 2 days later. What? Daron. What is the meaning of this, Lee? I'm sorry, Gyu. I don't think that will work out. Do you want this to become a power game? Not at all. Except you should be ready for whatever repercussions that follow. Summoning the next CEO of Seongjin Corporation to the prosecution is a bold move. What, you little beep? Sigh. What's wrong, sir? Negotiation broke down, prosecution service. Call everyone in the finance team. Warrants were quickly issued, and the 3 sons were arrested. PD around the same time. Wonho Choi, Seo-yun Jin's husband, turned himself in for taking bribes from Songho Yeon. Have you summable scapegoats to go to prison in place of the 3 sons? No, but people have lined up to be chosen as one. Whoever Seongjin selects, we will completely decimate them. Don't underestimate the prosecution. Just tell me what you want, Gu. I know you are under a lot of pressure. Now isn't the time to bluff. He is not wrong. A good number of people are worried that this might continue until the election. It's at a point where the members of the task force may not have a place to return to after the investigation is over. That's why we also want some kind of insurance. I know Mr. Jin knows the weaknesses of a lot of people. Have him give me dirt on 3 high-ranking executives, and I'll turn them into scapegoats. How do I know you're not going to use that as a crucial piece of evidence against? Why would I want Mr. Jin when I have his 3 sons to work with? How far are you planning to take this? I'm not targeting the corporation. Don't be afraid and do as I say. Tap. Take this, it should suffice. Here. Drop. Give him this and get my stupid sons out. May I ask what this is about, sir? It's better for you not to know. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with Shangjin Corp. Actually, let them stay in jail for about 10 days before getting out. They need to learn their lesson for real this time. Understood, sir. I don't know what it's about, either. But according to Mr. Jin, it should be more than enough for you to take advantage. The next day list: XX Kim Politician Education Career 00, Lee Politician Education Prosecutio Career. Prosecution. Sango Yeon's list. XX Kier Educati Lee Politician Career. We have identified a total of 5 politicians based on Sango Yeon's list. Titian Education. They received enough money to fund their campaigns. They'll have no problem winning the upcoming elections next year. Sangho Yeon's list: Politician XX. Kim, Politician Education, Career, Politician OO, Lee Politician Education, Prosecution, Pros, Irvis Don't, Prosecution. Can we secure solid evidence against them? We definitely can. What about him? Prosecution Service, he took the bait. He should have already had anti-corruption collect most of the evidence in our possession. Okay, so what did we find out? He demanded 2 things. First, the placement of his brother high enough in the party to secure a seat through proportional representation. Second, a decent position for him once the candidate is nominated, in exchange for paving the way in the presidential election next year. Fting hell, what an embarrassment to the entire prosecution. Alright, what position for paving the way? Education Lee, Politician YY Park. Politician Education Career. Securiad PR, I think it's pretty obvious. Either the Prosecutor General or the Minister of Justice. Career. Claimer. Who are they talking about? Only one person in the prosecution can move the anti-corruption unit and aim to become the Prosecutor General or the Minister of Justice. TEP. Everyone, quiet down. You are probably aware by now, but the prosecution's final target is the chief of Seoul Central District Office. Since the current district chief took office, the number of investigations into politicians and high-ranking officials has drastically decreased. Do you think that's because they suddenly became clean? Claimer. The district chief never blatantly accepted bribes, or did any of them a favor on the surface. Plop. However, he has already established solid connections with many politicians. He has been waiting for the right moment, while covering up their corrupt activities. It's about time you got promoted to deputy chief. The upcoming elections. That is, frown. Grin. We're almost there. They'll launch a counter-offensive. Once we take down the assemblymen, but I'll handle the heat. Prosecution Service, I know how hard you've all been working, but keep it up. Yes, sir. The prosecution summoned 5 politicians the next day. The ruling and the opposing party alike fiercely protested this decision, since the election was right around the corner. The Central District Chief also put subtle pressure on the task force. However, the prosecution were good. Wow, this is unbelievable. Had a trump card that could settle the issue once and for all. Original story, Sangyong story, Yonseng art Mayong Siok. There's no need to be so nervous. The president is a reasonable person. I know that, but I still can't calm down. Cree office. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chief of Staff to the President. We weren't expecting such an urgent request, though. Is something wrong? I wouldn't say that, sir. But the prosecution has been under a lot of pressure due to recent developments. We haven't said anything thus far, but I'll be straightforward about it since you brought it up. Purging the prosecution of corruption is good and all, but you've summoned sitting National Assemblymen from both parties. During the nomination period, no less. The opposing party suspects the president is behind all this. I'm sorry about the situation the president is in. Please proceed with any investigation with specific targets after consulting the Ministry of Justice. I'm afraid I can't do that. Even if that's what the president wants. Russell. This is my resignation letter. I will resign from my position after this is over, but won't give in to pressure until then. Heferi. Please let us speak with the president. I'd like to give this to him in person. Sorry you had to wait. President of South Korea. We should be apologizing for making you worry, sir. I can't help but think this is a bit too much. Why at a time like this? Because I believe this is the right time for it. What, Mon? Well, my wife asked a famous shaman about my career fortune and was told that I would retire after doing something big this year. Dadoon. Who knows? Maybe there's a bit of truth to it. In the Spirit or the Law, episode 46. It is widely known to the public that the President and the First Lady are devout Christians. In reality, however, they are not. They only pretended to be, in order to win votes. The First Lady was actually into fortune-telling. She was a VIP client. Even the President paid close attention to the lucky and unlucky dates the shaman gave him. If this gets made public, Christian voters will turn against him. And some might even speculate that the president relied on superstitions when making important decisions. This is basically a subtle threat to the president. But I digress. Please forgive me for straying off topic. No need to apologize. I also said something silly. If there are allegations, they must be investigated, even if they're politicians. Grin. Although I can't guarantee where this will end, I can delay the investigation until the general election is over. That will actually be great. How is the internal investigation within the prosecution going? To tell you the truth, we still have a huge problem. What is it? The Chief of Seoul Central District Office. What? Central District Chief. Used unlawful means to satisfy his greed for power. But considering the timing, it would be nice if we could send him elsewhere and take over the Special Investigation Unit of the Central District Office, from which his power comes. Do you have any specific ideas? How about appointing him as the Chief of Jeju District? Jeju, then the Central District Chief position will be vacant. How about Dong-ho Gu of Anti-Corruption Division to fill that position? Wait a minute. But Mr. Gu is on close terms with the Prosecutor General. There's a chance he could rise. I understand your concerns. However, swish. I'm planning to retire as a prosecutor after this case is over. This guy has no ambition. And an unambitious prosecutor general, who knows my secrets, is no threat. Who? I will see to it. That's not an outrageous request. You can keep the resignation letter, though. Let us both serve our terms and retire honorably. A few days later, Chief Jae-won Bae made an announcement as the spokesperson for the prosecution. Flash prosecution service. Flash plash. 8 chief prosecutors and 13 regular prosecutors have already been indicted. Yushin pros rai. Several others facing lesser charges were demoted or dismissed. We will implement stricter standards to restore public trust in the prosecution. Plasty flash. Can you update us on the assemblymen that were summoned? We have already secured crucial evidence and are in the process of indicting them. Some say the timing couldn't have been worse, since the parties are currently nominating candidates. Election. Like I stated, this investigation has nothing to do with the nomination. I will take one last question before closing. Raise prosecution. This sounds like the final investigation report. Is that correct? Yes. An official announcement will follow soon, but the task force will no longer conduct any form of investigation regarding this matter. The Supreme Prosecutor's Office will take care of the rest. And prosecutors in the task force will return to their original teams. You've been through. Slam back to work then. These are the cases that have been assigned to you. It never ends, does it? You escalate this to the finance division? What is it? I got this from Do-sik Song, Sango Yeon's right-hand man. An innocent person is behind bars instead at the moment. Do you plan to get everyone here in trouble? No, I'll end here since the Supreme too much on their plate. I'm really impressed. Who could have imagined a young prosecutor to do such a great job? Task force members safely returned to their original teams. And a huge case was closed, or so it seemed. Step. I've been too busy as of late, but I really should meet with him now. You must tell me if you sense something peculiar, okay? Yeah, I will. Good to see you, my son. Back with your team? Yeah, starting today. Any updates? Actually, there is. I was able to establish a connection with Sungjin Corp thanks to you. Their resident reached out to me, so I made a deal with Seongjin Department Store. The previous law firm working for them has to look for a new partner now. Ha 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 ha. Jae-hun. I sense greed. Original story Sangyang story Yeon Sang Art Myung Seo Kh. I was able to establish a connection with Sungjin Corp thanks to you. Their president reached out to me, so I made a deal with Seongjin Department Store. The previous law firm working for them has to look for a new partner now. Ha 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 ha, Jae-hun. I sense greed. Dadoon. Except, the greed I sense from your father feels different from that of others. What do you mean? This is, oh my goodness, why haven't I noticed it before? Don't you find it strangely convenient? The more havoc you wreak, the more kawakas I end up with. We're like the dynamic father and son. Father? Ahaha, that is certainly gunny. Jinhan card. Step. The greed your father harbors will eventually destroy him if it is allowed to grow. It's more dangerous than other kinds. Wait, greed is simply a term to refer to a person's ambition. How is that going to destroy him? It isn't just a concept. Excess is as bad as deficiency with everything in nature. Your father's greed has grown excessively and become something more than just a concept. What am I supposed to do then? There's nothing we can do at the moment. When the power of greed overpowers the physical vessel, an opportunity will present itself. I should be able to remove that greed from him then. But in order to do that, Yol will also need a physical body. Is it possible for you to use my body? Your body? Yeah, since you're residing in me, maybe there's a way for you to use your abilities through me. That may work, with enough training. In the Spirit of the Law, Episode 47. While the ascetic focused on her training, the prosecution went through a drastic transformation. The politicians confessed to their dealings, with the Central District Chief following an exhaustive investigation. The Central District Chief dishonorably resigned, pro uti, and was replaced by Dongho Gu. The new chief's approach was certainly different from that of his predecessors. ICE put together a summary of all cases the Special Investigation Team is working on and report to me by the end of the day. Okay. Include all cases they have worked on as well. Claimer. Claymore, are you trying to find more mistakes made by the former chief? We should just move on. I am. Some cases have clearly been dismissed for unclear reasons. That is why he was sent to Jeju Island, is it not, Droop? Which Special Investigation Division are you in? On Ceci, why do you ask? I'm terrible at forming factions or keeping others in line just to stay in power. Please don't tell me. We'll rotate the cases around. Work on a criminal case in the meantime, and think about it. Criminal Division 2 will take over Special Investigation Team's cases. Any other team that is unhappy with the situation? Droop. Min. What's going on, sir? I don't know. I'm packing Becalais. I was told to pack and move. Knock knock. Listen up. After the transfer is completed, we will review the cases we received from the Special Investigation Team. District Chief's order, so let's do our best. Yes, sir. After getting settled, we began going over the past cases. Elections were right around the corner, and we had to finish them by then. Overtime again? You're working hard. Hey, how is your training going? Haven't made much progress. Are you sorting out the case files? Yeah. I'll put serious ones aside and Padat. Wait, wasn't that case assigned to Criminal Division 5? Why is that among special investigation cases? She's right. Prosecutor XX Kim of Criminal Division 5. Why did the Special Investigation Team keep records of a case Criminal Division 5 worked on? This case involves an aggravated assault from 3 years ago. The culprit was sentenced to 4 years in prison and is currently serving. Are you going to dig deeper into it? But if I visit prosecutors involved in this case and ask questions, chances are they'll be pretty offended because this case has been closed. Chuckle. But Jae-hun, There's a much better way to find out more about the case. Transforming lives. Culprit. Jungbyo Manhwa. Who are you? You're not the bastard in charge of my case. He perceives you as an enemy. Be careful. But it's odd. I don't sense anything other than anger from that man. Anger? Who are? What the? Did you really come all the way here without knowing who I am? Chuckle. You were training to become a hair stylist at a salon in Yeoksum. You dated a young girl named Yong Suk Jong, an aspiring celebrity who went by the alias Yura. And you killed her. You do know. Why did you ask? Me that? Why did you kill Yura? Oh, since it was involuntary manslaughter, you probably weren't trying to kill her. Why did you assault her? Grind. I didn't fucking kill. Rise. I already said that 100 times. He's telling the truth. There clearly is something in this case. Relax and have a seat. If you're really telling me the truth, maybe I can help you. What? Just tell me everything that happened that day. Don't add or subtract anything. Do this, and I will see what I can do. Is he being serious? About helping me out? Everyone else just turned a blind eye to it. Grind. You're not trying to pull a cheap trick to frame me for additional stuff, are you? Because that prosecutor bastard was acting nice and all on the outside, too. What did he say? He told me to just confess Beckalise. There's no way Olet of it. And my lawyer also told me to just take it. Because I would serve at least 15 years if I get charged with murder. I was going through way too much to realize it back then. But I noticed after spending some time behind bars that I had walked right into their trap. Original story Sangyong story Yeonsang art Myong Seok. Because that prosecutor bastard was acting nice and all on the Olet side too. What did he say? He told me to just confess Beckalise. There's no way of it. And my lawyer also told me to just take it. Because I would serve at least 15 years if I get charged with murder. I was going through way too much to realize it back then. But I noticed after spending some time behind bars that I had walked right into their trap. A live-in couple got into an argument so big that their neighbors could hear. The man eventually picked up an object in the living room. Bang. And struck the woman in the head, killing her instantly. The prosecutor handling the case offered him a plea bargain. If he confessed, he'd be charged with involuntary manslaughter instead of murder. Under pressure, the man confessed. Despite having a solid alibi, that could have turned things around. You were with another woman? A customer asked if I wanted to hang out after work at the Riverside Park. Any man would fall for a cute girl showing interest like that. So, Yura died while you were spending time with that woman. That is correct. I couldn't get hold of her again after that day. He is speaking the truth. What was Yura's daily routine? Yura would often attend acting and vocal training classes. Where did she get the money for it? She modeled. And sometimes worked at a hostess bar. Something is definitely strange here. Honestly, I don't think the prosecutor is suspicious. But I can't figure out why this was shared with the special investigation team. Okay, continue working on the case. Just keep in mind that it could have been a simple robbery gone wrong. Sir? I was actually going to Ask you for help with this case, Sweat. What? Me? In the Spirit of the Law, Episode 48. Get goes all right. I get that they don't accept walk-in customers. But what made you think I had access, do? Look like the type of person to frequent this place? Don't get me wrong, I need a manager's approval for investigation purposes, awkward. Let's get this over with Ucky. And leave. That's what I'm planning to do. Creak. Sorry to keep you waiting. A girl named Yura here? Yura? No. There's no Yura here. The second girl from the left, I can feel her emotions. She's nervous and sad. Maybe she was close with Yura. I want the girl in a gold dress, the rest can leave. It's our policy to have at least 2 girls. Just cooperate with us if you don't want this to get out of hand. Somi, let me make this clear. If you don't tell us everything now, you'll get a summons from the prosecution. It's much better to talk about it here, don't you think? Why are you doing this to me? You knew Yura, who died 3 years ago. How do you know her? I'm a prosecutor, I have my ways. Tell me what you know about Yura. Her close friends, family. Customers, flinch. Was there a wealthy someone who was rather fond of her? She had a sugar daddy. 10 million won is approximately 7,200 US data. He seemed like a successful entrepreneur. He would spend tens of millions of won every time. Do you remember his name and what he was, just known as Mr. Lee? That's what everyone referred to him as. He sometimes even came here with politicians. Politicians? I don't know. I assumed, because they often talked about their parties and the government. Was there anything strange between Yura and this Mr. Lee? Yura told me one day that it was the opportunity of a lifetime to turn things around. Opportunity of a lifetime? Do you remember when she said that? A few days or months before her death? It was a few days before. She was visibly excited. At which establishment did you and Yura work together? Do you recall the name of the madam? It was called Marina. The boss lady's name was Jeon Baek, but I don't have her number. I haven't seen her in 3 years. Why was excited before her death? Yura Marina Jeon Baek. Nod nod. You are free to go. Oh, we did not talk about Yura here today, okay? Understood. Tap. The opportunity of a lifetime, I wonder. Maybe this Mr. Lee promised her something. Or Yura could have blackmailed him with his secrets. Find out where Jeon Baek is immediately. I'm going to tackle this issue from the front. From the front? I'll go straight to the prosecutors who worked on this case. Who knows? Maybe they'll share something valuable with me. That's not a bad idea, since we confirmed that her sugar daddy wasn't a prosecutor. Okay. The next day. Sir, I have the report on Jeon Baek, but prosecution service. She is dead. She's dead? She was involved in a hit-and-run accident near her home, just 4 days after Yura died. Was the perpetrator caught? No. Any chance the police screwed? The vehicle was caught on a security camera in the area, but it was unregistered. They investigated everyone that did this kind of work, but couldn't still find the driver. That's not all. It looks like more people died. What? Although this person was only reported missing. The thing is, he was the manager of the bar Yura worked at, and he also went missing, around the time. Or her death, the lair. is suspicious to say the least. Marina is no longer there, and all ladies that worked there have gone elsewhere. Exil. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. There has to be a major secret buried underneath this case. This isn't an involuntary manslaughter, hit and run, or a missing person case. It's premeditated murder. Original story Sangyang story Yeon Sang Art Myung Seo Kach. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. There has to be a major secret buried underneath this case. This isn't an involuntary manslaughter, hit and run, or a missing person case. It's premeditated murder. In the spirit of the Lotto, episode 49. You're both busy, so I'll be brief and to the point. Take a look at this. Prosecutor, who was in charge of Yura's case, prosecutor from Special Investigation Team that just blew it away. You have some explaining to do. Let's not make this difficult. Why did you do that? Sir, please don't get the wrong idea. Get to the point.
My apologies.
A politician's secretary I personally know asked me to check up on this case. I didn't think it was a big deal, so I spoke with the criminal division. Politician's secretary? Yes, sir. He said he just got curious since the politician he works for was a regular at that establishment. Why did the criminal division close this case so quickly? Because they had solid evidence. Jong Byum-an killed the girl. You didn't notice anything suspicious about the secretary? No, he asked casually like he didn't absolutely have to get an answer. Sigh. Okay, we'll leave it at that for now. Go do your job. Sir, if you're planning. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. It won't go out of control. Thank you, sir. Close. If new information about this case contradicts prior findings, the prosecutor who previously worked on it will be held responsible for accusing the wrong person. I don't know how I feel about highlighting a fellow prosecutor's shortcomings. The next day, we found the waiter that worked at Marina. According to him, this Mr. Lee is Jongbok Lee, the CEO of Chongma Construction. He apparently is a huge client, spending more than approximately $71,800 in a single night if he's in a good mood. Chongma Construction? Yes, sir. He started out with an adult entertainment business before transitioning to construction after becoming close with a regular patron who happened to be an executive of a construction company based in Incheon. Has Chongma Construction built anything major in Incheon? No, Chongma is a developer, not a contractor. But it hasn't led any project for over 10 years, it's just the name now. These days, Chongma Construction is just the parent company / majority shareholder of many affiliated businesses Jongbok Lee is running. The funny thing is that Jongbok Lee does not own a single share of these companies. Instead, other individuals are serving as presidents of these businesses, including Chongma Construction. A perfect setup for unlawful activities, I would say. I can't help but think this structure only works if the presidents are blindly loyal to Jongbok Lee. This bastard runs several businesses, but is free from responsibilities. How many companies are there? 2 construction companies, 1 investment firm, and 3 adult entertainment businesses. That's it? I was assuming there was a lot more given how extravagantly he spent. Fishy, isn't it? I think we need to set a clear goal. Are we going to focus on Yura's murder, or take a deeper look into Jongbok Lee's businesses? Or we can drop this case altogether. We lack the manpower to pursue both. Besides, Yong Suk Jeong's murder case has already been closed. Where is Chongma Conspiracy located? It relocated a few years ago. It's on Tehran Street, also known as Tehran Row. Tehran Street is a street in Gangnam, South Korea. Perfect. That puts it in our jurisdiction. We'll hold off on the murder case for the time being. Mr. O, get 2 detectives to help you track down the manager that disappeared Akev. Can you do that? Yes, sir. We'll pursue this case for just 1 month. We'll extend it if we find something, and drop it if we don't. This company is more conscientious than I had expected. National Tax Service of South Korea, according to the data, buying property and selling it to Cheongweol Construction, one of its affiliates, is all Cheongma. And it paid its taxes without exploiting loopholes. What about Cheongweol Construction? Cheongweol apparently was both the developer and the contractor. Except it used the name of a well-known construction firm in its advertisement to attract homebuyers. Is there anything working on? Development of Ujiang District in Songdo of Incheon. They're working on a project with 3 other developers. Isams. Been lobbying and providing entertainment for clients, but still paid taxes in full. Crumple. I can't find anything to hold them responsible for. Let me tell you something, Jaehoon. People don't change that easily. After Marina closed, do you think Jongbok Lee quit going to hostess bars? A dog will quit sniffing filth before that happens. Let's pay a visit to Jongbok Lee's favorite bar. Claimer Freight Claimer. So not a swoo. Step check all inventory items in the storage. Step verify identities of all employees as well. What the hell's Kongon clamor? Is this a police raid? Clans send the customers home. No need to verify their ID. Tumble search every single room. Hold on. What's wrong? I've been training rigorously to remember how to properly use my power. I told you that before, right? It has paid off, and I've made some progress. Okay, please get to the point. I can sense an extremely strong greed in the area. You should chase it down before it gets away. Ta-da-da. Slam. Rush. Ta-da-da. That's Jongbok. I can't believe I actually found him here. Mr. O, I found Jongbok Lee. Let him escape. I'm going to follow him. Okay, just be careful. Luxury. Seattle Sky Motel. Vocom. Vroom Fate. Vroom. Sorir. Hilton. Open. Hello? Welcome to Arden. Sims. I would like to ask a few questions. It's about the gentleman that just walked in here. How long has he been staying at this? Original story Sangyang story Yeon Sang Art Myong Seo Kach. Hello, welcome to Arden. Prosecution Service. I would like to ask a few questions. It's about the gentleman that just walked in here. How long has he been staying at this hotel? That's private information, sir. No one will ever know you were involved, so please. Swish 3 days? 3 months? How much does it cost per night to stay here? 2,000,001 per night for a suite, but he's getting a 30% discount for a long-term stay. Approximately 1,400 US deal. Is he paying in cash? Yes, he has been paying at the end of the month. In whose name? Xiongweil Construction. Why is he paying in cash when he can process this as corporate expenses? Because the company can pretend it had nothing to do with his stay, as long as there are no records. Prosecution Service, Yehun Guan Mobile. 010 Swish, please let me know right away when he checks out. If you're ever in need of legal help, twild Vaughn at least once. And we didn't talk about anything here, okay? Okay. She's Spirit. Of the Law, Episode 50B. Come on, sir. You gotta at least tell me why you're screwing us over. Why is the Central District Office doing this, all of a sudden? Manager of the Hostess Bar. Knowing the reason won't change anything. Please reconsider. I'm asking because I might actually come in handy in your investigation. I'll be done for if I get a criminal record. Look at this guy. Interrogating him shouldn't be too difficult, given his cooperative attitude. All right, shoot it. Tell me the names of 3 most suspicious individuals who come to your establishment. And they have to be big names. Understood? The biggest name I have is Mr. Lee. But we really should leave him out. I don't think you can handle him. Oh, really? What makes you say that? I've seen people he hangs out with. He's very well connected. I won't be surprised if some of them are high-ranking prosecutors. I stabbed my direct boss in the back. Do you honestly think I'll chicken out? Flinch. I can hear the gears turning in his head. To be fair, it's a huge decision to turn his back on them. Listen up, you little punk. If you tell me everything, I will let you go. But if you withhold information or lie, your establishment will be shut down, and I'll do everything in my power to put you behind bars. 3 years minimum. I really don't know much about Mr. Lee though, ugh. Aside from the fact that he always uses cash. Approximately 36 USD. 50,000 won is the highest value banknote in circulation in South Korea. He would bring bundles of 50,000 won bills. Okay, tell me all you know about the cash he lizzed, dates, how much he actually spent, everything. See can. My involvement a secret. Everyone working at your bar will write up a statement. You won't get in trouble if several people told me about him. Right? Gulp. Any. Shouldn't this be enough to summon him for the investigation? How so? Coco will tell him we have a few things to ask him about unlawful activities at the bar, then trace his money to its source. Why not tell him there are allegations of embezzlement instead? I've met plenty of guys like him throughout my career. He will claim that the money he spent has nothing to do with Chiangma Construction. There has to be a better way. We won't have to summon him if he shows up on his own. What about tackling other areas? Chiangma Construction and their investor are both in Seoul. We can begin with investigating them. Don't have a good reason to justify that yet. Make sure they don't find out that they're our target. Understood? Hilton. Ring ring, ring ring. Click, sir. What's up? The prosecution apparently visited Chiangma Construction. The prosecution? They apparently asked about the source. Leased, sir. The director of accounting pretended not to know anything, but the prosecution must be up to something. I will. It. Beep? Could something have happened at the bar? Click hello, sir. It's me. Ah, how is everything? Not well. It looks like the prosecution is watching me for some reason. I didn't even do anything to get on anyone's nerves, so I'm so lost. Really? Let me find out and reach Olet to you. Thank you, sir. I owe you a fancy meal. Yeah, it's me. There's something I need you to look into. I know it's been a while, yeah. Don't worry about it. A common prosecutor apparently got overzealous, Hilton, and tried to dig deeper into something he shouldn't. It's a novice who just became a prosecutor, putting his nose where it doesn't belong. They're just reviewing cases the special investigation team has worked on in the past. They're not required to do anything more than that. It's not a big deal. Bell end call block add to co. Not a big deal when a prosecutor paid a visit to the head office and questioned the company's cash flow? Grind. Just what is going on? Tap yes, sir. I want you to find out as soon as possible. Who is leading Special Investigation Team 2 in the Central Prosecutor's Office? And get all information you can. About that novice prosecutor Jae-hun Gwan. I knew it. Everyone that told me not to worry about it knows nothing. C0VE, he's the guy who shook the entire city of Seoul by getting his direct superior arrested. He didn't just get overzealous while reviewing a few cases from the past. He's making these moves with a clear target in his mind. Rise. I must make sure he can't get to me. I'll take matters to my own hands. Creak. Sir. There's something you need to look at. Theod decod. Splendas nonum surel noa I consoni. Maybe we should change the direction of the investigation. Change it? Records of a company don't have to be this flawless. There clearly is something fishy about that, Mr. Lee. Jae-hun Gwan speaking. Mode. Hello, sir. I'm Gwang-soo Yu, in-house counsel for Changma Construction. Original story Sangyang story Yeon Sang Art Myong Seo Kach. Jae-hun Gwan speaking. Hello, sir. I'm Gwang-soo Yu, in-house counsel for Changma Construction. I would love to meet you and explain everything in person. Cafe barista. Have you thought about how to approach this? Yeah. I plan to bring the missing manager back into the picture with this meeting. It's an honor to meet the hottest prosecutor in the Central District, W.I. Gwang-soo Yu. This guy is the embodiment of arrogance. He considers everyone beneath him. I suppose I can't let him have it his way. It has to be just a huge misunderstanding. Mr. Jongbok Lee does not deserve to be targeted by the prosecution. Oh really? Why is that? He's the epitome of a self-made millionaire, and he's absolutely kind-hearted. Epitome of a pimp-turned-entrepreneur, you mean? He's lucky the statute of limitations has expired for that crime. I would have charged him with arranging prostitution otherwise. Chuckle very well. I did not request a meeting with you to discuss that. Stop the investigation. This will be the last time I verbally request it. I was planning to stop the investigations on Cheongma and Cheongweol anyway. However, I will continue investigating Jongbok Lee on a personal level. Did my request sound like a joke? 3 individuals that worked at the establishment frequented by Mr. Lee died. Suspiciously enough, they were all connected to him one way or another. Are you suspecting him of murder? You're crossing the line, I'm telling you. You will be held responsible for it. Are you threatening? This Mr. Lee must be really well connected to threaten a prosecutor. Away with it. He doesn't care about the murder victims. Which means he knows exactly who they are. He's only pretending to be a wolf. Talk to him and try to convince him. Should I bribe him? No. Not money. Don't be like that. Just tell me what you want. What I want. We don't need to make an enemy of each other. We can be allies instead. Mr. Lee, like you have suspected, is extremely well connected. Perhaps his connections will come in handy for you in the future. He must have come here to coax you. Are you making promises for my career? Whatever you're aiming for. Just say the word. Do you want to rise through the ranks, start a political career? Lafo joined the Blue House Council? The Blue House, or Cheongwada, was the executive office and presidential residence of South Korea from 1948 until 2022. How can an honorary chairman of a corporation be that well connected? I rise. There's no need for you to rush. Think about it carefully. Please reach out to me after making a decision. Inuhe, Spirit of the Law, Episode 51. Did you feel it as well? Yeah, this Mr. Lee is behind the murders. Since the prosecution is already on it, he will most likely try to silence the manager. We need to get a warrant to arrest the manager immediately. XX unknown caller, voicemail. Prosecutor Jae-hoon Gwan? Who's this? Someone whose life got ruined because of you. Have you heard of the name Eun Jae-yo? That's the name of the manager I'm looking for. Listen up, 7 p.m. tomorrow. Come to the southwestern port of. Don't bring the cops or I'm going to run. Beep. Mernev. Day, the guy you're meeting today is most likely the killer. We must arrest him. Sir, he sounded pretty clever. He'll probably know that cops are hiding in the area. I've sent. Just focus on your job. Something's weird. It's almost 7 p.m., but I can't sense any evil energy. Hello, Eun Jae-jo? I know cops are there. I'm not stupid. Take off whatever you're wearing on your ears and head to the westernmost dock alone. You won't hear my voice again if you come with someone else. He's smarter than I thought. I've expected from someone involved in a conspiracy to commit murder. Mr. O, I can't communicate with you for a while. Just block all escape routes without being seen. Okay. Please be careful. Do you see the container yard? Look for 714. Unjayo? What do you want with me? I can't go anywhere because I'm wanted now. You were hired to kill 2 women 3 years. Is that why you placed a traveling restriction on me? This is hardly the right place to talk. Come with me and I'll make sure. Are you out of your mind? I'll never confess to the murder. You must be trying to get to the person above me, but I'm not cooperating until you help me. Flee the country. I'll either rot in prison or become a victim of murder myself. Do you think I will willingly accept that? Help you flee the country? Don't be ridiculous. Jae-hun, step. Step, you need to get out of here immediately. Huh? Why? And where can I go from here? Clink. Glance. See tep. Step. Step. What the? You saw them. They were definitely hired to silence me. Stretch. Do you know how to throw a punch? Crack, I hope you aren't a nerd who just studied a lot. Damn it. I should have brought the cops with. There are too many of them. I'm not sure if we can escape. We can try something if you want. You can't do this alone. But with my ability, maybe it will be possible. Except I have no idea if you'll suffer from side effects associated with letting me use your power through your body. Huh. You speak as if we have a choice. Original story, Songyong story, Yeonsong art Mayong Seok. Pow pow. Thup. Still not enough? Until he can throw a punch, all right? But this is it. Jump him. Ariana, I'm not trying hard, but my fists are moving instinctively. I can feel the ascetic's knowledge and experience. Swoosh. I got this. Manager dude, you still alive? Worry about yourself, punk. He still hasn't gone down. Focus on your own fight. You can't dodge everything. Pow. Take down the man with the knife first. Now. What's there to worry about when you're guiding me? It's been going more smoothly than I had anticipated, but I'm not sure how long I can keep this up. Mrs.? I'm feeling nauseous. I think I'm at my limit. Step. Come on, stay with me. I'm trying my best. You don't know. What's gonna happen to you if I die? Step 2. Ood Yehoon. In the Spirit or the Lao, Episode 52. Hun. Jae-hun. You're finally awake, Jae-hun. Did I make it? Thank goodness. What a relief. Do you know how worried I was? Sniffle. Yeah. I really thought I was done for, too. I dramatically woke up again in the hospital 3 days later. It took us some time to find you, Beckeleyes. The container yard was like a maze. The detectives found us at a crucial time. Unjae Jo and some thugs were arrested. You're a pretty good fighter, I must admit. All detectives at the site were astonished. Told you I was Superman. But you need to stay in the hospital for at least 10 more days. Don't even think about returning to work until you fully recover. Understood. Are you all right now? Yeah. It wasn't easy to share my abilities with someone. But on the bright side, I think I got the hang of it. Meaning? I may be able to get rid of the avarice that has entered your father's body. Can we get to it right away then? My father should come back in a few moments. But we must draw that avarice out of hiding first. In order to do so, you must weaken the physical vessel. But don't worry, we should be able to expose that avarice without having to resort to extreme measures through my ability. I just want to get it over with before my father crosses the line. I know you're doing great, so don't be so impatient. Slide. Jae-hun, I brought some porridge, you should eat. I told your mother to go home and get some rest. Inhale. Zing. News of a prosecutor being stabbed put the entire prosecution on alert. Messing with a prosecutor was a direct challenge to the prosecution's authority. If they have the audacity to do this to the authorities, one can't imagine how frightening their presence must be to civilians. Therefore, I hereby declare war on crime. Incheon and Seoul Prosecutor's Office, as well as Special Investigation Team 2, worked together to arrest Jeongbok Lee. They also had held from an unlikely source from the outside. Thank you so much, it will help greatly. Yeah, for this case. And the other case as well. My son almost died. No father would sit still and do nothing about it. What? Search warrant? Someone backing up the special investigation team? How could a search warrant be issued? You shouldn't worry too much since the company is clean. Leave it to me. Turn. Slap. I told you to take care of Jae-jo silently. What have you done? Knock, knock, knock. We're from the Central Prosecutor's Office. Knock. Is Mr. Gwang-soo there? I'm afraid you come with us, sir. Do you now have an idea why we You here? You heard about the redevelopment plan and engaged in unlawful real estate speculation. What do you think would do if he found out? The same man who has resorted to murder to cover up his filth. Bite. What do you want from me? Conspiracy to murder Jae-jo is just the start. How many more can you tell me? I'm keeping quiet for my own sake. I won't testify against him. You still have no idea, do you? Instead, I will tell you, a really big name if you promise to let me go. All right, go on. Mr. Lee has the support of a very influential person. Yoon-hwan Choi, former Deputy Prime Minister and Campaign Committee Chair of the ruling party. He's the man backing up Mr. Lee. Yoon-hwan Choi? Why would the kingmaker set to lead the next election for the ruling party do that? Do you have proof? Promise me, you'll release me on probation before I tell you that. What? Do you think we're haggling at a market? I'm not just trying to get away with it. If I go to prison, I'll be dead. Fine, I'll consider it. Start with the biggest. Do you know what Mr. Lee is currently working on? Redevelopment of Songdo, Incheon? He wouldn't need Yoon-hwan Choi's support for that. The U.S. military base in Gangbuk will relocate soon. No news has been made in regards to it, but Mr. Lee is aggressively purchasing real estate in the vicinity. As you are aware, the cost of lands surrounding the military base is really cheap. However, after the camp relocates, and the site is redeveloped, with high-rise apartments and commercial complexes, real estate prices in the area will skyrocket. How many acres? Grin. That's nearly as large as half of Seoul's forests combined. Original story, Sangyeong story, Yeon Sang Art Myong Seok Yech. Warning: this episode contains strong language that may not be suitable for some readers. Them all out of the country. To Shanghai Chengol, I don't care where. Toss war against career sent target Xi'an's the Phi Tian Sir Pros. Prosecution XO annihilate gangs Fing Hell. You still hasn't returned from the prosecutor's office. And those I had sponsored turned their backs on me. And where did Jae-jo go? Not a damn person doing what they're supposed to. Hatesim's Sansung prosecution. Yoon-hwan Choi Sell. I can't do this on my own. San Sung. Inua Spirit Off to Law, Episode 53. Re-fear if Fiperefafi. Good to see you back in the office. I owe your father a huge one. We were able to get a big name thanks to him. I heard everything from Migyong. Ministry of National Defense is discreetly looking into the past dealings. Yeah, it looks like the best properties were purchased under aliases, but we'll find them. It's going well thanks to Yu's cooperation. We even have the transaction records in full. That's where Yoli come in. I'm sorry for making you work right away, but there's something I need you to do. I've been waiting for you to say that, actually. Look at you. Much better than your home, right? Are you kidding me? Forget it. Let's get back to what we were talking about that day. What were we talking about again? Help me get settled in Japan. That? Perhaps you don't remember, but you're clearly involved in a murder case. The moment I testify, I will be done for. I can't leave the country if I'm dead. I will give whatever statement voids cop. After I flee, Jongbok Lee has the docks under control as well? What is he, a mafia boss? You can buy loyalty from thugs with money. Are you saying you didn't do anything wrong? Nod. What an arrogant prick. He has no intention of telling you anything before he leaves the country. He has no idea who he's playing games with. Detectives. I need you to come. Open what's going on? What's the meaning of this? Arrest this bastard for attempting to kill a prosecutor. But wasn't he also jumped? You heard me. Handcuff him and take him away, Tumble. Arg, what the are you doing? Listen up. You lured a prosecutor to Inchinport by falsely telling him you'd turn yourself in. Then you hired Chinese gang members to kill me and stabbed me in the back yourself because I wasn't going down. I clearly remember that you were the person who stabbed me. What is this nonsense? Attempted murder plus solicitation to murder. That's at least 10 years, I guarantee you. Here. It's the first day of the year. Have a bowl of tteokguk. Tteokguk, or sliced rice cake soup, is a traditional Korean dish typically eaten on New Year's Day. And see what Jongbok Lee is dealing with as you eat. War against crime. Chiangma is the first target. Styan pros ser ro. Secution to annihilate Ga. That's not all. Establishments managed by Lee have been suspended, and his businesses are being searched under warrant. Have they found any solid piece of evidence? Listen to me. You're not the only one trying to get off a sinking ship. In fact, we've already gotten statements from several people. You're almost there. Deliver a decisive blow. What about this? I know that Jongbok Lee has Yunwan Choi's support. Tell me the truth about the murder of those two women. If you killed them, you were probably forced by someone. I will take that into account. In return for your testimony at the court. It all began with the madam's greed. She was in a lot of debt. After finding out that Yora was being sponsored by Jongbok Lee, convinced her to keep a recorder on her at all times. While serving as a spy of some sort, Yura discovered where Jongbok Lee and Yunwan Choi's money was coming from. Okay, what's the source of their money? That, I don't know. Anyway, the Madame blackmailed the two with that information. And those two women died. He's telling the truth. I can't believe he murdered them. Why did Jongbok Lee handle this matter that he could have hidden the bodies so nobody could find them? He wanted to send a message to people around him. He was warning them not to do anything stupid. All right, let's get to the point. Did Jongbok Lee order you to kill those two women? I took care of the younger one. Someone else killed the madam, but I don't know who. So there was another hitman. But this should suffice. If he gives this statement at the court, Jongbok Lee is done for. You're a suspect in a murder case, all right? Just honor your part of the deal. After taking care of Jongbok Lee. Drag step. Step step. You should leave the country and stay outside until the general election. You know that my party has to win in order to continue promoting the redevelopment plan. Charges against you will eventually be dropped after. Look at the big picture, Lee. After the general election is over, I will have all restrictions lifted so that you can construct the fanciest apartment complex. Lufthansa non-stop you. I'm sorry, sir, but I'm afraid. I can, what do you mean? Well, step. Mr. Jongbok. I am an investigator from the Special Investigation Team of Seoul Central District Office. You are hereby under arrest for solicitation to commit murder. Are you out of your mind? Do you know who you're messing with? Gate, you can't get on a plane anyway. You're under a travel restriction. Nobody will bail you out of this one. I won't say another word without a lawyer. Criminals and their demand for a lawyer. It never gets old. It's okay to tell me your name and stuff without a lawyer. Who do you think you are, punk? I wonder who'll come to your rescue, since you has gone missing for some time. Knock ank. Click. I would like to have a word with my client. Is it okay to speak? Go ahead. Just open the door when you're done. What? Who is that man? That's not my lawyer. Original story Sangyong story, Yon Sang Art Myong Seok. Click. I would like to have a word with my client. Is it okay to speak with him in private? Go ahead. Just open the door when you're done. What? Who is that man? That's not my lawyer. The conversation between the client and the attorney cannot be heard from the outside. There's nothing to worry about. I can think of only one person that would assign me an attorney. Tell Mr. Choi that I will not end up on the wrong side of this partnership. I can't guarantee you what I'll say on the first day of the trial. Come on, Mr. Lee, you know how this works. What? You really shouldn't let go of your only opportunity. I'm warning you, I'm not going down alone if I'm screwed. Oh, really? Ha 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 ha. When was the last time a former deputy prime minister was proven guilty in a court of law in South Korea? At worst, he'll be summoned as a witness even if he sells out the entire country. I'll tell you exactly what Mr. Choi said. Grin. Keep your damn mouth shut, and just worry about your health while you're in prison. Then he'll cut you in on the redevelopment profits, as well as make sure your name ends up on the special pardon. Are you saying someone else will lead the project in my place? You can't lead the project while you're in prison. I hope you make a wise decision, Mr. Lee. Creak, gosh, I thought I was gonna piss in my pants. Can't believe people still do stuff like this. Nice acting in there, sir. Let's get some fancy dinner after all this is over, my treat. Don't worry about it, just make sure he doesn't find out. You work at the tax department. You'll never run into him. You're right, see you later. You can't let him walk free after all I've done for you, haha. Creak. How are things faring? Not very good. Both the chief and the district chief are getting hundreds of incoming calls. Just how many people took money from? Were any of the calls from Yunwan Choi? Not yet, I heard. So everything depends on Jongbok Lee's statement. We won't be able to indict Yunhwan Choi without it. The prosecution. About the redevelopment of federally owned property. However, District Chief Gu will take care of that. Inrehi Spirit of the Law, Episode 54. A few days later, at the interrogation room. He's so stubborn. He still thinks there's a way out for him. You're not the investigator from before. Are you a prosecutor? A prosecutor who was stabbed by you. I'm not in a good mood today, Becca lies of you, so you'd better not make it fing worse. This article was just published this morning. Flip O Daily. Yunhwan Choi allegedly backing a mafia-turned-entrepreneur based in Incheon. Lobbies by both parties. U.S. base relocates who owns 140 acres of land now. Lobbies by both Pa Yunhwan Choi allegedly backing a mafia-turned-entrepreneur based in Incheon. Clinch this. Grin. The government has the right to authorize the construction of anything after the military base relocates. It's obvious who'll benefit from the redevelopment project. Is there something we can do? Of course there is. We'll toss this over to the National Assembly. Since Jongbok Lee is well connected with members of both of the major parties, we'll let a third party bring this case up. But the entire National Assembly will receive fierce criticism, and they'll trample on one another to avoid losing popularity. It looks like Yunhwan Choi is no longer in position to bail you out. Executive Office and residence of the President of South Korea between 1948 and 2022. Even the Blue House is frustrated. President called the Prosecutor General. Well, what? He reportedly demanded a thorough investigation to make sure everything is taken care of. If you thought you could take your secrets to your grave, I'm afraid you're wrong. But I'll do you a favor. I'll make sure Yunhwan Choi stays in prison for longer than you. You have my word. Do you think this is the only redevelopment project Mr. Choi was involved in? He was criticized for corruption back then as well, but still survived. Law and justice are nice, but some Diopol are, unfortunately, above them all. Oh yeah? Eun Jo confessed everything. Yunhwan Choi is involved in Yura Jeong's murder case. We even got the call recording. Do you honestly think Yunhwan Choi can still hold off on his retirement conference? Call recording? You're getting better at lying. But it seems to be working. Throb. Power and authority come from his position. Once Yunhwan Choi retires, he'll no longer have that power. I've driven you to the edge. Is it still not enough to break you? Clench. 15 it. Possible to get out in 10 years? If you satisfy the conditions for it, your prison sentence can be reduced. And you know exactly what conditions need to be satisfied. Show that you truly regret your crimes. You can start by confessing. Activity you've been involved in. Prosecution, no secution, great work. Guan. The Blue House apparently called the Prosecutor General concerning this case. They probably want to get rid of Yunhwan Choi quickly so as to sever ties before the general election. Jongbok Lee will testify against him. Isn't it over now? Quite the contrary. It's only just the beginning. We'll indict every assemblyman involved, in this case from the major parties. The redevelopment project will continue unless we exterminate them. Summon every member of the Special Investigation Team to the main conference room. The district chief made a huge announcement in front of all prosecutors at the conference room. Prosecution Service. Mont prosecution. Prosecutor General's orders to indict everyone who took money from Jongbok Lee, Taiwan Pro. Perhaps it's time to make use of case files that have been collecting dust. Clamor. Clamo. We'll throw those in to wipe them all out in one go. Original story Sangyong story Yeonsang Art Myong Seok. Prosecutor General's orders to indict everyone who took money from Jongbok Lee. Protean. Perhaps it's time to make use of case files that have been collecting dust. Clamor. We'll throw those in to wipe them all out in one go. Yoonhwan Choi held an official press conference to announce his resignation in response. Around the same time, Gang-shik Lee announced the findings of the investigation so far, bringing to light allegations of murders arranged by Jongbok Lee and Yoonhwan Choi, as well as speculation regarding the relocation of the U.S. military base. Slam. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. Yoonhwan Choi, tell your chief to come here at once. Are you out of your mind? You're a suspect of soliciting to murder and bribery. Do you honestly think you can order the chief around? You insolent. You are to give a statement. Murder with Jongbok Lee now. Have I made myself clear? Clench. Suspect Stater. Executive Office and Residence of the President of South Korea between 1948 and 2022. The Blue House stated its intention to use the 140 acres of land for the citizens of South Korea. A public park will be built on the said site. 70 or so real estate properties have been purchased under aliases as instructed. Once the public park development kicks off, you'll easily make 100 Taimik AC. Much in profit. Grin. Make the rest of the payment. You should be in the United States in the meantime. In the Spirit or the Law, episode 55. But this isn't all that great. I only started this to ruin Jongbok Lee's plan, but it could actually hurt Jae-hun in the end. If people find out about it, they will suspect him for leaking this information to his father for real estate speculation. One article is all it takes for him to dishonorably resign. And there's a bigger problem. Guan and Lee can be heavily criticized for speculation. My firm's reputation is on the line. Tell Kim to come to my office. With the general election right around the corner, the Special Investigation Team of the Central District Office was the eye of the political storm. Whoever summoned by the Special Investigation Team would receive a message from their party about their nomination being cancelled, and some regional caucuses were entirely held off. The National Assembly was in deep distress. But the prosecution did not stop there, with the people backing them. Considering the remorse shown, the defendant is hereby sentenced to 10 years. Haidok. Jongbyum-an, who was wrongly incarcerated, shall immediately be released. Visitation room. Mr. Yu spoke with all the guys. They all thought. The instruction obviously came from you, sir. They made new seals and signed the agreement without finding out about it, as per Mr. Yu's order. You stabbed me. In the back. Where that bastard right now? Him? It seems that he has fled to the United States. He might still be in Korea. Have guys look for him. Get rid of him. After finding out what he did with my properties. What became of Cheongma and Cheongweol? All of Cheongma's projects have been stopped. Cheongweol will declare bankruptcy soon. How much money has been secured? About 7 billion won, sir. The investors took more than anticipated. Approximately 5 million USD. Take 1 billion out and split it between yourselves. Approximately 722,000 USD and Swish split and deposit the remainder in these accounts. Let's be real here, bro. What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? Mr. Lee is done. He's not getting out. Why don't we split everything in half and go our separate ways? Grin. That's the best idea I've heard all day. I don't get it. Coco. Why is he so cooperative all of a sudden? I can sense despair and regret. Let's see. Do you remember when his subordinates last visited him? Aha, I think I know what's going on. You have no one to trust now. Continue being cooperative, and I'll consider going easy on you. Especially during the trial. Your evaluation as an inmate will also depend on what you say at the court. Close, it's over. There shouldn't be a problem with the first trial. Jongbok Lee pleaded guilty to his crimes during the first trial. It's all my fault. 1. Let my greed get the better of me. Greed? Please elaborate. I needed Mr. Yunhwan Choi's help in order to win the bid for the construction project. So I couldn't really turn down his requests. I foolishly thought of it as an act of bribery instead of murder. I had already delivered billions of won to Mr. Choi. One moment, please. Where did you get that money from? I operated a boat through which illegal immigrants came into the country. I have nothing to say in my defense, I'm sorry. Jongbok Lee's statement was critical. Murder as a part of bribery, as Jongbok Lee stated, especially infuriated the general public. A few days later, Dio Ko Guan held a press conference. I decided to hold a press conference because I have something to confess in regards to the redevelopment of the former U.S. military base. Flash. As some of you are already aware, my son works as a prosecutor at Seoul District Office. Last year, while he was investigating Jongbok Lee, he was stabbed by a thug Jongbok Lee had hired and almost died. I was absolutely exasperated. With the desperate desire to bring Jongbok Lee to trial, I gave instructions to investigators working at and I accidentally discovered that Mr. Lee had purchased a whole bunch of real estate properties near the military base. The names belonged to low-ranking members of a local gang. After Mr. Lee was arrested, they approached me and tried to sell the properties at a bargain. Because I did not want Mr. Lee to make a profit from this act of speculation, I accepted their offer. I let my personal feelings cloud my judgment. That is unacceptable as a law professional. I would like to ask for forgiveness for my mistake. How much are the real estate properties worth? A little over billion won at the time of the purchase. Approximately 57.8 million USD. Not that I've purchased them all at market price. Experts say that the value will be 10 times as much. 10 times? 800 billion won then? Approximately 578 million USD. There has to be a specific reason you wanted. Conference. Can you tell us what it is? First of all, I'm willing to face legal consequences of my actions. Whatever the verdict is, I will not protest. After paying the associated fines and surcharges, I will sell all properties I've purchased this way. You'll make hundreds of billions of won in profit. What do you plan to do with that money? The entire amount will be used for scholarships. Adrovim Atriv. There are many law schools in the country, 43,000 USD. However, students must pay up to 60 million won in tuition without financial aid. Are you saying you'll give scholarships to law students? Yes. It will cover the tuition for undergrad studies and law school, and beyond if necessary for students from low-income backgrounds. There is a condition, of course. The student must pass the bar exam after graduating from law school. If they fail, I will collect the scholarship back in full. You can cover the cost easily with profit from it alone by investing the seed money elsewhere. Is that your plan? Perhaps I should make changes to qualifications. I will expand the scholarship to students from middle-class households as well. If that still isn't enough, I will expand it to colleges other than law schools. Even if I lose my license as an attorney Beckalese of this case, I will not go back on my words. Original story, Sangyong story, Yeon Saying Art Mayong Seok. Dioko Guan's press conference was huge to everyone in the legal profession. Some were elated by the rise of a new path for aspiring law students, while others were worried that too many law professionals would be loyal to Dioko Guan in the future. In 10 or so years, most law firms will have attorneys who got your father's scholarship. Your father's influence will be paramount in the legal field. But don't worry, because I'm not going to let that happen. A certain someone, you motherfucker. That's my building, not yours. How dare you? Grind realized that he was left with nothing. The next day, Vroom Creek. Simo Jongbok Lee? He has already died, transforming lives. Goodness. He hung himself with the bath robe belt. Robe belt? How did he have access to something like that? He was in solitary confinement. Probably convinced the warden that he had wealth to share after his release. But in reality, he had lost everything and had to stay in prison for a long time. He must have felt hopeless. A week later, Defendant Yunwan Choi used his power to kill others. In doing so, he has perverted the course of justice. This court finds the defendant Yunwan Choi guilty of soliciting to murder and bribery. Accordingly, it is the judgment of this court that you be sentenced to a term of 20 years in prison without parole. Good. 20 years behind bars is like a life sentence, since he's over 60. Transforming lines for the better second chance for everyone. He will most definitely appeal, but the testimonies and evidence are too powerful. More politicians and ex-government officials are still to be tried, but that is none of my concern. You did it, Jafun. Court is adjourned. Inuhe Spiri. Of the Lu, Episode 56. I will be straight and to the point. Former Mayor of Seoul Sang-il Choi. No, you are our. What can I possibly do to help you, Mr. Cho? You have the people's support on your back, with your democratic approach to tackle the economy. I still have a long way to go. My party hasn't decided whom to nominate yet. But you certainly have what it takes to go all the way. Nobody can guarantee what will happen in the presidential election. I am timid by nature. Executive office and residence of the President of South Korea between 1948 and 2022. Should I enter the Blue House, I will see to it that your pathway to National Assembly is clear. There is one necessary step I always take whenever I work with a new client. What would that? Investigating about the client. I will look into everything about around you. If the findings are acceptable, I will consider your proposition. Would that be all right with your do as? A month later. This is how much I've found out. To tell you the truth, I can fix TC Popcac. This is it. B. This is only just the beginning. I want to know the whole truth, sir. I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Guan. The corruption involving Seoul Facilities Corp's parking permit. A lot of money was transferred here and there. I really hadn't known about it, The CEO did not bring it to my attention so that I could get away with it. You should meet with him discreetly. Meet him, Mon. Yeah. You must tell him to lay low and promise him you'll pardon him and that you'll have a use for him after you win the election. I don't know about pardoning him, but I can't give him a position. Don't get the wrong idea, sir. Just tell him that. That's it. You can't pardon someone who has committed corruption. I will connect you with someone who can work as your advisor. Keep that person next to you. Oh, and I must politely decline your offer to become the Minister of Justice, sir. If you can ask for my opinions when you review the candidates for that position, that should suffice. That's it? Just his opinions? No, he still isn't being fully honest with me. Perhaps I made promises too early. It should be discussed after the election. Chuckle, I look forward to working with you. Thumb. What was that just now? Are you all right, Mr. Guan? I'm fine. You will not be disappointed, I assure you. Special Investigation Team, 2 Conference Room, the season is back. We are tasked with looking into Sang Il-choi's term as the mayor of Seoul. There should be a lot of documents to refer to, so it won't be that bad. Why would the prosecution dig up about a presidential candidate? There are no allegations yet, as far as I'm aware. This is for his sake as well. If the media spreads false information about him, we must correct it immediately. We don't want anyone to be wrongly accused. Understood. Oh, and don't take any action without person. We're only trying to get well informed. Keep that in mind. Guan, do you remember that case? What case? Your first case ever last year. You dug up about the mayor. Any steps you hadn't taken back then? I did not interrogate the CEO or the mayor, but it was concluded that the mayor had nothing to do with it. Look into that again. Just don't do anything rash. Okay, sir. Dran. It's been a while. Good thing you made a copy of it, although I did not expect to have a lice for it again. I was planning to give all this to media companies if the Supreme Office tried to cover it up. But there was nothing that suggested such in the instrument of the investigation result. Shake, that's the video everyone is talking about. What? There is only one way to find out, it seems. Yeah, I need to get moving. Next morning. Anyang Prison. The former mayor of Seoul was here yesterday? Yeah, he visited Mr. Lee, the former CEO of Seoul Facilities Corp. I would like to look at the visit log and recordings. But sir, there has to be an order from the prosecution. Click I didn't. I just need to listen to it quickly. Hang in there for a bit. After I win the election, I will see to it that your name is included in the pardon list. No, sir, there is no good reason to pardon me yet. You must not do that. Make sure you take care of yourself. What do you think, Mrs.? I can't tell much from this conversation. I'd need to see him in person. I haven't noticed anything strange thus far. I agree with you. Who knows? Maybe he's not an ostracole like. But even if he's acting, there's nothing more we can do about it. Geez, I can't believe this is really it. I guess I'll report that the former mayor of Seoul should be cleared. A few days later. What in the world? That's Hyongle. What the hell is he doing there? Original story, Sangyong story, Yeonsang art Myong Seok. A few days ago. Nice to meet you. I'm Hyong Us Choi. Pleasure is all mine, Sangil Choi. He's a lot younger than I expected. You can treat me like one of your own. I have high expectations of you. Mr. Guan seems to regard you highly. That probably has a bit to do with his personal feelings as well. What do you mean? I happen to be good friends with Prosecutor Jae-hun Guan, Mr. Guan's son. You could say I owe him my life. You're not just good friends then. Does Mr. Guan plan to make Hyung-yu Choi his right-hand man? Is that why he gave him such an important? Very well. What's the first piece of advice you have for me? Inu a spirit or the law Enicode 57. Back to the present, late at night. Tap. You're getting involved in politics now. Are you out of your mind? Don't get the wrong idea. Although your father suggested it. It was my decision to take the job. Why him though? He's deeply connected with criminals. Except all charges were dropped. I've had my eyes on him for a while. He seems to be a decent politician. What did he want from my father? Not exactly sure. My guess is that he thought he'd need a good lawyer in case the election got a bit dirty. Still. That's enough, bro. Sang-il Choi may be from a wealthy family, but he's done nothing wrong. Nothing you tell him will work. Hyung-yu feels different. Like my father? No, it's not greed. I sense something entirely different. It's somewhere between envy and admiration. There are allegations that your brother-in-law has gotten involved in the city's governance during your term. Are there any explanations for that? There are no explanations. Because that's not true. I hope you're willing to take responsibility for that baseless accusation. And you expect us to just believe. If there is evidence that my brother-in-law has done that, sue me right now. I'll be waiting. Can you look stuff up about Choi's Bruthkin-law? Okay. The next day, the accusation against Sang-il Choi I had brought up during the debate yesterday was fabricated. I would like to sincerely apologize to Sang-il Choi. I hereby announce my withdrawal from the primaries. Hill, goddammit, I was just about to get to the bottom of everything. But it hasn't even been 24 hours yet. Why did he change his mind? Maybe he was blackmailed? It'd be nice if I could see him in person. See him in person. We'll keep looking into his brother-in-law. Don't worry about the press conference. Where are you headed? I want to clarify the uncertainties first. Politician's office, with all due respect, sir, it's all over. He has already moved to a rural district. Secretary, please tell me what you know. Why did he change his mind so quickly? We're just as baffled. We didn't expect Mr. Choi to take this matter that far. Take it that far? Mr. Choi filed a lawsuit against our camp right after the debate for false accusation and defamation. It was handled by, what was his name again? Hyung-yu Choi? Anyway, he was infuriated by the stunt and went to confront him immediately. But just hours later, he held a press conference. We were all shocked. So he gave everything up in 2 hours. He was clearly blackmailed. I just want to hear this. Is the allegation on Mr. Choi's brother-in-law true? I'm not sure. Nobody told me anything about it, so. He's not critiquing the truth, he knows something. Sir, I will not tell anyone about our conversation here, you have my word. The primaries are already over, it's all in the past. Have you heard the rumor? That Mr. Choi's brother-in-law was poking his nose into everything like he was the mayor? Yeah. Everyone at the city hall was talking about that. Some even said that Mr. Choi literally beat the crap out of his brother-in-law for it. Beat him up? What exactly did he do? The brother-in-law apparently forced the federal workers to carry out some sketchy business, not long after Mr. Choi got elected. Mr. Choi had approved it without reading it thoroughly, because he was still learning about the mayor's job. That must have happened very early in his term then. Yeah, it was called globalization of Seoul's eateries, or something. The purpose of the project was to promote Seoul's best restaurants to foreigners. They actually did something with it, though. Globalization of Korean food. They made a website featuring food vloggers. How much money was spent on this project? Approximately 1.1 million USD, 1.5 billion won if I remember correctly. Billion on food vloggers? The website improved, though. Mr. Choi made decent changes to it after realizing what had been done. I take it that your camp has found evidence for it, since that was mentioned during the debate? To tell you the truth, we've only obtained a single document. What kind? It was mailed to us. It was a copy of the meeting minutes for the discussion of the project led by Choi's brother-in-law. The brother-in-law's name was included in the list of participants. What? He was in that meeting, even though he's not a federal worker. Then why did your camp withdraw from the primaries? Well, he must have determined that the copy was fake. Fake? He said the brother-in-law's name wasn't in the original document. Rise. Can I take a look at the copy you have? It's too late. It was ripped apart to pieces, right after the meeting with Mr. Choi. Why? What an idiot. He must have gotten scared. So, you have nothing left. That's right. Since Mr. Choi is taking such a firm stance on it, I don't think anyone will ever touch this issue again. Maybe it's the brother-in-law's fault entirely. And Mr. Choi only tried to rectify the situation. So you think Mr. Choi really knew nothing about it? Creak. Ah, you're back. Someone's actually here to see you. He wants to talk to you in private. He is and man. Burning with justice and fairness. It's been a while since I last saw someone like that. Have you watched the debate for the primaries? Especially about Mr. Choi's brother-in-law. I have. You're the one who got the CEO of Seoul Facilities Corp indicted last year, and even investigated your own boss, right? Yeah, that's me. But with whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? Inhale. My name is Hongryol Baek. I used to work at the Planning and Development Department of the City of Seoul. I quit some time ago. And I'm the one who has sent the document about Mr. Choi's brother-in-law to the opposing candidate. I see. He's the man who mailed it to the camp. I don't know why he withdrew like a coward, clench. But I couldn't sit back and do nothing about it. Russell. This is the copy of the meeting minutes. Sir, can you please investigate Sang-il Choi's brother-in-law? Your original story, Sang-yong story, Yonseng Art Myong Seok. This is the copy of the meeting minutes. Sir, can you please investigate Sang-il Choi's brother-in-law? I see your name here as well. You weren't kidding. This isn't the only one. I was a part of more meetings like this. Sang-il Choi said he did not know about his brother-in-law's actions. That isn't entirely false, since not all positions were filled early in his term. So he made his brother-in-law run a few minor errands, not knowing it would go out of control like this. Doesn't that mean Sang-il Choi is innocent? Except he tried to cover it up after finding out about it. Seems like I misspoke. How much money did Choi's brother-in-law unlawfully make this way? Easily, 2 to 3 billion won. Prosecution service. Have you heard the phrase that? Lie to cover up a small one? Approximately 1.4 million and 2.1 million US dollar, respectively. Sang-il Choi initiated a much larger project worth tens of billions of won to make up for his brother-in-law's crime. 10 billion won is approximately 7 million USD. The rebate from that unnecessary, forced project was the only reason it wasn't investigated further back then. Were you by any chance? Yeah, I was put in charge of that stupid project. I was only doing what I was told until I couldn't stand it anymore. Can you tell me more? Project? Do you remember the artificial island in the Han River? Although they got rid of it fairly quickly for it being impractical. Building something and tearing it down is a classic method of misappropriation. Sang-il Choi should have exposed his brother-in-law's actions from the get-go, but chose to cover it up. To maintain a clean political career, to run for president in the future. Sir, I want Choi's brother-in-law behind bars. I can sense his sorrow. I wonder what made a good man like him despise someone so much. I understand. Thank you for your courage. I finally have a lead. Now it's a matter of how deep I dig. I must decide how far I want to take this. Inuhi Spirit of the Law, Episode 58. There will be equal opportunity for everyone. Rights Party all. Nomination speech. Regardless of age and gender, every family deserves the chance at a hopeful future. Let. Social security system will be enhanced. Older generations will benefit from an overhaul of the pension and annuity program. I will lead from the front. Yeah. It's time for a new beginning, yeah. Let's build a great future together. Together we will write history, yeah can'ts. On speech. Text message, you'll love this video. Enjoy. Sang-il Choi. Done. Who the hell? Are you? Did you watch the clip I sent you? Isn't it amazing? Step, who are you, and what do you want? Money? Of course. What else would I want? Pay me 30, approximately 21 million USD, billion won, and I'll shut up and leave the country. And if I decline? Don't play a game with me. If this goes viral, your boss's political career will be over. Chuckle. You're talking to the wrong person. I don't work for Sang-il Choi. I am not his secretary. Appad end. The next day future for Sang-il Choi. I heard you had some urgent business to take care of yesterday. How did that go? It went well, sir. Keep up the good work. Why? Don't you work by my side even after I win the election? Ha ha ha. What's up with you? You seemed troubled. The real battle is about to begin, so I must be a little nervous. See me after the meeting today. What's going on? You can talk to me. Isams. Where did you even get this? I got it in a text message last night. I don't know who sent it, though. Have you told anyone else about it? No. You're the first person I'm showing this to. The sender demanded money for it. Money? How much? 30 billion won. Sir. What kind of a person are you, really? Dadoon. You're getting the wrong idea. That video is definitely fake. I'm so sorry, sir. I don't think I can keep doing this. I'll forget about the video Katidsiv. I'll let you have the phone, so you decide what to do with it. See, come on, Hyung Lee, Bo. It was only a short stint, but it was a great experience. What? Civil rights lawyers organization? Instead of returning to work at the firm? Did something happen to? No, sir. It's just something I really wanted to do. Thank you so much for everything. I really enjoyed my time here. I will visit from time to time. Creak. Tap. Mr. Yu. Put somebody on Hyung Yu immediately. Something definitely happened between him and Song-gil Choi. What is this? This agreement basically says, I'll be your personal attorney from now on. Once you put your signature on it, you'll be my official client, and I'll be your official attorney. Which means I am legally bound to keep everything we discuss a secret. With that said, please tell me what happened between you and Hyung Yu. Swish. That phone is Hyung Lee's. Yeah, let me explain. Tap. Don't you find it hilarious? Just 1% of Seoul's, approximately 210 million US cents budget, which is about 300 billion won, was enough to shut everyone up. They have a peasant mindset. They're praising me as the pioneer of economic democracy. This country does not belong to the people yet. The common folk don't know that. But we need the people's trust. They're no different from peasants in the feudal age. Chuckle say stuff. Give them just enough, so they barely get by, and they'll worship you. Do you honestly think a wealthy man like me really wants equality? When I benefit so much from inequality. Swish. Who was the other person speaking? That's the man in prison right now. Jongbok Lee, was this meeting also called by? No, I'm not exactly sure, but I think it was Yongsik Gwan's idea. He's also behind bars at Ihi Momen. Who is Yongsik Gwan? He was the person that took charge during the parking lot incident. He was a city councilor at the time. He must have installed the camera then. That's what I thought too, but Yongsik Gwan cannot have blackmailed me. Right. It makes more sense for him to wait until you're elected, so he could use it to get a pardon. What do you think I should do, Mr. Gwan? I'll come up with a plan. Beep, yes, sir. Mr. Yu. Search Jae-hun's place thoroughly today. He might actually be in the center of all this mess. Original story Sangyang story Yeon Sang Art Myung Seo Kh. Warning: this episode contains strong language that may not be suitable for some readers. So this is what you found in Jae-hun's place. He probably threatened the Supreme Prosecutor's office with this during the parking lot case. But I don't see that video here. Do you think Jae-hun has hidden it somewhere? I doubt it. He's the type of person to how nothing back. If he had the video, he would have used it last year. What matters is where he got this video from. Have you looked into that? Yes, sir. It was hacked. There are call recordings as well in the USB. An expert hacker's doing. Jong-yu, do you think you can find this hacker? Without Song-gil Choi finding out about it. It won't be easy, but I think it's possible. I'm getting the feeling that he has information that can be used against Song-gil Choi. Once we obtain it, we'll have the president in our pocket. In the Spirit or the Lao, episode 59. Do you have the money? Approximately 21.1 million USD, 30 billion won is a lot of money. I can't transfer all of that at once. I'll give you instructions on that, so don't do anything stupid. I will provide you with 3 separate account numbers. Transfer the money into those 3 accounts. Understood? Creak. Did you locate him? Yes, sir. We got him. Grin. Mr. Guan. What should I do about this? I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that. I hope you can take care of it without a problem. It's an obstacle you should be able to overcome. Keep this in mind, sir. No investor is dumb enough to invest in a lost cause. Grind. I don't care about the method. Find him. Hold on. Let's talk instead. Who do you want again? Coco, someone bold enough to blackmail the man who's on his way to become the most madodtant side in the country. He apparently works in the same field as you. Is there anyone that comes to your mind? There is, so please put that down. I don't know his name or address, but I have his number. Contact the cybersecurity team. Them to trace the number down, Vor. We got the address. Good. We'll go there immediately. Press. Tumble, what the hell, gee. Why are the cops there? God damn it. Sangil Choi beat us to it. I knew he had enough power to move the police department. But I didn't expect him to do it so quickly. Everyone, listen up. If we can't have it, nobody else should. We must stop them. We'll buy enough time for the hacker to run away. We'll get you out of jail in 48 hours, even if you get arrested. Get to work. Yes, sir. Dog. Cops. Could they be here for me? How am I supposed to run away? Step. Step. Mr. Genoseo, we need you to come with us. Tap. Da. Who are you guys? What the? Scuffle, move out of the way, or get arrested for obstruction of justice, scuffed. I'm so confused. Claymore, but it seems like an opportunity. Tadada jump. Get that bastard. Taria, Sada. Dadada. Dada thimp. Plop. Clean hit, gosh. As hell. Follow me, or else you'll lose a limb or two. These thugs must have been sent by Sangil Choi. Zero Oak, damn it. Did I mess with the wrong? I'll be done for if I go with him. Quoosh. Roll. You little. Tadada. Vroom. Honk. LAN. Intensive care unit, sir. Access restricted, person only, cess restricted. Blink. Blink. Gasp, can you hear me? Thank goodness you only sustained minor injuries. But you still need to remain in the hospital. I'm alive. I guess I instinctively avoided a fatal injury. But he probably works for Sangil Choi as well. Tremble. If the nurse leaves, I'll be dead. Axie. Can I borrow your phone to make a quick phone call? I just want to call my guardian. Who should I call, though? I'm not friends with other hackers, and it's not like I can bring my family into this mess. Wait. Maybe he will help me. Click GCKF. Hello? It's Jaehoon Gwan. Do you remember me, sir? It's me, Genoseo the hacker. I'm at the intensive care unit of XX University Medical Center. Can you come, see me really quickly? I'm going to be killed if. Original story Sangyong story Yeonsang art Myong Seok. Mater 1. I've stationed trustworthy individuals by the door and explained everything to the medical staff. Please tell them not to let down their guard. All right. Hacker boy. Sweat. You have some explaining to do. I have a name. I'm Genoseo. You still have no clue what mess you've dragged yourself into. You're a wanted criminal, moron. Wanted? For fraud. Guro Police Department put you on the list today. You choose. Tell me everything, and I'll try my best to help. Or you can just turn yourself in, IHM. I think it has to do with the stuff I've come across by chance. They must have driven me into the corner to seize that. It wasn't just the police. An unknown group was also on his tail. He must be in possession of something quite powerful. And he probably used his skills to get his hands on that. Grin Genoseo. Now you're calling me by my name. Don't get cocky and hand over what you've hacked. In the spirit or the law. Episode 60. Are you out of your mind? 30 billion won for one footage? Approximately 21 million US dollar. Grab that hurts. I'm a patient, remember? And it's not just any footage. Sang-il Choi's career will be over if this gets leaked. Elaborate. He said something about maintaining an 8-to-2 ratio. He wants to ruin the middle class and make the gap between rich and poor even greater. Idik Muku. Worse if you watch the full video. He claimed to be the pioneer of economic democracy, while secretly devising a plan to only benefit wealthy people. Please honor your promise to keep me safe, sir. I told you where the video is. Tap. Mr. O, have you secured the item? Sir? It's not there. The locker is empty. All right, this is as far as it goes. I swear I left it there. I didn't even make any copies. That was the original one. He's speaking the truth. Who else knew that? You kept the USB at the subway station locker? Nobody else did. I'm not lying. Then why is it not there? Wait a minute. Pause. Who could have taken it and how? Mr. O. Can you check the security camera footage? Somebody came and took it, about 10 minutes, before I got here. I downloaded and brought the footage for you to see. Sir. This someone you know? I'll be right back, Mr. O. Keep a close watch on Genoseo until I return. I've obtained the item. But would it really be all right? Not only did I search his place, but we've also tapped his cell phone. Grin as long as we're not caught. But the hacker on the wanted list? Somebody is desperate. Are detectives working for Sang-il Choi still near the hospital? Yes, sir. And cops working with Jaehoon are also there. It's difficult. I approach the hacker at the moment. That's fine, since Sang-il Choi also can't. Keep monitoring the hospital. Knock knock, Mr. Guan. Mr. Sang-il Choi wants to see you. Speaking of the devil. I'll be straight to the point. I want the blackmailer, as well as the video. I don't know if you're aware, but your son has gotten hold of that bastard. Please meet with him and convince him. Sir, my son and I barely even talk these days. I will order a series of investigations on Guan and Li, as well as all companies you have worked with, as soon as I become the president. What kind of investigations? I'll use all organizations from and to the prosecution to put pressure on them. National Tax Services and Financial Supervisory Service, respectively. You're threatening me now, but you'll need additional funds for your campaign. I'm afraid you're not the only wealthy person in the country. I still have a number of corporations I keep in touch with. In fact, I'm scheduled to meet with them after this. Oh, really? I thought you were against the wealthy conglomerate family structure. Frown. Surprising to hear that from you, when you know what kind of a person I am. The more I talk with him, the worse my thump migraine is getting. Thump. So you'd do whatever is at your disposal. You've changed. But can you really become the president that way? I certainly can. Wealthy conglomerate families will do whatever it takes to elect someone who will greatly benefit them. I hope you don't take it personally. If I become the president, you'll be in good hands for at least 5 years. Grind. Tap. Here's the video. Please accept my apologies for speaking harshly. Are you all right though? Thump Russell, yeah, it's just a chronic headache. You should see a doctor. You need to stay in shape. There's nothing wrong. I should be all right. That's a relief. Anyway, can you arrange dinner with your son for me? Whew, with my son. I just want to have a word with him over a nice meal. Open. Jae-hun. Yeah. There's a crack on the vessel. Finally. That took a lot longer than I expected, though. That can't be helped. I would have made a hole on the vessel to remove the avarice controlling your father had I been able to use my powers in my body. Chit, chat, tap, tap. Are you even listening to me? Ring, 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 tap. Father, it's been a while. Do you want to have dinner together sometime? Father? Sure. Would it be all right if I brought another person? It's nice to meet you. Jae-hun Guan. I heard you're best friends with Hyeong Lee Choi. Yeah, we studied together. I suppose it's natural for clever people to gravitate to one another. Haha. Mr. Choi. Can you tell me why you wanted to meet me? Sighed. I wanted to meet you today because I have a proposition to make. I'm listening. What do you say to working by my side if I win the election? Sir, you'll be a Secretary of Civil Affairs. I'd make you the Senior Secretary of Civil Affairs if I could. But after my term is over, you can return to the prosecution or judiciary. With experience at the Special Investigation Unit of the Central District Office and the Ministry of Civil Affairs, you can even become a chief prosecutor right away. Or you can serve as a lead prosecutor at the Supreme Office. Why would you make me this offer, though? I am one of the obstacles in your way. Because I want you to be an ally. Sir. Are you sure about that? Original story Sangyeong story Yeon Sang Art Myong Seo Kach. Because I want you to be an ally. Sir, are you sure about that? The feeling is not mutual. Come on. You wouldn't even be. You just want to watch me from close. I want a truce, a prosecutor from the Special Investigation Unit on my tail? That doesn't look good on me. This is bad. Now is the perfect opportunity to rid your father of greed. But I can't use my power to do that with someone distracting us. The vessel might sustain a permanent damage if this chance isn't taken. Father, falter. Are you all right? We have to do something, Father. Let's do it right now. Let me borrow your body, Ye-hun. What? Now? Slam. I wasn't done talking. Are you even listening to me? Do you not see the state my father is in? How dare you? Defy me. What the hell? Ugh, damn it. Do something. Bait 'em. Aha, I see it now. Listen, greed. I know you're there. In the Spur 2 of the Law, episode 61. We were too late. Blink. Miss Ispy. What happened? And where am? This is your subconscious. Your soul was brought here because I overextended myself with the use of my power. Tuomp. Twitch. What is this? That's my memory. Our subconsciouses must be tangled. Because we're sharing your body at the moment. Have you fully recovered your memories? Yeah. My colleagues and I attempted to put an end to the greed of aristocrats on display. We were able to locate the greed occupying someone's body and successfully sealed it away in the very location where I first met you. Although I was sealed away together due to a small unforeseen problem. My soul and body were buried underground, but the construction of a golf range caused a crack in the seal. Manouche. The greed and my soul, now devoid of the physical body, were set free. I entered your body, and the greed entered your father's, in the process. Does that mean the greed had lain dormant in my father's body for some time? Wait, what happened to it? Did we get rid of it? To jump to the conclusion, I successfully removed the greed. Rut it. Found its way to a different vessel without getting sealed. Sangil Choi is the new host now. That's terrible. He's going to be the next president. If we get another chance, I'm going to seal the greed away for real. Then, is my father okay now? Well, only one way to find out. Hun. Jae-hun. Jae-hun. Open. Are you all right? Rise, say something, anything. What about Sangil Choi? I can't remember the whole thing, Beckalise of the migraine, but when I came back to my senses, you were already on the ground. He apologized and left shortly. But not before calling the ambulance. Let's get you checked up. Father. About the USB in the locker. Was it you? Dadoon. You are right, Tichkotko. It and gave it to Sangil Choi. I made a mistake. I had foolishly thought I could hold him on a leash. The video wasn't going to serve as legal evidence anyway. It was only for the general public to see. Besides, I don't plan on giving up here. If you're okay with it, maybe we should work together. Together? Are you asking me to work against my own client? Something worse than that can happen. Your law firm will be out of business and I'll get fired. The greed now occupying Sangil Choi's body must be stopped. I must do something about it. But still, I believe that's the right thing to do. For me, it's to protect the business I've built all my life. For my son, it's to stop evil. Beam. Our objectives may be different, but this alliance may just work out. Where are you going to begin? The footage is gone now. Sang-il Choi's brother-in-law. Jong-taek Kim, Sang-il Choi's brother-in-law, studied abroad and had a great job working at an investment bank in Germany. He was making over 1 billion won per year, approximately 697,000 USD. Why would someone like him get involved in a shady city-led project? The accounting ledger of the city of Seoul is perfect. Especially the part about the artificial island. It's almost too perfect, in my opinion. I'll dig up about the companies that were involved in the construction. You take a look at other stuff in the meantime. Okay, thanks, Father. Jong-taek Kim left the country and went to Germany 2 years ago, after the scandal. That is also suspicious. He low in Korea as well. Why did he go all just to get a job there? Entwickeln Tech, Fetch Entwickeln. That's the German company Jong-taek Kim currently works at. It's also known as Entwickeln Technologie Inc. Entwickeln? Have you also looked into Seoul's financial statements? I was just about to bring that up. 260 billion, approximately 181.3 million USD. You need to elaborate. Sang-il Choi's brother-in-law works as an executive at a company called Entwickeln in Germany. 260 billion won from Seoul's budget went there, in the form of an official investment. More than half of it disappeared as investment losses. And it looks like the remainder will be processed the same way. Are you absolutely positive? Yes, sir. That's what Seoul's financial statements show. Oh, and Entwickeln was also a part of the Han River's artificial island project, from which they made 15 billion won, approximately 10.5 million USD. What is he, a con artist? Prosecution Prosecution Service, a very good one at that, from the looks of it. Covered this up with the scandal to avoid suspicions. Is there a chance that the investment losses are real? That's why I want to trace the flow of capital. Please approve the investigation on Sang-il Choi. But if we talk to the embassy, Sang-il Choi will hear about it one way or another. We need to speak directly with the German tax service or prosecution. Do you think there's a way? In regards to that, there's something else I need your approval on. Berlin tumble. Drop. God damn it. You spilled coffee on my laptop. Oh, I'm so sorry. Are you all right, mister? Original story Sangyong story Yeonsang Art Myong Seok. The district chief has given the go-ahead. He said it's okay to get help from you, if need be. Really? That's a surprise. Your district chief must be just as brave, haha. He has to be, in order to protect me. So he didn't tell Jae-hoon about Chief Lee having reached out to me. Don't worry. I'll share my findings with you first. You need any help from me, just let me know. Anyway, do you have acquaintances in Germany? I already reached out to them. One's a federal worker at the German tax office, and the other is an administrator. They will help you out for sure. I'm also thinking of sending some people to Africa and the Middle East, where Entwickeln recorded investment losses. Need to find people who were involved. No, the presidential election is right around the corner. It's much quicker to meet with Sang-il Choi's brother-in-law. If we could lure him into a trap using your ability, leave it to me. What are you going to do? Go to Germany and interrogate? Our goal is to mess with the brother-in-law to shake Sang-il Choi. If he can't get in touch with his brother-in-law, Choi will do something out of desperation. That's true, but do you have an idea? Let's hire an actor. You spilled coffee on my laptop. Oh, I'm so sorry. R. Mister? I'm fine, really. Ha ha ha. I was actually thinking about getting a new one. I can't believe my luck, she's absolutely gorgeous. But let me at least pay you for the laptop. It's really okay. Don't worry about it. Well. Can you allow me to treat you to a meal then? Are you free this evening? Maybe we can have dinner together. Bottom. In the spirit of the law. Episode 62. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel about this. I mean, look at all these expensive gifts. Thank you, really. No need to thank me, Hyona. I'm only returning the favor for the amazing evening. Jong Take. I'll be staying at my place in Prague for a week starting tomorrow. Do you want to come with me? OH, please don't get the wrong idea. I just want to go on a drive with you. Of course I can. I'll drive you there in a car worthy of your reality. Beam. I'll see you at 10 in the morning. Creek. Nice work, Jessica. That was incredible. He really fell for her. At this rate, he'll do anything she asks him to do. Jessica 1, look in the eye is enough to seduce. A guy like him, all he relies on is his wealth, after all. Is that why you acted as if you came from a wealthy background? Pretty much. He probably never met a girl he couldn't win over with money before. Rus Yusai. This is a gift for you. Swish, that's the receipt for Jiang Take's credit card payments. This is suspicious. It's neither his corporate nor personal credit card. This wasn't issued by a German bank. I'll ask the chief to track it down. But to think he would spend 20 million won on a girl he only just met today. Approximately 13,500 USD. Because that probably wasn't his money. Tap tap, nobody would spend their hard-earned money like this. Jessica, do you think you can somehow break his cell phone? We're trying to see how they react in Korea, if possible. Man him say something about his brother-in-law. Okay. We'll follow you from behind, so don't worry. Send a signal if things get dangerous. The next day. Vroom. Yes, sir. More than 400 trillion won will be available next year. There's no need to go above and beyond to get on the good side of business leaders. Approximately 271 billion USD. What's wrong, Hyona? Sulk. Give me your phone. Why? Just give me. Isams. Toss. What was that for? Do you want to know why I broke up with my ex-boyfriend? You've been talking on the phone all day in front of me. It feels like I'm just not important to you. If you're going to pick that back up, you might as well drop me off. Hyona will stay at her place, in Prague for one. Vi don nothing out of the ordinary will happen in the meantime. My only concern is calls from my wife, that's all. Okay. What's done is done. Let's make the most of what we have. I can always buy another one, but I don't get to go on a date with a beautiful young woman like her every day. Ha ha ha. Jaden Daly. Grab. What a bold move by Jessica. I really did not expect her to just throw it out the window. Can you unlock it? Can to check really quickly and turn it off. What about him? He passed out after emptying 2-3 bottles of wine. He won't wake up until tomorrow morning. Here, it's Jing take Kim's bag. Swish. Nice, he got a new laptop. It's locked with a password. I don't think I can bypass that. Should we take the laptop? No. We need to retrieve information secretly, so that he doesn't get rid of evidence. There's someone who can help you with stuff like this. Remember? Tap Jaehan? I'm in a rush, so I'll get straight to the point. That hacker is still with one EAI. Yeah, he's locked up somewhere. Quiet. I happen to need a hacker's help with something. Credit card receipt, call records, and files from his laptop too? Geez, I'm getting scared of Guan now. What the hell is he doing in Germany, on his paid leave no less? We can't keep quiet about this anymore. Choi's brother-in-law's credit card was issued by a Belgian bank located in Saudi Arabia. We need to go through Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Foreign Affairs to investigate this matter further. But the Blue House will hear about it if that happens. Guan sent us quite a bit of stuff to inspect. We can't do this with current manpower. We need agents from the National Tax Service and Customs Office, as well as someone fluent in German and English. Is that the only? All right, what's so urgent about this issue? Prosecutor General. Sir, do you still have the same mindset you had when you were inaugurated? Russell. Does this answer your question? Tell me what's going on. I plan to indict presidential candidate Sang-il Choi. Shout, are you crazy? You can't just inform me of the plan, you should have discussed it with me. I'm sorry, sir. I had to make sure nobody knew about it. A young prosecutor worked tirelessly on this case, bearing lots of fruit. I need additional hands to harvest every last one of them. So you haven't secured crucial evidence yet. That's right. But we have the documents to look at. I'm absolutely confident that we can find damning evidence. I see. So my job is to buy you enough time until you do. Yes, sir. We must make sure no outsiders hear about this. We'll make a team of trustworthy individuals. Pick them yourself and make them join you. Thank you, sir. There's one more. It's about Jeong Taek Kim's foreign account. I was hoping to investigate that account under the pretense that it's hiding Jongbok Lee's slush funds. Original story. Songyong. Art Mayong Seoksh. 3 days later. He still isn't saying anything crucial. I agree, all he did was talk crap about Sang-il Choi. I think it's pointless to keep doing it. We should go back. Tumble. Slam. What the? Who the hell are you? And what's your relation, Toms? CO? What? Answer me. You approached her knowingly, didn't you? I'm sorry. I really didn't expect them to find me this quickly. Hyona, please come this way. Listen up. You'd better forget what happened in this place. Unless you want your entire family to lay low for the rest of their lives for your dumb mistake. Have I made myself clear? Jongtaek fled, and we removed the wiretapping devices and cameras. We should leave as well. Jessica, we're planning to return to Korea. What about you? I think I want to stay in Prague for a little longer. Can I do that? Of course you can. In the Spirit or Right Law, Episode 63. See Clamor, clamor. Why are there so many reporters? Claymore, claymore. Is it true that the scandal involving Jongbok Lee isn't over yet? Clamor, clamor. Clamor, how much is the slush fund hidden in the foreign account estimated to be? What's going on? Did something happen while we were in Germany? This way, Guan. What's with all the reporters there? Don't worry about them. They're just taking the bait. What? Bring your stuff to Institute of Justice. Everyone's there. Seminar room, Institute of Justice. The entire task force was there working on this case. The National Assembly won't be able to say anything if the budget plan he made is presented, Beckelis. The end result is great. Accountant at Finance Division. What do you mean? There are largely two ways through which government funds are wasted. One being when a politician allocates funds to projects in regions he represents, and the other being various projects started by different departments. Most of the budget is wasted. 2. Prosecution. Prosecution, Saris. Are you saying they're appropriating while conducting such businesses? Exactly. Approximately 1.35 billion fand million US dollar respectively. For example, they would start a project worth 2 trillion won to embezzle 100 billion. But the person that made this report blocked the way for any project like that. Instead, he offered a way to steal the money without all that hassle. With this, the government can save at least 30 trillion won annually. Approximately 20.3 billion USD. Trillion won was saved, while only 1 trillion was stolen, approximately 677.4 million USD. During the first year, yes. Once he knows that this method works like a charm, that amount will increase each year. Embezzling trillions of won from the government budget is a serious crime. We must make sure Sang-il Choi does not become the president in order to prevent that. Anything that will help with the indictment? Prosecution. We thoroughly went over the budget wasted by the current administration. We should be able to identify the beneficiaries by investigating those who were involved in the budget allocation for this project. We're almost done tracing the funds in foreign accounts thanks to data gathered by Guan. Tik Prodi Ka. Is that Sang-il Choi can easily get away with it by having his lackeys serve in prison in his stead. Shouldn't we summon Jong-taek Kim and interrogate? He's the one who devised all this. Except he's still overseas. How are we supposed to bring him here? I'll make him get on the plane to Korea in 1 week. Raise. Can we get him arrested without warrant at the airport? The next day. What were you doing not answering your phone, you idiot? I'm sorry, I lost my phone during a business trip. The election is literally right around the corner. Don't make the same mistake again. Okay, sir. Okay, beep. F***ing hell, always so sensitive. 1003 incoming call. What's this now? Hello? Hey. Tease me Hyona Co. How have you been? Hyona? How did you get my number? I don't know. My father gave it to me and told me to give you a call. Your father did? Yeah. After I told him that Sang-il Choi is your brother-in-law. He said he would like to meet you in person. Sounds like he's someone I should know about. May I ask who your father is? I can't tell you much over the phone. But he made the Trillion One Club in individual net worth last year. A wealthy conglomerate family. It wouldn't hurt to establish connections with him. But I don't remember anyone with the last name Co in the Trillion One Club. I share my last name with my mother due to circumstances. I hope you don't ask me much more about that. I see. She might be an illegitimate child. I'll purchase a ticket and let you know right away. Okay. See you soon. Airport. Is Hyona here yet? Glance. Mr. Jongtaek. You are hereby under arrest for fraud. A trap. Creak. Update me. Has he spilled the beans? It's only been 2 hours. We're just getting started. Well, you gotta hurry this up. Sangil Choi has found out. Prosecutor pros. What? How? Somebody in the pro-selection is on good terms with him. We should have taken him to the Institute of Justice, not the prosecutor's office. The Prosecutor General is doing what he can, but I'm not sure how much time he can buy. It's all over, Jongtaek Kim. We've already secured the transaction, history of paper companies. In the Middle East and Africa. With Luxembourg Bank. I know nothing about that. Your wife is the owner and majority shareholder of those paper companies. And you know nothing about it? Then can I arrest your wife for embezzling 200 billion won? Approximately 135.6 million USD due. Would that be all right with you? I heard everything from Mr. Choi. Slam, what is going on at the prosecution? Stop the investigation, I mean, hold off on it immediately. Current president. A serving politician embezzled 200 billion won and made plans to steal more when he becomes the president. The people have the right to know this. You'll find out what I'm capable of, the hard way if you defy my orders. This is a warning. If you're planning to leverage the fact that my wife has been consulting a shaman, suggest you give up. I don't care if you tell the whole world. He's still hesitant, but he'll give in shortly. Rosecution. Ecution service. Tap, what do you need? I'm busy. Terrible news, sir. Step, a bunch of guys came from Seoul High Prosecutor's office. Step. Ep, step, they're searching the interrogation rooms. Cease, what? Original story, Sangyang story, Yeon Sang art Myung Seo Kh. You can't do this, Chief High Prosecutor. Pros proceed, prosecutal ossecution, sir. Orders from the Minister of Justice. I have no choice. Does the Prosecutor General know this? I couldn't ask him because he's having coffee with the President right now. If they take Jongtaek Kim from you, Sangil Choi will definitely become the next president. Bite. What are you going to do? Men. Doa, you are. Listen to me. Some thugs are here for you outside. They were sent by Sangil Choi. If you go with them, I doubt Sangil Choi will keep you alive. What? If you come with me instead, you might have to serve a few years behind bars. But you'll get to live. I suggest you make a wise decision, Bekalize your brother-in-law will never become the president. How many years? Up to 10 years in prison, with eligibility for parole after 5. If you don't like it, you can always go with them and die. What? Ran away? You had one job, damn it. Dioko Guan is not answering calls, grind. And the party leader is putting pressure on me to resign. I have no choice now. I must find Jongtaek Kim and Jae-hun Guan and get rid of them, discreetly. As you all are probably aware, it's all my fault that we are in a difficult situation right now. Sangil Choi's party has been relentlessly slandering us ever since we cut ties. The firm would not have suffered like this had I not struck a deal. With Sangil Choi, senior partner Dioko Guan, I must take responsibility for my decision. I will sell half of the firm's share I own to the partners here, and the other half to other attorneys. I will take full responsibility for this and resign. Hold on, click. I guess the firm will be under a different name now. They'll have to remove Guan from Guan and Lee. Beam, it feels like I've just dreamed a wild dream. But my work isn't over just yet. Hey Mr. Yu, it's me. Do you have time? Inu his spirit or the law last episode. Ta-da. Da-da. It looks like we got away from them. But is there even a place you can go to? It's risky to use my car. The chances are they already know what car I drive. Do I have to borrow Mr. O's car? Screech. Get in, Jae-hun. Director? How did you know? Don't underestimate your father's connections. He told me to find you as soon as prosecutors from the high office were dispatched. Turn off your cell phone and use this instead. There's a decent place to lay low for a while. We're heading there right now. Thank you. Ta-da. Da. Sir, Jae-hun and Jong Taek Kim are nationally wanted. Police officers will be deployed to check all vehicles passing through the city. I'll have a word with some judges I know. I'll get a warrant issued for Sang-il Choi's arrest. Do you know someone who would step in? Well, RT Mr. Jinan. Yes, Mr. Guan. Gangsik. Get your guys ready. Presiding Judge Yu of Central District. Court is waiting for us. We'll get the warrant issued and go save our crazy novice. All right, I'm done writing the statement. Vroom. What's that? Have they found us already? Don't worry. They're with us. You've been through a lot. It's time to get back at Sang-il Choi. All rights party and A with candidate step. 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 You are, Sang-il Choi. You are hereby under arrest for embezzlement in accordance with Article 335 of Criminal Law, loss of national treasury, in accordance with Act on the aggravated punishment, etc., of specific crimes, and for violation of Act on Regulation. Criminal proceeds concealment. Greed is not a crime in itself, it's human nature. Don't you dare. Beauty failing to keep that greed contained may lead to a crime. If someone lets their nature dictate everything they do without discipline, is it even right to call that person human? A strong candidate for the presidency was arrested right before the presidential election. Approximately 136.2 million USD, embezzlement 200 billion won. His party was in panic, but the Blue House remained silent. Kretz revealed. Sang-il Choi under Ares countless articles were published on a daily basis to cover this huge scandal. The election was held according to the schedule, despite the chaos, with the other party ultimately claiming victory. Sang-il Choi was sentenced to 20 years without parole. Is this really necessary? 000 greed can always leave one vessel and move to another. It is my duty to trap it inside that man's body. This world is full of greed, even if it wasn't for him. Keeping one person in check isn't going to solve the problem. I should have seen this coming. When I noticed my father was affected by it, it is your duty to take care of the rest. As a matter of fact, there will be more prosecutors like you in the future. They're going to keep the balance in this world. What the hell are you babbling on about? You're the best person I've ever known, Jae-hun. What the hell is going on? Can be better. What have you done to me? You're a good man. Never lose faith in yourself, and keep up the good work. Heck. Your correction be tell Flash. That concludes the hearing for the Prosecutor General designate. A lot of time passed since the ascetic went to occupy Sang Il-choi's body. The indictment of the entire wealthy conglomerate family shook the whole country. It was a huge win that exposed the privilege they had long taken for granted. Right. That was the first major case Prosecutor General designate Jae-han Gwan handled as Chief Prosecutor. More time passed than the time I spent with the ascetic. No wonder people call him the Iron Prosecutor. District Chief, Prosecutor Konkoak. Avail Alana here. Open Flash. There he is, Flash, Flash. Prosecutor General Guan, can you tell us how you feel about your first day? Ash, Flash, Flash. Vlash, it took a long time, but I'm finally here. I wonder if the ascetic would be proud of me. If she saw me right now. Flash. There were times when I really felt like I couldn't do this anymore. Flashy, but I hung on, only thanks to the promise I made her. Step. And I will continue to keep the same promise. Until the world we envisioned together comes to be. I will never stop. Original story, Sangyong story, Yonseng Art Mayong Siok.